In the sleepy town of Winter Valley, where ancient magic and modern life intertwine, Moonshadows Embrace unfolds a tale of love, transformation, and the intricate dance between fate and choice. Our protagonist, Sophia, an unsuspecting wedding planner with a knack for organization, finds her orderly life upended when she crosses paths with Xavier, a charismatic werewolf with a haunting secret. Sophia, initially dismissive of Xavier's advances, soon discovers that their connection runs deeper than mere attraction. Unbeknownst to her, Sophia is the gatekeeper, a rare individual with the power to lift the centuries-old curse that binds Xavier to his lupin form. As they delve into the mysteries surrounding the curse, they are forced to confront not only their undeniable chemistry, but also the sinister forces that threaten their newfound bond. Xavier, torn between his primal instincts and the desire for a normal life, must navigate the treacherous world of werewolf politics and ancient magic. With Sophia by his side, they embark on a journey that leads them to Madame Mirella, a mysterious fortune-teller who holds the key to unlocking Xavier's past and potentially his future as a human. Intertwining elements of romance and suspense, Moonshadows Embrace explores themes of trust, sacrifice, and the complexities of love in a world where supernatural creatures and humans coexist. The novel cleverly subverts expectations by flipping traditional gender roles. Sophia, far from being a damsel in distress, displays a fierce independence that challenges Xavier's alpha nature, while he struggles with the constraints of his own primal instincts. As Sophia delves deeper into the werewolf community, she uncovers a hidden world of political intrigue and a web of deceit that reaches far beyond her understanding. The stakes escalate when the fate of Mona, a missing werewolf with ties to Xavier's past, becomes entangled in their quest. With time running out, Sophia must confront her fears and decide whether to trust Xavier completely or risk losing him to the curse forever. Moonshadows Embrace is a riveting paranormal romance that showcases the transformative power of love, set against the backdrop of a world where werewolves and humans collide. With vivid descriptions, witty dialogue, and a plot that twists and turns, readers are taken on an emotional roller coaster that ultimately celebrates the triumph of love over adversity. This novel is a thrilling exploration of the lengths one would go for love, and the discovery that sometimes, the greatest battles are fought not with claws and teeth, but with the heart. Chapter 1. When I set off for my afternoon run, the whole forest smelled like my mate. Pine needles and leaf mold and that tinge of something extra that said, "Powerful male werewolf," which is why I was smiling in a tongue-lolling, canine fashion. Right up until the moment when a huge wolf came barreling out from behind a bush and sent me spinning head over heels to land with a thud against the trunk of a tulip poplar. Werewolves are pretty rough and ready, so it wasn't the crack on my skull that had me shaking my head in a daze as I scrambled back to my feet. Nope, it was just plain surprise. From the moment when I'd first stepped into my father's metaphorical shoes, I expected to have to face down power-hungry uncles and cousins in order to maintain my place as alpha of our current pack. But as days stretched into months without a challenge in sight, I'd slowly relaxed my guard. As a result, I now realized that it had been weeks since I'd bothered to peer at the inner wolf of each shifter around me, attempting to seek out insurrections before they had time to spark into flame, and I certainly wasn't expecting to be attacked here deep in the heart of pack territory where there were unlikely to be werewolves from other clans trying to slip past our defenses. So what the heck was going on? Even as these bewildered thoughts tumbled through my mind, I was spinning on my heel, rough raised to make me appear larger as I curled my upper lip back into a lupin snarl. But then I paused, even more confused as I recognized my father's grizzled muzzle. Chief Wilder had been the bane of my existence growing up, and he was also the primary reason I'd fled Haven in the first place to eke out a lonely existence in the human world. Yet since then my father had manipulated me back into our shared pack, and he'd recently seemed quite willing to let his sole surviving daughter take over leadership of Clan Wilder. So what was with this out-of-the-blue attack? Could Crazy Wilder's nickname have become a self-fulfilling prophecy? Perhaps my father wasn't simply stuck in wolf form. Maybe now he was truly cracked. In the past, I'd always backed down when faced with the sight of my father's fangs, but as pack leader, I currently had shifters to think about other than myself. So even though it seemed a bit unfair to fight a werewolf who was probably at least partially out of his mind, I took a slow step toward the chief and allowed a deep vibration to turn into a growl at the base of my chest. I hadn't realized my own power when I was a child, but now I understood that a simple stare from an alpha like me should be enough to squash any opposition from a weaker wolf. Why fight when intimidation would suffice? But, unlike the other werewolves whom I'd spent time with recently, my father didn't back down in the face of my challenge. In fact, Chief Wilder didn't even bother to respond to my posturing. Instead, the huge wolf sprang again, his massive form suddenly looking nearly twice the size of my own, and I knew that I'd be crushed beneath the chief's tremendous paws if I stayed put. So much for Plan A. Luckily, what I lacked in size and, apparently, in ability to intimidate, I more than made up for in agility, darting aside at the last moment. I snapped at the folds of flesh beneath my father's neck as he soared past, hoping to latch onto this piece of prime real estate. A wolf's underbelly was the ultimate prize in a shifter fight, but the neck wasn't far behind, and I knew that if I could just arrange my teeth on either side of my opponent's jugular, I'd be able to end this struggle before it truly began. But unfortunately for me, the chief was a wily old wolf, and no simple feint could elude his guard. Instead, he turned in midair, teeth snapping menacingly, as his shoulder struck mine with a crack, and we both went down together in a pile of fur and claws. Rolling across the leaves as part of an eight-legged jumble, I managed at last to latch onto the other wolf's shoulder with trap-strong lupin jaws. But I knew from experience that the chief could barely feel the bite through his tough hide, and he certainly showed no signs of being vanquished. So I scrabbled with my hind legs, pushing against my father's belly in an attempt to reach a more delicate zone. The neck or belly would be perfect, but even the skin beneath my father's forelegs would suffice in a pinch. And as I twisted, I felt the chief's body shaking beneath mine, making me think that the deposed alpha might finally be struggling to hold his ground against a younger wolf. However, as I continued to bite and claw to no real effect, I soon realized that I was wrong. My father was simply laughing. In fact, the chief was so confident of his own success that he was willing to give his daughter the opportunity to seek out a winning hold, waiting until I was forced to admit my own failure before ending the fight. Then, just as I finally understood how severely I had been outclassed, the older wolf shook himself, pulling loose from my jaws with ease, and his own fangs sank deep into the tender valley of soft flesh beneath my chin. I yelped at the jolt of pain that rushed through my body, but that didn't prevent me from struggling against my father's grasp. Instead of freedom, though, I felt my hide tearing as a warm trickle of blood started to soak into my fur. Stilling at last, I knew that I was beaten. If I'd needed proof that my father had allowed Wolfie and me to pull the rug out from under him 6 weeks prior rather than being truly vanquished, this farce of a battle was it. How could I have thought that I, a 25-year-old female werewolf, was a match for the legendary Chief Wilder? Even half crazed and unable to ally with his inner wolf, my father could have beaten me with one arm tied behind his back. And as the chief shifted seamlessly into human form, tossing me to the side and exposing my unprotected underbelly with one swipe of a muscular arm, I realized that my assumption that the wolf had completely taken over my father's mind was equally unfounded. Chief Wilder was as powerful as he'd ever been, and I was entirely at his mercy. So, feeling like the cow teenager I'd been a decade before, I instantly returned to my childhood demeanor. Pulling myself up to stand on 4 trembling feet, I cowered beneath my father's menacing form, and with tail tucked between my legs, I whimpered my defeat. As I waited for my father to decide whether to tear out the rest of my throat, I couldn't help thinking back to how accomplished I'd felt when I first set out for my solitary run, separated from my mate and forced to manage a pack of grumpy, traditional relatives. The last couple of months had been a challenge, but I'd been surprised to find that I was able to extinguish both literal and metaphorical fires, darn those yahoos, and to keep my inherited pack on a relatively even keel. Okay, yes, when the lone teenage and 20-something werewolves from Wolfie's pack, the yahoos, ran Aunt Bev's panties up the flagpole, hindering the interpack merger that I was trying to ease the Wilder clan into, it took all of my self-control not to rip out any mischievous young throats, and it was true that the absence of my mate was made more difficult than it should have been, since the Wilder village lacked all modern conveniences, even so much as a simple landline. Rather than broaching the topic of entering the 21st century, though, I'd chosen to keep my focus firmly on community priorities, all the while channeling my inner truant and phoning Wolfie on the sly. To that end, I'd stashed a mobile phone inside a Tupperware container, deep in the woods, and when I couldn't bear spending another instant without Hearing my mate's voice, I'd slipped out of my clothes, dropped down to 4. Pause and run. Disgusting. The word that pulled me out of my reverie was gravelly as the chief's human vocal cords protested weeks of disuse, but the old shifter's tone remained as cold as ever, proving that, despite my supposed successes, my ability to disappoint the pack's previous alpha was never ending. Tempting to ignore my father's disdain, I crouched lower to the ground and fought the urge to turn tail and run, instead calming my wolf enough to let my human mind rise to the forefront. Hopefully the two sides of our character working together would be strong enough to get us out of our current situation unscathed. Or, if strength of character wasn't enough to finagle an escape, perhaps we could still ease out of this mess with just a little bit of luck. You'd think that somewhere beneath those breasts and curls my own offspring would be a bit more like me, the chief continued, his words proving that my wished for luck wasn't going to materialize anytime soon. In fact, my father was so discontented with my lack of reaction to his words that he kicked out with one bare foot, and the hard bone in his heel was sufficient to drag a yelp out of my throat. If I possessed even half of a son, he gritted out, ignoring my cry, then I wouldn't be forced to turn a useless daughter into the leader that this pack so sorely craves. But that's neither here nor there, the chief continued, picking up a broad stick and using it to sift through the leaves at his feet. I only realized as the wood clanked against something hard that my father was searching for my cell phone, meaning that he must have watched as I hid the device a few days earlier, replaying the honeyed words that Wolfie and I had exchanged at that time. A small lupin whimper crept out of my muzzle, replacing the blood that would have rushed to my cheeks had I been in human form. Then I quickly cringed aside, knowing that my father detested any show of weakness from his offspring and hoping to escape another punishing blow. But the alpha's attention was still focused on the Tupperware container, currently protecting the one link I had to the outside world, so I was spared another kick to the ribs. I'm assuming that you still don't have the guts to fight for this clan the way I would have, my father continued instead, his tone companionable, but with steel underlying the simple words. Without waiting for a reply, the chief pried off my cash container's lid and I caught a tiny whiff of Wolfie's scent, the aroma enough to make me wish that my mate would appear and solve all of my problems with his typical blend of ingenuity combined with the subtlest threat of violence. But my mate wasn't here. I was feeling decidedly Uncle Ver, and my father was watching me now with the hawk-like stare of a predator assessing his prey. Well? The chief asked again, and his nostrils flared as he barely managed to hold his impatience in check. This is your wake-up call, girl. Are you or aren't you willing to face down the other pack leaders in wolf form to tear them apart if and when it becomes necessary, and to stand up as a true wilder? Chief. In lieu of an answer, I cowered closer to the ground, and my father simply nodded as if my posture was reply enough. Turning away, the chief set my cell phone atop a rock and brought down the end of his stick in a punishing blow, sending bits of plastic and metal spinning off in every direction. One fragment gashed open a small cut across my father's shin, but the chief didn't flinch as blood welled up beneath the surface and then trickled down his leg. Instead, the shifter knelt to take my lupin cheeks in two strong hands. Then he forced my nose into the pile of debris the way a cat owner might punish a feline for shitting in the house. This will end, my father continued, his voice calm but cold. If I'd been able to, I would have rolled over onto my back then and exposed my belly in an immediate show of submission. There was no other acceptable response to the alpha's command, and I was too frightened to even whimper, so I simply trembled and allowed the painful alpha energy to wash over me. My father was right. Whatever the chief wanted to come to an end would end immediately. I had hoped you might have grown a bit of spine by now, Chief Wilder continued, letting my fur loose at last and leaning back onto his haunches, as relaxed as if we were simply friends drinking beer around a campfire. In contrast to my father, though, I was far from relaxed, and as the chief's gaze drifted away from mine for a split second, I scuttled away to place a few inches between us, then struggled to slow my frantic breathing. But you seem to think that being an alpha means being an administrator, the chief continued, oblivious to my retreat. His last word was spat out as if the older shifter had meant to say sewage plant manager, or, knowing him, probably something considerably more lewd and colorful. I tried to cheer myself up by imagining other possible job descriptions that my father would find equally unpalatable, but I wasn't able to focus on anything except my own terror. Not when the chief was clearly within a hair's breadth of ripping his own daughter to shreds so he could place someone more accomplished in charge of the Wilder clan. And yet, a satisfied smirk widened my father's mouth as he paused to consider my reaction before speaking again. You can't hide behind your boyfriend forever, the chief said at last. Alpac is coming up and I won't have my clan taken over by an unrelated alpha just because my daughter is too liver to face down the inevitable contenders. So since you can't seem to find your ass with both hands tied behind your back, I've come up with a solution. And as I emerged from my fright long enough to consider my father's words, I was ashamed to admit that my thoughts had been so fully occupied with keeping my uncles and cousins in line over the last few weeks that I hadn't spared a single thought for Alpac. The regional gathering of alphas met on every winter solstice to hash out rule changes and to smooth over disagreements, and while intra-clan succession wasn't usually an issue at Alpac, my role as the first female alpha in living memory would definitely raise eyebrows. In fact, if I showed up without a plan, chances were good that I would go down beneath a pile of wolves on the first night, each alpha intent on becoming the new chief of Clan Wilder. Unfortunately, my father's troubled history with the other alphas definitely wouldn't help matters. The chief had held the greatest authority in our regional gathering for as long as I could remember, which should have given his daughter some credibility now that I stood in his place. But while most alphas built alliances based on marriage and on favors, my father instead opted to utilize trickery and intimidation to gain the upper hand. I could only imagine how thrilled those same alphas would be to take the manipulative bastard's offspring down now that they had the chance. Listen carefully, my father said, nudging my furry chest with his toe and returning my attention to the more immediate danger. Yes, I'd likely be torn apart at Alpac. But that was 3 weeks in the future, and my father looked inclined to save the other pack leaders the trouble of ripping out my jugular. So I obeyed my father's command, and I listened. You will cut off all ties with Wolf Young, my father gritted out. And you will play those stupid young alphas against each other until each one thinks that he'll marry into my place. Then, if you do your job capably enough, maybe I won't be forced to take control of this clan away from you. As he finished speaking, the chief's face abruptly contorted and I could see his wolf clawing back up through his human skin, a strangled howl breaking out of my father's hairless lips. And I shivered, knowing that while the chief might find it easy to vanquish me, the evidence of my own eyes proved that the once great Chief Wilder was no longer able to defeat his own wolf, which might feel like a relief right now while my father was stumbling away into the woods, his gait drunken as he fought against his lupin half and lost. But the chief's weakness also meant that during the upcoming Alpac, the weight of protecting our familial clan would fall squarely onto my back alone, and my thin female shoulders hardly felt up to the challenge. Chapter 2. When I'd shifted to wolf form an hour earlier, I left my clothes in the pool house as a nod toward my stepmother Cricket's sense of propriety. But now I regretted that action as I neared the door on 2 bare human feet and smelled a strange alpha scent lingering along the stepping stones. I shouldn't have been surprised to pick up signs of a visiting alpha as I pattered up the walkway. After all, the outbuilding in question had always been my father's unofficial headquarters, the spot where other alphas came to plead their cases and to make deals with the all-powerful Chief Wilder. In fact, as a child I'd spent hours hiding behind the curtains listening to males posture and bargain while they played a competitive game of pool. So I wasn't entirely surprised by the current alpha's presence, but I was chagrined. Was this really how I would commence taking over the interpack relations portion of my new job? Completely naked with goosebumps covering my skin more from my father's verbal smackdown than from the cold? I didn't feel able to keep so much as a 5-year-old under control at the moment, and I definitely didn't want to spend the rest of this afternoon tiptoeing down the difficult path of striking deals with a visiting alpha. Instead, the mere notion of trying to be intimidating and coy all at once made my shoulders hunch and my steps falter. For a moment, I even considered heading over to the main house to dress in peace, but alphas never turned tail and ran, and as much as I thought that the other pack leaders' macho games of one-upmanship were annoying and childish, I was the one who had chosen to take my place in my father's world. which meant playing by the other alpha's rules. Plus, I would definitely prefer that this stranger's first impression of me came from the front, rather than having him catch a glimpse of my naked bum, rounding the bend as I scampered out of sight. So I ignored my nerves, attempted to channel my father's arrogance and strode into the pool house as if I owned the place, which I guess I did for the moment, and assuming that my father didn't opt to take it all back tomorrow. Greetings, I offered into the room's echoing silence. I'd managed to catch the visiting alpha off guard, so a tall, broad back was all that met my eye. Taking advantage of the delay, I savored the visitor's scent, which was significantly stronger now that we were both present in the same room. Stronger. And oh so much like Wolfie's. Pine needles and leaf mold and that barely discernible hint of alpha male dominance. But, despite their similarities, I could never have confused my mate with the shifter standing in front of me, because underneath this alpha's primary aromas I also picked up the barest hint of cold metal like a gun barrel being pressed up against the side of my brow, and the glimpse of the visitor's wolf that I caught beneath the man's skin made my own lupin half bare her teeth in a silent snarl. Sure, we're hunting, I warned my wolf, and she gave me that look that could have meant duh. How stupid do you think I am? Or perhaps, I thought with a shiver, my wolf is warning me not to hunt a hunter. All of these thoughts flitted through my mind in the time it took for the stranger to turn around, and I caught my breath when I was finally able to make out his countenance. The shifter could almost have been Wolfie's twin, although this man's face was objectively just the tiniest bit more handsome than my mate's due to the stranger's perfect regularity of feature. On the other hand, I noticed that my visitor's muscles were a trifle less pronounced than Wolfie's, a failing that the stranger made up for with words carefully calculated to prompt any young female werewolf to swoon. I was looking for Chief Wilder, the stranger said, striding forward to take my hand in his, rather than clasping our extremities into a shake, though the alpha lifted my fingers to brush the lightest kiss possible across the back of my knuckles, making me shiver at the contact. My involuntary tremor was actually caused by a sudden and intense burst of repulsion, but I was glad to see the stranger's lips curling up into a smirk as he incorrectly diagnosed my emotion as attraction. Better that this visitor think of me as a weak and easily flattered female than that we end up in a battle similar to the one I'd endured just half an hour earlier. The stranger paused to give my supposedly weak knees time to turn all the way to jelly, then he continued speaking. But no matter who I was originally looking for, I certainly appreciate the current beautiful company while I wait for your... He paused. Father. This was my opportunity to tell the visitor that I was the new Chief Wilder, and that he could discuss any business arrangements with me rather than waiting for my father's approval. I also wanted to step closer so the alpha could scent Wolfie's aroma on my skin, proving that I had been claimed by a much stronger werewolf than the one who had come into my pool house uninvited. Then I would have liked to have given the stranger a verbal slap for trespassing, finishing by sending the handsome but totally unattractive alpha on his way. But my father unfortunately was right. If I hoped to keep our clan under Wilder control during the upcoming all-pack without risking bloodshed, then I needed to build alliances with as many of the other pack leaders as possible. And since I would inevitably be the smallest wolf present at the gathering in the physical department, those alliances would have to be wrangled in a more roundabout fashion than by leveraging the simple physical intimidation that my father used to get his way, which meant batting my eyelashes and flirting and hoping that I could tempt the other alphas to think with a piece of anatomy other than their brains. Because, while I certainly had no plans to break my mate bond with Wolfie, regardless of how sticky all pack became, none of the other pack leaders needed to know that, now did they? So, ignoring the annoyance of my wolf, who would have vastly preferred biting the stranger's head off both literally and figuratively, I pursed my lips into a pout and said, Justin Young, you really don't remember me? I knew that I'd guessed the stranger's identity correctly when he tilted his head to one side, his gaze roaming slowly down the length of my body as he tried to place me within his own internal databanks. Unfortunately, as the alpha's eyes drifted south, my own attention was drawn back to the fact that I was still completely naked, and I forced my motions to appear coy instead of hurried as I slowly worked my legs into the panties waiting on a chair and then tossed a t-shirt over my head before donning a pair of jeans. It could have sighed in relief at finally placing a layer of fabric between myself and my visitor, but instead I just placed my hands on my hips saucily and waited for the stranger's reply. I would definitely remember you if we'd ever met before, Justin muttered at last, taking a step closer to peer down into my face. As he neared, my wolf overrode my best intentions to flirt, and she instead flashed up into my eyes, dangerously, the barest hint of a growl emanating from our shared lips. Luckily, Justin took our growl as a flirtation rather than as a challenge and, raising his hand in mock surrender, the other alpha backed away and gave me the space to breathe once again. You were courting my sister at the last all-pack that I attended, I reminded the stranger, keeping my voice light with an effort. I'd suspected from the moment when I first smelled this visitor's scent that the man in front of me was a relative of my mate's, and now his reaction to the name Justin proved his status as my least favorite relative-in-law. It was hard to prevent Wolfie's second-hand memories from coloring my words now, since my mate had told me the tale of how the young bloodling he once was had been pushed out of his birth pack by his bullying older brother. My own memories of the alpha in front of me picked up a couple of years later when the same bully had led along my older sister during our all-pack gathering, then had broken her heart when he failed to contact the besotted teenager after the event ended. For both of those wrongs I would have gladly retaliated by scratching out Justin's eyes. But instead I just smiled and pretended not to be disgusted by this shifter who looked so much like Wolfie on the outside, but whose actions painted a very different picture of his internal landscape. Luckily, I didn't have terribly long to consider my visitor's missteps since my sentence had succeeded in jogging his memory of past events. Your sister is Brooke the Beautiful, the one who got away, Justin responded at last, his eyes still tracing my curves as he slowly put two and two together. The alpha paused then, oblivious to my inner turmoil as he tried to remember the name of a young shifter who would have seemed inconsequential at the time, especially given the fact that Brooke herself had clearly been barely memorable. But my visitor's recall was keen, even if the nickname he came up with wasn't my favorite. Which would make you Tara the tomboy, he added at last, the alpha's smile so wide that it was obvious he expected to be roundly congratulated for remembering Brooke's kid sister's existence in the first place. Justin the jerk, I could have responded, tossing back the nickname that my sister and I had come up with once the handsome male now standing in front of me had dropped my sister flat. But instead I simply walked over to the refrigerator to pour myself a glass of iced tea, keeping my hands busy so they wouldn't clench into fists at my sides. Just a game, my wolf reminded me, and I relaxed slightly at her silent encouragement. But as much as I'd love to stay and chat with you all day, Miss Tara, Justin continued while I was communing with my inner wolf, I'm afraid I have pack business that really can't wait. Do you know when your father will be available to meet with me? As he spoke, the alpha reached out to take the glass of tea from my hand, expecting to be served with the arrogance of every other alpha male I'd ever met, my mate excluded. And even though I was trying to act like the submissive pack princess that I'd never been, I couldn't resist sliding the tumbler away from Justin's outstretched digits and tipping the cold beverage to my own lips instead. Because while I might be forced to hold my nose and flirt with this male werewolf, I definitely wasn't going to become his servant. My father, I'm afraid, will be unavailable for the foreseeable future, I replied, after Justin had bowed his head in acknowledgement of my minor victory. At Allpack, I'll be taking care of wilder business in his stead. So, I guess you actually came to speak with me. Unavailable. My visitor's tone was confused and I couldn't resist the unkind thought that Justin not only lacked his brother's other positive traits, but that he was also missing Wolfie's acumen. My mate would have read between the lines in an instant, but the concept of a female pack leader was so alien to Justin's mindset that it took him a solid minute to wrap his mind around my words. Even once my statement seemed to be sinking in, my visitor's brow remained furrowed, so I elaborated. My father has opted to step down as leader of Clan Wilder, I said, then took a deep breath and tossed out the lie that I hated to voice, but that I had come to accept as a necessary evil during my run home through the winter woods. At the upcoming Allpack, my father and I will be selecting a mate for me, someone who can help lead our clan into the future. And in the meantime, I'm the acting pack leader. If you like, you may call me Chief Wilder. Then, in an attempt to steer us back onto firmer ground, I asked, were you hoping To speak to my father about all-pack planning. About the location, Justin said absently, and for the first time since I'd come upon my uninvited guest in the pool house, I could see the other alphas. Wolf rise up behind his eyes. Justin's lupin half had been notably absent during our earlier conversation, which was a good sign that my pack princess charade had been at least moderately believable. But now the alpha's wolf was very visible as it attempted to sniff out any potential advantage that he might leverage from the chief's absence from the upcoming gathering. Justin is power-hungry, my own lupin half warned as we waited for our visitor to re-enter the conversation. Be careful. Aren't they all? I thought back grimly, then returned my attention to my mate's brother. The location will be here, of course, I told the other alpha, not waiting for his wolf to finish strategizing. After all, wilders have hosted all-pack for as long as I can remember. The truth was that even though the event was a serious hassle to manage, hosting all-pack had also solidified my father's role as the unnamed head of our regional gathering. No way could I allow those hosting rights to slip through my fingers during my first attempt at standing in my father's shoes. But so many alphas underfoot might be too much for a young lady to handle. Justin countered quickly, his attempt to woo me clearly forgotten as the shifter instead chose to fill the power vacuum that my father had left behind. Perhaps you'd prefer that we hold the event on young land instead? No, I would not prefer giving this bully the status that hosting all-pack would provide. But instead of stating my opinion, I simply looked up at the visiting alpha between my lashes, aiming for enticing and hoping that I at least appeared weak enough to be dismissed as a potential threat. I abruptly wished that I'd paid more attention when my stepmother had schooled me and Brooke on the proper behavior of a pack princess. I wouldn't have run off into the woods and let my malleable older sister be the only one to learn the intricacies of flirting with visiting males if I'd known that eyelash batting would be such an imperative skill for my future career. You know, my father wants me to mate with your brother, I said by way of reply once I could smell the arousal wafting off the werewolf in front of me. I had a feeling that it was time to pull out the big guns, and while sex appeal had worked in my favor initially, sibling rivalry might just be the true deciding factor in cementing my alliance with this unpleasant relative of my mate. My brother, Justin demanded immediately, and I fought down the urge to grin. He'd taken the bait. Wolfie, I confirmed. The chief thinks that another bloodling would make a perfect replacement as leader of the wilder pack. But now that I've met you, I wonder if perhaps you and I might not make a better match. I wanted to go on to fully reel this alpha in, but it was tough to maintain my own feigned attraction. Instead, I resorted to maidenly modesty and lowered my eyes to the ground, hoping that Justin would decide it was worth his while to protect my hosting rights if he seemed likely to benefit from wilder status in the future. Plus, what red-blooded werewolf male could resist trying to upstage his little brother? And my visitor was sorely tempted, I could tell. But then Justin looked away from my downcast face and clenched his jaw. I'm already mated, he said gruffly. Then he reached down to raise my face with one finger beneath my chin. The gesture might even have seemed gentlemanly if my rampant wolf hadn't been able to discern that Justin's lupin half was snickering at my chagrin. Despite my best attempt at maintaining a poker face, my cheeks turned red from embarrassment as I realized that I'd made a fool of myself. Great job, Tara. I berated myself. Use your womanly wiles to gain the support of an alpha who isn't even available. All-pack had yet to begin, and here I was flailing about wildly, making enemies instead of allies. Chief Wilder would not be impressed. My mate and I are separating, though, Justin continued as he took in my blush. From Wolfie, the words would have been meant to cheer me up, but my mate's dark brother instead seemed to be musing largely to himself. She and I never were a good match. So perhaps. And as he spoke of casting off his current mate in favor of another woman, Justin's confidence sounded so very much like Wolfie's. So eerily familiar. And yet so much more malignant. I shivered, realizing that if I hadn't fled my home village as a teenager, I might easily have been forced to marry Justin in order to shore up my father's waning power. And while I was currently willing to feign consideration of this alpha's suit for the duration of a few short weeks, the idea of living with Justin for the rest of my life was unimaginable. But I had started down this path, so I would have to continue using every tool I had at my disposal if I wanted to achieve my goal. a goal that currently consisted of ensuring that our regional gathering continued to be held on Wilderland. So, when I was finally able to get words out through my suddenly tight throat, I asked, "And the all-pack location?" "I'll consider it," Justin answered. Then, without a farewell, my mate's brother strode out the door and left me blissfully alone. Chapter 3. Pitiful, my father proclaimed, entering the pool house with twice the arrogance that I'd managed to muster in the face of the previously present Alpha. "If that's the best you can do, then we might as well roll over and let them tear our throats out now." I closed my eyes momentarily and took a deep breath, hoping to manage the stomach butterflies that had sprung up in response to today's back-to-back confrontations. Even when I was a teenager and totally under Chief Wilder's thumb, I'd usually managed to avoid speaking with my father more than once a day. Now, 2 dressing downs in one afternoon, with Wolfie's scary brother smack dab in the middle, was almost more than I could handle. Not that I would allow the chief to discern my weakness if I could help it. "Father, so good of you to drop by," I answered, sinking down onto the leather sofa that took up half of the entranceway, then doing my best to arrange my limbs so that I appeared relaxed. After all, it was better to sit down than to fall down, right? Then, continuing my show of nonchalance, I yawned widely, only to realize after the chief's eyes glinted that such a gesture was often a sign of confusion among canines. Yep, I continued to lack the ability to fake out my father. "Justin isn't the sharpest tack in the box," Chief Wilder continued, ignoring my greeting and getting right down to business. "And yet you couldn't even manage to bring him over to our side." My father's words were harsh as usual, and I couldn't prevent my reply from sounding defensive. "I thought I did pretty well," I answered, feeling like a teenager again. But at least I was able to speak to my father this time around, rather than cowering at his feet the way I had when he ambushed me in the woods. That was progress, right? Justin seemed interested in an alliance, I continued, only to be interrupted by my father's curt laughter. "He's interested in anything in a skirt, girl. But Justin won't support your plan to remain host of All-Pack just because he thinks you'd be fun between the sheets. If I don't miss my guess, and I never do, the schemer is already working out the logistics of winning over 5 other pack leaders to his point of view. If you don't get a move on, the Youngs will have pulled hosting rights right out from under you." For a moment the terrifying spark went out of my father's eyes, and he dropped down onto the other end of the sofa, suddenly looking like a tired old man instead of like the unquenchable alpha he usually appeared. "I never thought I'd see the day that Wilders would be guests at All-Pack," my father muttered, more to himself than to me. "But Justin said that he'd consider supporting us," I answered, my hand reaching out to pat my father's shoulder sympathetically before my rational brain caught up with my emotions and yanked the offending appendage away. Old or not, the chief wasn't one to be pitied, as his condescending snort proved. "I'll consider it," my father mimicked, his voice sing-song. Then dropping his tone back to its normal deep register, the chief continued, "Do you think I ever in my entire life allowed another alpha to walk through this door and leave without a solid agreement sealed with a handshake? Don't you know that? And I'll consider it is worse than useless in this business." Not giving me time to answer his questions, which had clearly been rhetorical. Anyway, my father leapt back to his feet, the wolf already beginning to claw its way up through his human skin. "But that's not why I came to speak with you," Chief Wilder bit out, fighting his wolf even as he spoke. "You'll sink or swim, nothing I can do about that." The alpha's expression reflected which option he thought most likely, and I couldn't prevent my gaze from skittering away from the preemptive disappointment on my father's cold face. "I came," Chief Wilder continued, shaking off the likelihood of my failure the same way a wolf would shed frigid water after a swim, "to warn you not to send one of those half-grown wolf pups to report back to your so-called mate, not if you want them to keep all of their limbs attached, that is, the tail you spun for Justin could explain why those useless mutts are present on Wilder land in the first place, but any back and forth between you and their bloodling leader will only jeopardize our operation." Pausing to make sure that his words had sunken in, my father stared into my eyes until I felt my head bow and a tiny whimper trickle out from between my human lips. Then, his point made, the chief finished laying down the law. "There will be no contact between you and Wolf Young until All-Pack is complete." There was no need for me to confirm my willingness to obey my father's command, since we both knew that my inner wolf was cowering at his feet. Instead, the chief simply turned on his heel to leave, and I breathed a sigh of relief at his impending departure. But my father wasn't quite done yet. Casting his final words back in my direction without the benefit of another glance, Chief Wilder warned, "I'll be watching." And, after my woodland defeat this afternoon, I had a feeling that I'd be swiveling to look back over my shoulder for a long time to come. I bent my head and submitted when my father growled, but I had no intention of leaving Wolfie in the dark this time around. My mate's straightforward, bloodling nature wouldn't be thrilled at the game I intended to play, but I knew that Wolfie would still support me in whatever manner he could, as long as my mate didn't catch me cuddling up to his brother with no warning beforehand, that was. So I would alert Wolfie now rather than allowing him to be blindsided. But how? I wasn't willing to risk the yahoos to my father's non-existent mercies, so even though I found all four of the youngsters gathered together in the sitting room of the main house when I entered, I just shot them a quick smile and clattered away up the stairs. "Pack meeting in 10 minutes, I tossed back over my shoulder, knowing that the young werewolves would understand that I meant a conference between them and me alone, because even though I was acting as the current leader of the Wilder clan and had been living in Haven for nearly 2 months when I thought Pack Wolfie's band of misfits were the ones who came to mind, I might care enough about my relatives to bend over backwards in an effort to keep Clan Wilder together, but I didn't particularly like most of Haven's current residents, and the 4 yahoos watching me walk away were the only ones who I trusted to be my local accomplices, so I would fill those 4 and those 4 alone in on my current conundrum, and together we'd work on tracking down a workable solution. But first I had to get word to Wolfie, and the sooner the better before my father managed to cut off all lines of communication between myself and the outside world. Luckily, today was Tuesday, my stepmother Cricket's usual time to spend a few hours shopping, and even though, or perhaps because she would never knowingly go against the chief's wishes, that timid woman was the perfect choice to act as an unwitting Trojan horse. Unfortunately, I couldn't ask Cricket to wait without cluing her in that something out of the ordinary was about to take place, so my stepmother's timeline gave me only a few minutes to write a very complicated note. "Wolfie," I began, pen scratching as quickly as I could move its tip across the back of a piece of junk mail. "No time to explain. Father is back making crazy. Man. Tara." My stepmother's timid voice came from outside my closed door, right on cue. "I'm heading out. Do you want me to pick anything up for you while I'm in town? I won't be able to call or write. Don't worry. I love you and we are mates." Underlined these last 3 words so forcefully that I almost tore through the paper. Then I concluded, "Please play along." Finally, hurriedly folding my so-called explanation, I addressed an envelope to carry the missive to my mate. "Just a minute," I called to Cricket, looking frantically through my desk drawer for a stamp. "Nothing. I've got an overdue book if you don't mind running it by the library," I continued, speaking loudly so my stepmother could hear my voice as I sifted through badly organized supplies. "I just have to dig the thing up." "Of course, dear," Cricket replied, and I felt more than heard the doorknob turning as she entered my bedroom uninvited. I only had a second to decide whom to trust, my stepmother or an unknown library patron who would have no reason not to steal my money and toss my letter into the trash. The choice was clear. Taping a dollar bill to the outside of the envelope, I slipped the whole thing inside the back cover of the library book, then turned to face my stepmother with a calm smile on my face. "Here it is," I said, handing over the text that had been sitting on my desk all along. The novel wasn't even overdue, and I was only halfway through the story, but true love requires sacrifices, right? Then I cocked my head, taking in my stepmother's rosy cheeks for the first time. She looked positively radiant, and I immediately guessed that the chief had dropped by in human form to talk with his wife, which meant that Cricket would be watching me now, reporting back to her husband about my every misstep. And while I was confident that the timid werewolf loved me in her own unique way, I didn't kid myself into thinking that she had ever gone against the chief's wishes in the past. I certainly wouldn't expect her to start now. "Your father is able to shift again," Cricket exclaimed in response to my questioning glance, confirming my supposition about the cause of her exuberance. If my stepmother had been a more demonstrative woman, she would have enfolded me into a hug, and as it was, one veiny hand did rise to brush against my cheek. "Isn't it wonderful?" the woman added. My father's menacing presence certainly wasn't wonderful from my point of view, but I forced a smile onto my face. Cricket's enthusiasm had the benefit of preventing her from taking a single look at the book in her hands, so perhaps Wolfie would receive my letter after all, and that was wonderful. "So that's the deal," I finished, meeting each youngster's gaze in turn. "We were holed up in my bedroom, the only place where I was certain we wouldn't be disturbed now that Cricket was out of the picture, and I was doing my level best to resemble a pack leader while perching on the edge of my hastily made bed. Across the room, the three young males were sprawled across the other twin bed while the tomboyish Finn lounged at their feet on the floor. But none of the yahoos was as relaxed as they appeared. I'd like to say that the yahoos were patiently waiting for their marching orders, but the truth was that the shifters were simply displaying the modicum of manners required to let their alpha finish making a fool of herself before they rejected every one of my explanations and proposals out of hand. "No way," Blaze said as soon as my mouth closed. Blaze saw the world as strictly black and white. He'd had a hard time forgiving me for my previous betrayal of Wolfie, even though there had seemed like no better option than pretending to be uninterested in the bloodling alpha a few weeks ago when my father kidnapped my nephew out from under my nose. Wolfie had taken the betrayal in stride, but his youngest yahoo had given me a bit of a cold shoulder ever since, and I'd known that Blaze would be equally horrified at the concept of me spending the next few weeks flirting with every eligible bachelor in our region, and while I would have been glad to be proven wrong, the yahoo didn't disappoint. "That's not fair to Wolfie," Blaze continued. "Do you have a better idea?" I countered, then added, "And I did send him a note." "A note?" Blaze rebutted. "I sure hope my future mate never sends me a note to say that she's going to be kissing on my brother. But not to worry, she loves me more." I blushed, Blaze's words remarkably close to the ones that had made up my 30-second letter to my lover, and while I hoped that my mate would be able to plumb the depths of his calmer temperament in order to read between the lines both of my note and my upcoming behavior, I was well aware that it would be a tough sell for Wolfie to watch me sniffing around other males. Definitely would have loved to come up with a better solution, but my father wasn't the only one pushing me toward this underhanded method of maintaining Clan Wilder's status. There simply didn't seem to be any other way to hold our pack together. Well, no other way except the obvious. What's the point of all the cloak and dagger stuff anyway? Glenn spoke up before I could muster a reply to his friend. "If there's a challenge, we'll win it. Right, guys?" Blaze slapped his pack mate on the back in enthusiastic support, but Fawn, Wade, and I exchanged solemn glances over the duo's exuberant heads. Wade was almost too old to be a yahoo, while Finn lacked the testosterone that made fighting against long odds sound like fun, and I could see that both understood the situation in a way the younger guys didn't. Because the sad truth was that, even if Wolfie's entire pack piled on to help the Wilders out, there was no way we'd win against 8 established packs. Instead, if our combined forces tried to fight that battle head-on, I would quickly be deposed as pack leader, and the recuperating Wilder village would turn into an overtaxed territory under the thumb of whomever came out on top. Since Haven had already seen better days as a result of Chief Wilder's increasingly unbalanced nature over the last few years, we really didn't have any resources to spare. And that wasn't even considering the worst-case scenario. I vividly recalled the Green Clan taken over by force when I was just a kid. The vanquished pack's mating-age females became spoils for the winners, while everyone else was sent out to make their own way in the world. Similar annexations were depressingly common in the werewolf world, and I didn't even want to imagine my female cousins becoming chattel while my male cousins were turned into packless drifters. "Not on our watch," my wolf replied silently, and I was glad to have a Lupin companion to bolster my waning courage. The support of the two level-headed yahoos didn't hurt either. In fact, while I'd been reminiscing, Wade and Fawn were already bringing their cohorts into line. "Oh yeah, great idea, guys," Finn said sarcastically. Although the young woman was half-human and only 20 years old, she still had all 3 of the other yahoos wrapped around her little finger, so Glenn and Blaze were quick to quiet under her scolding gaze. Let's start a war against 8 clans at once, the girl continued. Smart move. If Tara thought there was any other way to hold this pack together, she would have suggested it already, Wade added, throwing his quiet support in. With me and Fawn as soon as the girl had finished. I shot them both a grateful glance, then waited to make sure that both Glenn's and Blaze's wolves submitted beneath their human skins. As soon as the 2 Yahoos' eyes flitted to the side, I went on, not needing to kick the shifters while they were down the way my father would have. Well, you'll be glad to know, I said, finally back on task, that we'll be starting our campaign with something a little less sleazy: tea parties. I have a good friend who I think might be able to help us out. Chapter 4. No dude, it's your turn to set the table, Glenn said, cracking a dish towel across Blaze's butt. The Yahoos and I like to treat Cricket to a night off from her usual round of cooking and cleaning on her going to town days, so when my stepmother walked back through the door after her excursion, all 5 of us were busy putting dinner on the table, and even though I was struggling to remember whether you bring the water to a boil before or after adding pasta to the pot, I instantly looked up when a blast of cold air announced my stepmother's presence. Cricket was usually ultra-frugal, so it seemed out of character for her to leave the door open for so long, until I realized that the chief was padding inside in wolf form right behind his mate. The good humor that usually marked our very infrequent joint dinner-making seemed to flee through the open doorway along with the room's warmth, but I refused to cringe as I met my father's hard stare. Even if he had beaten me down twice in the past 24 hours, this house was my territory now, and the room fell silent around us as the chief and I engaged in an alpha battle of wills. Seconds stretched into minutes, neither of us willing to drop our eyes, and I was glad to discover that I could handle my father's presence in wolf form. In fact, I preferred physical menace over cruel verbal manipulation any day of the week. Just as the standoff heated to the point that my hackles were rising and I could feel my father tensing his muscles in preparation for a leap toward my throat, we both dropped our gazes at the same instant. Apparently neither my father nor I was willing to shake up the status quo with a physical battle. Interesting. The tension diffused as quickly as it had begun, and I was finally able to ignore the grizzled wolf long enough to nod a welcome toward Cricket. I even opened my mouth to ask if she'd remember to drop off my library book, but it was obvious that the query would have sounded out of the ordinary. The last thing I wanted to do was to raise my father's suspicion, so instead I just turned back to the stove, where Wade was steaming broccoli and where my own task of draining the macaroni awaited. It's getting colder out there, Cricket said to the room at large, seemingly oblivious to the recent battle between stepdaughter and mate. Her voice was still vibrant with excitement at Chief Wilder's presence, but the rest of us breathed a sigh of relief when my father turned away and stalked over to lie down on an understuffed pillow beside the fireplace. I couldn't help noticing that my father's gait had become a bit stiff over the last few weeks, probably the result of sleeping out on the cold, hard ground of the woods while he let his wolf run wild. But it was hard to pity the old shifter when the temperature of the room seemed to drop by another 10 degrees every time the chief glanced my way. Do you remember my friend Camilla? I asked Cricket, trying to push my father's presence out of my mind so I could focus on planning the first foray in my clan protection campaign. Camilla was 5 years younger than me, third cousin whom I taught to climb trees and ford creeks when we were both children. I hoped that the spunky girl might have grown into an adult willing to help bring women's lib to werewolf society, but I hadn't seen or heard from her in years. Cricket, though, was more tuned into pack gossip and was bound to know where the young woman had ended up. Of course I remember Camilla, my stepmother replied, hanging up her coat and crossing the room in time to deftly push Wade out of the way and refill the pot of water beneath the broccoli before it completely boiled dry. She's married now, with 2 little ones of her own. Why do you ask? I just thought I might drop by to visit her, so I'll have a friendly face to look forward to at all pack, I answered ingenuously. As I spoke I could sense my father's nose lifting from his paws, the wolf's hard eyes focusing on my back. So be suspicious, I thought silently. It's perfectly acceptable behavior for a pack princess to go visiting right before all pack. What a perfect idea, Cricket answered, taking my words at face value and not realizing that I'd never randomly dropped by a childhood friend's house in my adult life. The woman returned the broccoli to Wade's dubious care and then opened the cabinet to pull down the glasses that Blaze had forgotten in his rush to get table setting out of the way so he could return to his card game. Camilla married outside her pack though, my stepmother continued as she finished the youngest Yahoo's job, and I shot Blaze a quick glare to make sure that he realized I hadn't missed noticing his laziness. The youngster avoided my gaze but still leapt up to take the napkins he'd also forgotten out of Cricket's hands. So she's not a Reed any longer? I asked Cricket. That was a shame. The Reeds weren't one of the most powerful packs in our region, but since their clan had been founded by my father's cousin-in-law, the Reeds tended to back up the Wilders as a matter of course with no manipulation or intimidation required. I'd hoped that my visit to Camilla would allow me to feel out whether that support would extend to an unconventionally gendered Wilder alpha, but it still wouldn't hurt to visit my third cousin no matter which pack she'd ended up in. No, it's Camilla Walker now, my stepmother replied. Our dinner was basically ready, but the woman was incapable of sitting still while anyone else worked. So she busied her hands by pulling a hefty serving of raw hamburger meat out of the fridge to warm for her mate. As Cricket nuked the food, I spared a glance for my father, and saw that his gaze was following my stepmother's hands just like a hungry canine's might, his animal mind clearly at the fore. I should probably finish up this information gathering session before the chief becomes interested in me once again, I mused, surprised to be drifting beneath the overbearing alpha's radar in the first place. Well, that's even better, I told my stepmother, since the Walkers live so close by. In fact, if you don't have anything you need me to do tomorrow, I think I'll go see Camilla in the morning. Of course, dear, Cricket answered. Then, just as I started to relax and to believe that I'd really gotten my plan approved right under my father's nose, the chief growled. The sound was so quiet that you wouldn't have thought the Yahoos could have heard it over their card game. But once again our homie Tableau froze in mid-action as Cricket questioned Chief Wilder with her eyes. And when the older woman turned to me, the command that was lacking in her voice was solidly enforced by my father's cold stare. Be sure to take one of your uncles or cousins along with you though, if you don't mind, Cricket added kindly. It wouldn't do for a pack princess to be wandering about alone. Busted. So there'd be no open discussion of my dilemma on the morrow nor any surreptitious phone calls to my mate. But even with a chaperone dogging my heels, I could still attempt to win the Walkers over to my point of view. Bowing my head toward my father, I accepted his manipulation. But we both knew that I wasn't willing to entirely submit. This confrontation at least had been a draw. Camilla greeted me warmly when I showed up unannounced at Walker headquarters the next day, but the sleek pack princess wasn't at all the person I'd expected my bedraggled younger cousin to grow into. Tara, the well-dressed young woman exclaimed, pulling me into a deep hug and ignoring the werewolves lingering behind my back. In the end, I'd chosen 3 companions to join me on this first information gathering session, figuring that if I had to be babysat, my cousin David would be the best choice. Out of a bad lot, I'd then diluted my cousin's sobering effect by adding Fawn and Blaze to our party. Actually, I would have preferred to have Wade along for backup, but I shuddered to think of what the 2 youngest Yahoos would get up to if left in charge of the Wilder clan in my absence. So Blaze it was. I'd also considered my companion's ability to hold their own in polite conversation when making my selection, but it seemed that I'd overthought the arrangement in that department. Camilla's gaze flitted over the trio quickly, seeming to dismiss the males as bodyguards and Fawn as a handmaiden without needing to take a closer look. Come on in and have some cookies, Camilla said as she released me from the hug, and I almost thought the familiar words were emanating from my stepmother's mouth. When had my tomboy cousin turned so domestic? I'm sorry to show up out of the blue like this, I offered, realizing my lack of manners even though Camilla was too polite to point out my flawed behavior. I'd been unable to call ahead due to the Wilders' backward stance on technology, but the Walker clan was clearly of Wolfie's school of thought when came to modernity, and my third cousin probably would have expected a phone call to precede my visit. In fact, as we'd driven up to Camilla's home, I'd been surprised to realize that my cousin's new pack lived within a suburban, middle-class neighborhood, in which shifter residences were peppered between those of unrelated humans. Probably due to this proximity to non-werewolves, I hadn't seen a single shifter in wolf form as we passed by, which probably made living here feel a bit stifling to the inhabitants, but perhaps the contact with non-lupin humans also boded well for the walkers' willingness to support a female pack leader. I could only hope that would be the case. My hostess wasn't fazed by the lack of advance notice, but as she welcomed me into her perfectly decorated home, I was a bit fazed by how fully my friend had embraced motherhood. "I'm always glad to see you, Tara," my cousin said, turning on a kettle for tea at the same time that she fended off the reach of a sticky toddler who seemed inclined to take the whole plate of cookies away with him. The child was old enough to talk, and I counted backwards quickly, realizing that my cousin must have been mated and pregnant before she turned 17. How had the spunky youngster I'd once known learned to toe the party line so quickly? As Camilla and I made small talk, my companions faded into the background, evidently realizing before I did that Camilla wasn't going to invite them to sit down and partake of the offered snacks. I resolved to stop and buy my companions an ice cream cone apiece on the way home, and I felt especially sorry for David, who had harbored a bit of a crush on Camilla back in the day. To David's dismay, my little third cousin hadn't been interested in him then, and the grown-up version of Camilla definitely considered my companion beneath her notice now, because it turned out that Camilla hadn't just married any old walker, she'd netted herself the pack leader's oldest son Chad, who seemed poised to follow in his father's footsteps within the next decade or so, and Camilla was as in love with the idea of becoming a pack leader's mate as she was in love with Chad himself, whose awesomeness the young woman described in excruciating detail. "But you aren't honestly telling me that you haven't found a mate yet?" Camilla asked at last, her effusions finally petering out at the same time that our gossip about common acquaintances died down. My wolf whined silently, and I agreed with her. The current distance we were forced to maintain from our own mate felt even more painful in the face of my cousin's obvious marital bliss. Luckily, it looked like I might be saved from an extended discussion of my advanced age and spinsterhood when the infant on Camilla's lap began to cry, diverting my cousin's attention momentarily and prompting her to raise the baby to her shoulder and gently pat its back. But my reprieve was short. "There's no one you have your eye on," the younger woman continued, raising her voice to speak over the child's cries, as if similar complaints were so frequent that she filtered the sound out unnoticed. This was my chance to take my cousin into my confidence, to tell her that Wolfie and I were mates, but that I was being forced to play the field in an effort to keep Wilders on top at the upcoming All-Pack. During our trip here, I planned to do exactly that, figuring that the youthful Camilla I remembered would be glad to take part in any mischief, even if she didn't remember me as fondly as I remembered her. David would be a problem since he'd likely report back to my father, but I felt confident that I could wrap the chaperoning cousin around my finger during the ride home. But now, I wasn't even sure if I could count on Camilla to back up my stance as pack leader in the first place, let alone to ask her husband to do the same, and I definitely didn't feel comfortable spilling my guts to this 20-year-old Madonna over tea and cookies. So instead I evaded the young woman's gaze and gathered my thoughts, trying to decide how to respond. Even with her hands full of baby, my cousin saw right through my budding artifice and laughed. "There is someone," she teased, "and he must be almost as handsome as Chad from that look on your face." "But what? His pack doesn't want you? Your father doesn't want him? Or is the lucky guy a young?" Camilla had unintentionally brought up a sore point that I hadn't even taken into consideration during Wolfie's courtship 2 months prior. Now I remembered that, although 10 clans came together each year for All-Pack, only 4 were heavy hitters. There was Chief Wilder, who scared everyone else into line, and the Walkers, whose pack Camilla had married into and who tended to garner nearly as much respect as the Wilders in a more mild-mannered sort of way. A third clan, the Bells, were so quiet that they were sometimes overlooked, but their leader was always listened to on the rare occasions when he did choose to speak. And then there were the Youngs. Wolfie's birth clan was the only real rival for our chief status as All-Pack host, and I couldn't believe that I'd forgotten how the Wilders and Youngs always set up their temporary territories at opposite ends of the campground during our annual gatherings. It had been so long since I tried to wrap my mind around interpack dynamics that I hadn't recalled how my family often intermarried with other packs, but never with the Youngs. If there was a Hatfield and McCoy situation among the local werewolf tribes, then the Wilders and Youngs were it. And now I realized that, although my life had seemed complicated at the time, my initial meeting with Wolfie had gone remarkably smoothly, all things considered. We had both been so blissfully unconcerned with our clan's head butting, and we'd had so few pretensions of power outside our respective packs, that our mating appeared easier than it probably should have been. Now, playing the role of a pack princess, I realized that the idea of me being attracted to a young was really quite scandalous. He is, Camilla crowed, watching these thoughts flit across my face and drawing her own conclusions. Oh, I can hardly believe it. You've fallen for a young. And even though it felt underhanded, knowing that Camilla was drawing the entirely wrong conclusion from the facts presented, I nodded. Yes, I could honestly say that I was sorely attracted to a young. Chapter 5. But that's really not why I came to speak with you, I said at last, drawing us back toward the topic at hand after Camilla had wandered off onto another tangent, this time about Justin's extreme attractiveness. Apparently Wolfie's brother rated a 9 out of 10 on my cousin's scale of hotness, lacking that final point only because the young woman was so completely enthralled with her own mate. A mate who came bounding in the door before I could drag Camilla back onto a more appropriate conversational track. I was surprised to find that, despite Camilla's protestations about his beauty, Chad was barely older than the yahoos and still had that gawky, ungainly aspect that young adult shifters tended to sport when they were still growing into their wolf bodies. Meanwhile, a glimpse of Chad's lupin half, who was busy wagging his tail and leaping up in excitement, made me immediately warm toward the young shifter. All told, Chad seemed to be one of those rare alphas whose wolf felt no need to prove his dominance to the world, and I realized that my third cousin's mate reminded me a bit of my own. And who is this beautiful shifter? Chad asked after the joint gaze of adoration that he initially exchanged with his wife finally came to an end. The young alpha's eyes were sparkling with good humor that turned the sentence into a compliment rather than an attempt at conquest, and I could tell that the words warmed me and Camilla alike. She must be related to you, Cammy. Darling, the shifter continued, to house such a beautiful wolf. Turning away from me once again, the young shifter bent down to kiss my cousin on the lips rather than letting her reply, which gave me the time I needed to cover up my surprise. Although all alphas could catch glimpses of others' wolves, Wolfie and I were the only ones I'd met who regularly did so while our human forms were in control. In contrast, most dominant wolves tried to dominate their wolves with their lupin halves so firmly suppressed. Those shifters weren't able to take advantage of the wolf's advanced senses, so they were seldom able to peer beneath the surface and understand what another shifter was up to while both were in human form. I thought that Wolfie and I were unique in having developed an equal partnership with our lupin halves, my own skills having been learned by painstaking emulation of my mates. But apparently I'd been wrong, because speaking with his exuberant wolf was the only way for Chad to have known what my own lupin half looked like, and I had the feeling that his compliment hadn't been idle praise. My estimation of Camilla's young mate rose in an instant, but so did the hairs on the back of my neck. If Chad could discern my wolf, then I couldn't really afford to lie and have my deceptions revealed by my lupin half. After all, while my wolf was handy to have around, she was incapable of standing behind my untruths, and her lack of deceit would make the rest of this conversation tricky at best. Perhaps it would be smarter not to broach the subject of my role as pack leader after all. Doesn't matter, my wolf said shortly. He's a besotted puppy. Look. At my wolf's command, I peered more closely at Chad and Camilla as they slowly broke out of their shared embrace, and as I did so, I could understand my wolf's point of view. The duo's lupin halves were so firmly focused on each other that it was a wonder Chad had been able to notice his visitor's wolf at all. Hopefully, the young alpha would be too busy casting puppy dog eyes at his mate during the rest of my short stay as well, and wouldn't notice that I wasn't quite on the up and up. But despite Chad's lack of focus, I still wanted to take my leave as quickly as possible just in case. And as I was mustering the words for a polite farewell, Chad settled down onto the arm of his mate's chair and speared me with a level gaze. So why did you come to speak with my mate? He asked. And although the young alpha's words were still cordial, I could tell that he hadn't missed a trick. My cloak of invisibility appeared to have abruptly turned opaque. I'm Tara, Chief Wilder's daughter, I said by way of introduction. And Camilla's third cousin. I added when Chad simply sat silently and watched me. With that intense predatory gaze. His lupin half was all business now, barely expending the energy required to wag its tail when Camilla dropped a wifely hand onto his knee, which is when I became positive that my plan to slip away without any explanation had become a pipe dream. Like Wolfie, Chad was far too perceptive to be blindsided by my evasions, and the young alpha also wasn't willing to simply let the matter go. And you're my distant cousin, however many times removed as well, I'm sure, Chad replied, dismissing our relationship out of hand and continuing to peer into my face. The alpha wasn't precisely threatening me, but I could still feel my wolf growl beneath his intense gaze, which seemed to cut right through my skin and that of my wolf in order to read the contents of our shared soul. I was nearly as agitated as my lupin half was at the other alpha's regard, but I did my best to soothe my inner wolf, not wanting to spark a confrontation with someone whom I had hoped might become an ally. Not that I held much hope on that front anymore, since Chad definitely didn't seem very amenable to wilder advances at the moment. Behind me, I heard a scuffle as my forgotten retinue started forward, only to be halted by the shifters who had trailed Chad into the room. The young alpha. And I looked up at the same moment, catching Blaze about to punch one of the Walker shifters, and I halted the hothead with a quick glare. Immediately, Wilder and Walker youngsters all dropped back into feigned nonchalance, trained well enough to be chastened by glances from their respective alphas. And as I turned my back on our now peaceful retinue, I almost thought Chad graced me with the barest hint of a smile. Or perhaps I just caught the tail end of the approving glance that he was sending toward his own underlings. Because once our gazes met again, they locked and didn't let go. Tara and I were friends growing up, Camilla interjected, her head cocking to the side as she tried to figure out why her husband and visitor had suddenly gone so very still and strained. The sweet young shifter was too submissive to be able to tease out any clues from our wolves, but I could tell that she had picked up on, and was surprised by, the tension emanating from her usually easygoing husband. Tara just came by to catch up, the girl added, shooting worried glances between me and her mate as she tried to break the ice. Cammy, anyone would be lucky to catch up with you, Chad said almost absent-mindedly, not once taking his eyes off mine. If he'd been in wolf form, the young alpha would have been circling around in front of his mate, shielding her from potential danger, and I could tell that he wished Camilla was no longer in the room. But I suspect Tara is here with something else entirely on her mind. Something pertaining to Allpack, perhaps. Darn my easy blushes. I could feel my cheeks heating up as the young alpha guessed correctly, and I immediately regretted being the cause of the downcast expression that drifted across Camilla's usually sunny face in reply. I was as Machiavellian as my father, manipulating other werewolves to make them do my bidding, and I felt like scum for using my little cousin in such a callous manner. But since my face had admitted as much, I figured that I might as well come clean. You're right, I told Chad while keeping my eyes on his mate. I came here to ask for Camilla's help. You see, my father has finally decided to live up to his nickname of Crazy Wilder, so I've taken over his pack. But I know a female pack leader will have a tough road to hoe at Allpack, so I was hoping I could count on Walker support to ensure that I remain host of the gathering. Pack leader? Really? Camilla asked, and I couldn't tell whether my younger cousin was astounded at my cheek or whether she still maintained enough of her previous willful ways to be excited about my unconventional profession. But before I could reply, Chad got there first. But Wilders aren't hosting Allpack this year, he said, pulling a letter out of his pocket at the same time that he pulled the rug out from under my feet. Young Czar. I shouldn't have been able to tease one faint odor out of the scents flooding the air, but I swore that I could smell the hint of gunmetal on that piece of paper from across the room. In response, deep within my mind, my wolf growled, and I could tell that Chad had picked up on my lupin half's agitation since he raised one eyebrow while waiting for my response. Wordlessly, I held out my hand for the offending missive, not wanting to read the words but unable to prevent myself from doing so, because trying to finish this conversation without seeing what Justin had written was akin to driving past a car wreck without at least glancing out the window to discover whether anyone had been hurt. Pretty much impossible. Chad handed over the letter soundlessly and then watched with keen eyes as I unfolded the single sheet of paper. From the mingled odors, leaf mold, pine, needles, peppermint, and that tiny hint of gunmetal. I guess that Justin had dictated the letter but signed it himself. Unsurprising behavior since I recalled how frequently I'd taken dictation for my own father when the time came to send out notifications to the other 9 clans each year. Our annual invitations were one of those complicated facets of Allpack that would have made no sense to human bystanders. Werewolves like to keep their options open, so the choice of who would become that year's host was never decided by something as simple as a vote. Instead, the alpha, who considered himself the most dominant leader, simply sent out invitations to all and sundry, and on the rare occasion when someone else felt compelled to challenge the first right to host, another round of invites would go out from a different clan in reply. Then backroom deals would be struck all across the region until everyone had RSVP'd to a single clan, denoting where the event would actually be held. Not that this complicated series of happenings had occurred during my lifetime, not with Chief Wilder firmly in the picture, but my father's current absence from the debate had clearly created a void that Justin had sneakily stepped into. The question was, could I squeeze the imposter back out? Or would I already be walking on eggshells just by showing up at Allpack as leader of the Wilder clan in the first place, with a confrontation before the event pushing my action over the edge from probably ill-advised to just plain ludicrous? But I thought you and Justin were going to mate? Camilla asked as the silence between us lengthened. I was ashamed to admit that I'd forgotten all about the young woman's presence, my mental battle with Justin, and the more current standoff with my cousin's mate, keeping every neuron I possessed firing at top speed. But Camilla wasn't stupid, and she could see that the pieces I'd presented didn't add up. Either Justin and I were a couple, or Justin was a backstabber. Likely he wasn't both. No, I admitted. It didn't bode well for my future as a conniver, but I saw no alternative to telling my cousin the truth. It's his brother I'm in love with. Wolfie is my mate. Just speaking the words out loud was a relief. Smile coming to my lips unbidden as I pictured my mate's face. But then I regained my focus and peered across the coffee table to see how my admission had been received. Better choice, Chad said quietly, and his shoulders seemed to relax just a trifle in reply. I wondered what the young alpha had thought he'd known when he walked into this room a few moments earlier, and I also wondered what rumors had already made the rounds of the packs for Justin to be confident enough to send out his invitation so early in the month. Was it possible that Chad's earlier aggression was fueled by an assumption that I was allying clan Wilder to the more powerful young pack, an assumption that must have had its start on Justin's own lips? And the Machiavellian Wilder part of me continued, can I use the gossip that Justin started to my own advantage? If you're mated to Justin's brother, then why would you need to worry about our support for Allpack? Camilla asked as Chad and I engaged in another silent conversation that got neither of us anywhere. Wolfie's one of the most powerful alphas in our region, even if his pack is a little, well, unconventional. I finally started paying attention to my cousin again as her words sunk in. Camilla wasn't as much of a pack princess as I'd thought, apparently her quick mind quite capable of grasping the intricacies of the upcoming power struggles. And in a way the young woman was right. If Wolfie and I simply merged our packs together, then my mate definitely could hold off all comers. So why hadn't I taken advantage of being out from under my father's thumb today in order to pound on Wolfie's door and ask him to help me bolster the Wilder's waning power at Allpack? In a way I was making the situation more difficult than it had to be by following my father's mandate, but the truth was that I didn't want to surrender leadership of the clan that I'd been born into, even if the pack would be transferring into Wolfie's capable hands instead of into his brother's. My mate and I had chosen to keep our clans divided last fall in the interest of making the leadership transition a little less abrupt for my relatives, and even with a Wilder in charge it was still rough going bringing my straight-laced cousins and uncles into the 21st century, since the Yahoos and Wilder still mixed like oil and water. Even though they'd been sharing the same space for weeks, it seemed premature to merge our two packs before the time was right for everyone involved. So, even though I knew that Wolfie could protect my rights at Allpack, I didn't want him to. The act would have turned my mate into the real alpha of Clan Wilder, and would inevitably have resulted in a round of challenges from my less rational cousins. In the end, I was confident that Wolfie could tear each alpha pretender apart, but his success would only result in further polarizing Haven into opposing camps, a division from which my relatives might never return. As I struggled to explain this viewpoint to my cousin, Camilla's face became more confused, but her mate slowly cleared. At last Chad stopped me before I could walk down any more blind verbal alleys. Standing, the young alpha held out his hand, and I unconsciously rose to my feet to follow his lead. "All right," Chad said, his wolf resting its head on front paws now that the decision had been made. "The Wilders have my support." Chapter 6. So I won one and I lost one. Both walkers and reeds, as I later discovered. When one of Camilla's younger sisters came to call a few days later, were willing to support my bid to host All-Pack. But Justin had sent out invitations before I thought to do so, and my gut said that I wouldn't be able to garner enough additional supporters during the next few weeks to reclaim Clan Wilder's former place in the regional arena. As a result, even though my father growled in protest, I decided to take a slower approach to my goal, ceding the field to Justin for the time being. I was confident that, as long as I was able to hold my own within the Wilder clan, my relatives and I would be able to claw our way back to the top of the werewolf social heap given enough time. So for now I'd stay focused on getting Haven's internal affairs in order. The chief clearly wanted to argue the point, but our pack's former leader had exhausted his ability to shift into human form during our two previous confrontations, and a lack of human words meant that he could no longer micromanage Wilder affairs. So even though my father's occasional loop-in presence was a damper on the Yahoo's good spirits, we all enjoyed a bit of breathing room during the weeks that followed. But I missed Wolfie. I hadn't realized how much strength I'd been drawing from our regular phone calls until they were taken away, and without that release, I instead ended up spending hours every day running through the woods in loop-in form just to maintain my own sanity. Everything was simpler when I donned fur, decisions narrowing down to simple branches in the physical trail, rather than consisting of treacherous choices about how to manage my uncles and what to do at the upcoming All-Pack. It was a relief to submit to my wolf's simple mind, her lupin brain uninterested in worries about what the future would hold when the present offered open woods and endless trails for our fleet feet. It also helped that I felt closer to my mate in wolf form, even though the two of us were hundreds of miles apart, with my father continuing to stand between us. I could remember running through woods much like these with the bloodling alpha by my side, and if I closed my eyes now, I could almost hear Wolfie's paws thumping across leaves in tandem with my own. The memory made my lupin and human brains unite in shared joy, and our daily runs made up, at least in small part, for the cold loneliness of our bed at night. So when I returned home from the woods 1 week before All-Pack, my mind had stopped racing and my face was serene, until, that is, I smelled the faintest hint of leaf mold and pine needles intermingling with the aroma of stew bubbling away on the kitchen hob. Immediately my hand stilled on my shoelaces and I strained to determine whether the addition of gunmetal was also present within the barely discernible aroma. But rather than catching Justin's signature aroma, I instead realized that the air was filled with the cool odor of peppermint, and when I turned I found a female face instead of either of the sets of male features that I'd been expecting. The stranger was about Blaze's age, but she and the Yahoos shared no other traits in common. Instead of rowdy good spirits, this young shifter looked poised to flee, and a glance at her inner wolf confirmed the sentiment. Physically, my visitor reminded me more of my third cousin than of the Yahoos, since both women were sleek and polished, but there was none of Camilla's exuberance about this girl, and I couldn't help thinking that my visitor looked more cat than wolf. While I perused her form in silence, the peppermint-scented youngster clutched a book to her chest like a shield in an attempt to block out the terrifying world. And if I'd been feeling kind, I might have turned away then and given the girl space to build up her courage. But something about the stranger set my teeth on edge, so I just waited, and finally my guest unclasped her hands wordlessly and held out the text like an offering. Even as her arms stretched toward mine, I noticed that my visitor kept her gaze firmly anchored on the floor, her eyes never once meeting my own. And after spending days guiding alpha-leaning wolves who didn't want to follow my lead, a submissive wolf like this should have soothed my soul. So why did my hackles raise at her mere presence? Taking my attention away from the girl at last, I found that the book was a gift inscribed by my mate, which softened my expression at last. So Wolfie had received my note. Or if not, he still trusted me to stay by his side, regardless of the rumors that must have been swirling through the nearby packs. By this time, werewolves were inveterate gossips, so I wouldn't have been surprised if Justin and I had been married and expecting a child according to the rumor mill by this time. It said a lot about my mate's strength of will, that he'd sent me a gift rather than showing up in anger on my doorstep, an eventuality that I'd half hoped for, even though Wolfie's presence would have tossed both my and my father's plans out the window. The thought made me smile, and I ignored the girl in order to open my mouth and fully savor my mate's aroma as I read his words. The whole pack misses you, but I miss you more, Wolfie had penned with a firm hand, then he'd signed his name with a muddy paw print. P.S. The inscription continued. I'm sending you trouble, but you can handle it. As I read the brief note, my usually patient Wolf had risen up to guide our shared body, taking the lead even though we were currently standing on 2 feet. Perhaps because of that Lupin dominance, I found myself far less interested in the so-called trouble, and far more interested in the scents still swirling around the room. Wolfie's vague missive hadn't presented the whole picture at all, and my Wolf and I inhaled deeply once again in order to fully capture the odor rising off the pages in front of us. In the process, we discovered that aroma of pine needles and leaf mold on the title page was emanating just as strongly from the girl who was waiting in front of our eyes. My Wolf growled at the realization, and I let the canine have her head, watching our visitor skitter back until her legs bumped up against a straight back chair. Neither my Wolf nor I liked what we smelled, and the girl understood without words that she was less than welcome here in my family home. Why the unkindness toward a young shifter who clearly wasn't out to cause any trouble? My Wolf's anger had arisen because, as Wolfie's note had opined, the girl herself was trouble. She was trouble because werewolves' signature aromas tended to run in families, and I couldn't quite make myself believe that my visitor was Wolfie's sister, especially since my mate had never mentioned the existence of such a sibling. Instead, while the girl shared 2 of her 3 scents with my mate, she looked nothing like Wolfie young, which seemed to leave 2 possibilities for the source of the familiar aroma wafting from her form, neither of which made my Wolf any happier. My visitor must be Wolfie's daughter, or his mate. As I ran my eyes across the girl's quivering form, I could hear the yahoos drift into the room and quieten as they came to the same conclusions I had. But then my human half peered more closely and saw something else. And my Wolf settled down inside me with a tongue-lolling grin. Perhaps this girl wasn't that kind of trouble after all. Although her Wolf was too submissive to discern mine, my visitor was perceptive even while two-legged, and I could see her slender shoulders relax just a hair as my Lupin half calmed down. I'm the trouble, the girl said, softly, still not quite meeting my eyes. Her feet were pointing toward the door, and I could tell that she was poised to flee, so I softened my stance at last and reached out to take her hands in mine. Welcome, trouble, I greeted her. I'm Tara. For a moment everyone in the room went stock still, the yahoos gaping in shock both at what they thought Wolfie had sent me and at my anticlimactic reaction to his surprise. I took advantage of the pause to glance over their heads to where Cricket was hovering in the doorway, and I sent the older woman a quick smile to stay any explanation she might have wanted to offer up. Of all the shifters present, my stepmother was the most likely to understand why we were smelling Wolfie's scent on this girl, and the older woman's tentative smile confirmed that fact. Chances were, Cricket even knew this young woman's name and pedigree, a name that I had yet to determine. So I turned my attention back to trouble, and raised one eyebrow in question. I'm Sarah, the girl said at last, becoming more timid by the moment as the yahoo's scowls darkened further. My Wolf could scent their anger from across the room, and when I heard mutters emanating from the young adults, I knew that Blaze, as usual, would be the first to break. No way, the youngest shifter exclaimed, striding forward and grabbing the girl's shoulders to spin her around. Sarah went limp in his grasp as if she were used to being manhandled, and I would have stepped in if I'd thought that Blaze had a single violent bone in his body. But instead of striking out at our guest, the yahoo just leaned down to sniff his way across the woman's body, sticking his nose deep within the folds of her baggy clothing. And as Blaze sleuthed, his anger turned into confusion. So I wasn't at all surprised when the young man's nose reached Sarah's midsection and stuck. When are you due? I asked. At the same moment the realization of the odor's source dawned upon Blaze, and I thought the room itself exhaled in relief. I was the only one who could see the tiny spark of life within our visitor's belly, but each of us could discern its scent, that woodland odor that had tricked us into drawing the wrong conclusion moments earlier emanated from the tiny wolf pup cradled inside Sarah's womb. New Year's Day, Sarah murmured, her eyes still firmly focused on the ground, and I almost laughed at the way Blaze leapt back, as if being pregnant were a disease he just might catch from standing too close to the mother-to-be. And who's the father? Demanded Fawn, asking the question that was clearly uppermost in all four of the Yahoos' minds. Justin, I thought with a smile. I was confident in my guess even though I had a hard time believing that any alpha would be harsh enough to cast off a mate. 8.5 months pregnant with his first child. Still, if my shameless flirting had been in any way responsible for Justin's decision, then I was glad that the mate in question had wound up on my doorstep. I wouldn't let Sarah fall through the cracks. But my smile faded fast when my visitor finally gathered up her courage and answered the Yahoo's question with a name I hadn't expected at all. Wolf Young, she said quietly, and then the room erupted into yells. None of us was pleased by the accusation, but to my surprise it was my mild-mannered stepmother who shifted into lupin form and lunged at the girl. I'd ever wondered whether Cricket really cared about me, or whether she simply put up with her mate's offspring for Chief Wilder's sake. The speed with which the older wolf barreled across the room would have proven the shifter's affection. Luckily for everyone concerned, though, Cricket's emotional transformation had resulted in a wolf tangled in human clothing, so she fell flat on her face mere inches from our visitor's shins rather than achieving her goal of tearing out the girl's throat. At the same moment, Blaze was lunging toward my stepmother in an unexpected show of chivalry. Stop! He commanded, thrusting bare human hands toward my stepmother's gaping lupin jaws. He told me to say that, but it's not true. Sarah's high voice rose above the melee, and I was glad to see that the girl's words had a calming effect on the combatants. Because, while I could have shut the struggle down with one alpha bark Cricket and I didn't have that kind of relationship, and I hesitated to mark the older woman as an underling by forcing her to submit to my will. So, it was a relief when my stepmother instead sidled away of her own volition, leaving Blaze to stand alone beside the self-proclaimed trouble. The girl who drew all of our eyes had ended up standing on a chair in her effort to escape, and she now towered above us, her baby bump very much in evidence now that her clothes had twisted to one side. I wanted to ask about the he who had commanded Sarah to lie about her baby's paternity, but the girl continued speaking without any prompting on my part. Justin said to tell his brother that Wolf was my baby's father, the girl said, her voice trembling as she edged further away from us, nearly tipping over the chair in her impulse to escape. And although everyone in the room was listening, the girl's face remained tilted toward mine. But your mate only laughed in my face when I told him, and said that anyone who truly knew him knew that his name was Wolfie, not Wolf. And when Wolfie sent me here, he said to tell his mate the exact same thing. The girl's eyes met mine for a split second before skittering away as her voice became quieter and more ashamed. I didn't want to, but Wolfie said that it was only fair given the rumors that he'd heard. Nearly too quiet to hear, Sarah finished. And then he said that his mate wouldn't believe me for an instant. But I had believed. For one split second I truly thought that Wolfie might be this baby's father. After all, when the child had been conceived, my mate and I hadn't even met, so what was to stop Wolfie from finding a beautiful young shifter like Sarah attractive? He might not have even known that she was pregnant when he left, so having an unwed mother turn up on his doorstep 8 months later wouldn't discredit Wolfie as a gentleman, not if he did the right thing and stepped up to be her mate after finding out about his impending child. That was. Justin had clearly felt the same way I had, coldly setting up his wife as a spy to be inserted into his brother's pack. And his gamble would have worked on most single male alphas, since werewolf society expected those hotheads to run a bit wild in their youth. The average unmated alpha shifter wouldn't really expect to remember every girl he'd slept with over the last 9 months, and for this type of alpha, Sarah's scent alone would have been sufficient proof that he was the father of her unborn child. But, of course, Wolfie wasn't that kind of alpha. I should have known my mate. far too well to think that he would use a girl like Sarah for simple physical pleasure, then drop her without another word, and I was ashamed of my own gullibility. Even worse, I knew that my inability to see through what Wolfie had clearly considered a joke boded ill for my future career as a conniving pack princess. Which was all beside the point at the moment though, because the more relevant matter was the very pregnant young shifter who had taken one look at Cricket's angry countenance and finally managed to topple her chair over backwards. The girl's arms pinwheeled as she tried to regain her balance, and everyone except my stepmother sprang forward in an attempt to break her fall. But we were all too late, because Blaze had swooped the girl into his arms and was carrying her up the stairs toward my bedroom without permission from me or from anyone else in the room. Tara has an empty bed beside hers, the Yahoo said quietly to the girl he was cradling against his chest. And you need to lie down. And weren't interesting times growing more interesting by the moment? Chapter 7. When I finally calmed the other Yahoos sufficiently to follow Blaze up the stairs, I found the youngster holding Sarah's hand as she lay curled into a ball on my spare bed. A few minutes of quiet should have relaxed our visitor. But, if anything, she looked worse now than when she'd been facing off against a pack of angry werewolves. In fact, it soon became apparent that my plan to welcome Sarah and then get back to work on all pack preparations would be soundly dashed. What were you thinking sending a pregnant woman off on her own? I chided my absent mate, especially when she clearly needs to see a doctor. Despite being an alpha male, Wolfie wasn't usually oblivious to social intricacies, so it was surprising that he hadn't taken advantage of his access to the only werewolf-approved medical doctor in the region when this pack princess showed up on his doorstep. My brother-in-law Dale lived right over the mountain from my mate, and the doctor was clearly Sarah's best option for prenatal care. So, why hadn't Wolfie chosen to keep his brother's mate close by? As I wavered in the doorway, unsure of what to do with a very pregnant, and possibly ill shifter, our guest whimpered and her face abruptly lost all color. Beside her, the strangely devoted Blaze seemed torn between taking the girl into his arms or taking to his heels, and I didn't blame him one bit. Childbirth among werewolves was terrifying, with 1 in 10 women giving birth to wolf cubs, bloodlings, rather than humans, resulting in very high mortality rates for mother and child alike. And since pregnant shifters couldn't risk being treated in hospitals, other complications abounded, making a werewolf's chances of survival even more slender when the time came to give birth. Most female shifters my age wouldn't have been quite so horror-stricken at the idea of being in charge at an imminent birth, but I wasn't a conventional shifter. When I'd escaped the wilder pack to live among humans, I'd been too young to have assisted at any births, so the only delivery I'd been privy to had been my own mother's ill-fated attempt to bear a son. I hadn't been in the room to see the furry bloodling come out from between my mother's bloody thighs, but her screams of agony had filled the entire house, and the sound haunted me to this very day. And since I'd never set eyes on my mother's smiling face after she disappeared into that delivery room, who would blame me for wanting to run as fast as I could in the other direction when our guest cupped her swollen belly and whimpered with pain? Unfortunately, unlike Blaze, I was supposedly in charge around here, so it seemed that I would soon fill those gaps in my education. Do you think you're experiencing contractions? I said at last when Sarah continued to emit quiet, wolf-like whines, her head now turned toward the wall. I didn't really know how to tell if her child's arrival was imminent, but surely the teenager would be aware of what was going on within her own body. Or at least I hoped so. Sarah didn't pretend to misunderstand, but to my surprise the girl shook her head adamantly. Tears were coursing down her face and she was clearly in pain. But our guest appeared convinced that she was not giving birth. And while I was able to stand up to angry werewolves twice my size when it came to illness, I was a pure coward. So, with a quick explanation to the two young shifters curled atop the bed, I backed out of the room and ran for reinforcements. My stepmother would know what to do. No, I'd never heard Cricket speak so sternly, not even when Brooke and I had snuck out of the house one night to tag along on an illicit hunt planned by our male cousins, all of us coming home naked in the back of a patrol car in the early hours of the next morning. Even in times of stress, my stepmother had always been calm and collected, full of caring despite not being entirely keen on physical displays of affection. So I'd assumed she'd be glad to help our guests feel more comfortable. But you know what they say about assume. That girl is not staying under my roof, Cricket continued, and I was glad that none of the yahoos had followed me into the kitchen in order to watch my dressing down, because my usually gentle stepmother now had steel in her voice, and she spat out words as if they were unripe persimmon pulp, so bitter that the flesh made her mouth pucker in distaste. She's a manipulator, my stepmother proclaimed, and I don't want that kind of malice in my house. In fact, I'm surprised you're letting that bitch stay in our village. Cricket, I started, not sure how to break through the rigid posture that had engulfed my stepmother's wolf, because as I peered through her human skin I could hardly believe my eyes. Cricket's lupin half actually appeared to be growling. If that wasn't out of character, I didn't know what was. Still, I had to at least try to appeal to my stepmother's rational side, so I continued. Sarah needs our help. What she needs is a swift kick in the pants, Cricket replied, speaking over me in yet another uncharacteristic display of temper. Two unrelated female shifters sharing a house was often a recipe for disaster, but the two of us had been managing quite well up until this point, since we were both very careful not to step on each other's toes. As the Wilders pack leader, my word was technically law, but this was Cricket's home and she was my father's mate, so I was used to letting the older woman have her way. And over the last few weeks, peace had been maintained largely because Cricket was so malleable. As long as the yahoos and I didn't track too much mud over her clean floors, my stepmother appeared to be quite happy to cook and clean for any number of guests. And maybe that was the problem. Perhaps I'd pushed things too far by turning the older woman into an unpaid housekeeper for myself and 4 rather slovenly yahoos. No wonder Cricket had finally cracked. We need to pitch in more around here, don't we? I asked, hoping that I'd found the root of my stepmother's displeasure. Maybe you're sick of having the guys camp out on your couches? Or of the way they like to leave the toilet seat up and to drop their wet towels on the bathroom floor. I didn't blame my stepmother one bit. If that was the problem, I was growing tired of living with 3 young males as well. And luckily, the yahoos in question tended to obey direct orders, so it should be relatively easy to get the household back onto a more even keel. So Cricket's anger should have been easy to diffuse, if the yahoos had indeed been the problem, that is. But apparently they were not. No, my stepmother contradicted, squashing that line of questioning with one curt word. I enjoy having a full house and don't have a problem with any of those kids. But I have to put my foot down when you tell me to house a snake under my roof. Then the same timid woman who had frequently asked, rather than told, her stepchildren to use their inside voices spun on her heel without further explanation and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. As the crash reverberated through my bones, I stood with my mouth gaping open and tried to gather my splintered thoughts before the yahoos could come to investigate. Figuring out what bee had gotten into Cricket's bonnet would have been nice, but the more pressing issue was, how could I handle Sarah without my stepmother's usual motherly advice? Taking a deep breath, I looked around the kitchen and decided to start with a mug of herbal tea, to which I would add plenty of honey to take the edge off any lingering shock. Then I'd see about moving Sarah into one of my cousins' houses, making plans to drive the girl to my brother-in-law if and when her condition made proper medical care necessary. So I guess I could handle a terrifying pregnant woman after all. But it sure would have been easier if I'd had Cricket's help to fall back on. Any guest of yours is welcome here, my Aunt Bev said kindly as a cluster of young werewolves showed up on her doorstep an hour later. After sipping her tea, Sarah had seemed well enough to walk, and since I wanted to avoid another confrontation with my stepmother, I transferred our guests' housing to the top of my priority list. Cricket's house was now out of the question, so Bev's domicile seemed like the best solution to my newest problem. My mother's sister, Aunt Bev, had lived alone with her son David for over a decade since her husband died, and I had a feeling that the plump shifter wouldn't mind one bit if Sarah spent the next week in her spare room. The older woman was my favorite aunt, a cheery, good-natured soul who acted as unofficial haven midwife from time to time, and her son David could be counted on to treat Sarah fairly as well. Between them, mother and son should be able to keep both Sarah and her baby healthy, while also protecting the duo from any malicious acts on the part of more hidebound villagers. All things considered, I felt comfortable leaving Wolfie's gift in their care. But despite feeling that the two relatives would make good hosts, I'd brought all of the yahoos along for moral support as I helped Sarah up onto Aunt Bev's porch. After all, my past experience suggested that there might be something about our guest that set middle-aged shifters off into uncharacteristic bouts of rage, and I wasn't quite willing to risk facing Aunt Bev turned wicked witch of the West all by myself. Luckily, Cricket's reaction to Sarah seemed to have been a one-off deal. "Come on in," Bev continued, holding the door open and not even batting an eyelash, when half of the yahoos promptly forgot to wipe their feet before they filed through the entranceway. Our hostess left us milling about in the living room for a moment, then returned with a blanket to drape around our pregnant visitor and a stool upon which the girl could set her feet. "When are you due, dear?" Bev continued, and soon drew out the same story that Sarah had regaled us with previously, but this time told more simply and with less dramatic impact since Bev didn't know Wolfie well enough to be protective of my mate. And once Sarah's tale was told, I was relieved to find that my aunt was quite willing to share the knowledge that she'd accumulated during her own pregnancies and while assisting at the deliveries of other members of the pack. Clearly, Sarah's medical issues would be easily diagnosed on my aunt's watch. But the older woman's face grew grave as Sarah haltingly concluded her explanation of the pain in her belly, a pain that had grown so severe at its peak that the girl thought she was being clawed apart from the inside out. "But I feel okay now," Sarah finished, one hand drifting down to hover over her enlarged stomach. I could tell that our guest would just as soon have let the past be forgotten in order to focus on hoping for a brighter future, but Bev had other ideas. "Well, we'll just take a look, why don't we?" my aunt said to the girl before turning to raise her eyebrows meaningfully at the yahoos. For young shifters peered back at Bev with the supreme obliviousness of youth, and I thought for a moment that I'd have to speak up and clue the youngsters in. But before I could open my mouth, Wade colored and did my job for me. "I think she wants us to go, guys," he suggested, "so she can look Sarah over." At Bev's confirmation, for youthful heads now turned my way, and I jutted my chin toward the door in confirmation. I figured that, even though werewolves didn't worry too much about group nudity, Sarah probably would feel more comfortable without a bunch of guys she barely knew staring at her naked belly. Heck, I'd feel more comfortable if I wasn't forced to see Sarah's pregnancy up close and personal, but we couldn't all get what we wanted now, could we? 3 of the yahoos clearly shared my trepidation, if the speed with which they headed out of my aunt's house was any indication. But Blaze hung back, unwilling to abandon the girl whom he'd rescued from my suddenly violent stepmother earlier that afternoon. "Do you want me to stay?" the yahoo asked, looking only at our guest rather than seeking permission from either his alpha or from the older woman whom he should by rights have respected. The action was my first indication that Blaze's crush was going to cause trouble, but I was more interested in ensuring Sarah's comfort at the moment, so I let the girl answer on her own. "No, that's okay," Sarah said timidly, her eyes fixed firmly on the floor. And since none of us could really tell from the girl's expressionless face whether she wanted Blaze to stay or go, I figured that decision was up to me. So I widened my eyes and lowered my chin meaningfully, and for a moment I thought Blaze might refuse my unspoken order. The yahoo glowered right back at me, and I began to count the seconds, hoping this wouldn't turn into a scenario where I would finally have to rebuke a member of Wolfie's pack. 5 seconds, 10, 15. And then, to my relief, Blaze dropped his eyes from mine, turned on his heel, and strode out of the room after his friends. So at least the yahoo wasn't untrainable, even if I could tell that Sarah's presence was going to make my role as the youth's alpha a bit more difficult for the foreseeable future. "Well, now that we have that settled, why don't you just lie down here for a minute?" Bev said kindly, arranging a pillow beneath Sarah's head as the girl stretched out on the couch. The older woman pushed up our visitor's shirt to reveal the girl's baby bump and began gently prodding her patient's abdomen. "Does it hurt anywhere right now?" the older woman asked as she worked, and Sarah shook her head in negation. "And you said there hasn't been any bleeding?" I did my best to pay attention, but I ended up tuning out the 2 women as Bev's examination continued. There were just so many problems whirling through my mind at the moment: Sarah's health, the upcoming all-pack drama, and the ever-present power struggles within my own clan topping my list of worries. Plus, I really didn't want to think about pregnancy any more than I had to. Not when my limited experience with shifter childbirth had been so gut wrenching. But sticking my head in the sand suddenly ceased to be an option. When Bev's words sunk into my reverie. "I'm afraid your child is a bloodling," the older woman said a second time. And by the expression on Sarah's face, I suspected that the girl had already guessed as much. I, on the other hand, was so blindsided by what should have been an obvious diagnosis that I almost didn't hear Bev's explanation. All of that excitement must have made the baby shift into wolf form. My aunt continued, trying to keep her voice relaxed. But it was impossible to stay calm when all three of us knew what a wolf pup inside Sarah's womb meant. Women who bore bloodlings didn't survive. And most of the time neither did the pup. Chapter 8. My first impulse was to ignore my father's mandate and to drive Sarah to my brother-in-law's house immediately. But, as Bev explained after she'd tucked our guest into bed with a book and yet another cup of hot tea, it was best to keep the mother to be calm in an effort to also keep the wolfling sedated. Within her womb, both mother and child would have a better, if still slim, chance of life if the baby was allowed to grow all the way to term, so my aunt encouraged me to wait before moving our guest once again. "Are you sure?" I whispered, hoping that Sarah wasn't able to hear us through the two closed doors that separated my aunt and me from the object of our conversation. "Wouldn't it be better to just go for a C-section and take the baby out?" "I don't know anything about C-sections," Bev replied, pursing her lips contemplatively. "Although, wouldn't you have to keep the baby in some kind of incubator if you take it out too early?" My aunt made a good point that I had forgotten due to spending so much of my early adulthood around non-shifters. Werewolves' inability to take advantage of hospitals definitely worked against us if we were hoping to keep a preemie baby alive. But if a C-section was the only way to save Sarah, wasn't the mother more important than the child? "I don't really know if you're right or wrong," my aunt continued as I tried to work through the repercussions of various potential actions. "But I do know that, of the 5 women who bore bloodlings on my watch, the only one who survived was kept calm and comfortable until the baby was ready to come out on its own. And even though the other women died, they were fine until the day of birth." Bev's words carried more weight than mine in this department due to her vastly superior experience, so I conceded the point. "All right," I agreed, but I silently resolved to get in touch with my brother-in-law in the near future. Anyway, Dale had to be exempt from my father's restrictions against contacting my mate. After all, the man was wholly human and not technically a part of any shifter pack. Plus, I would completely ignore my father's wishes if necessary in the interest of keeping Sarah and her baby alive. So I agreed with my aunt's conventional wisdom and left our guest in Bev's capable hands. But I couldn't stop thinking about my own little brother, whom my father had drowned in the duck pond over a decade before, leaving me without both mother and sibling alike. And I resolved then and there that, if I had anything to say about it, Sarah's family would never share the same loss that my family had lived through. Not on my watch. I wanted to make Sarah my top priority, but Allpack was now breathing down all of our necks. So after writing a letter to Dale begging him to make a house call, I started dealing with the looming issue of which pack mates to. My father had always made his selections look easy and obvious, but now that the choice had fallen into my own hands, I realized that every iteration was fraught with problems, both inside and outside our pack. Plus, the more I obsessed over whom to bring, the more it seemed that there was no single right answer. Just lots of wrong ones. The female component of our contingent was the easy part of my decision. Before I became pack leader, the only women who attended Allpack had been pack princesses, eligible girls of good breeding who went to the gathering in search of a mate. Each of these debutantes was traditionally trailed by an honor guard of 2 or 3 male shifters, and the princess and her entourage stayed at the gathering just long enough to enjoy the first 2 days of dancing and feasting before being spirited away back to her home clan. This year, though, there were no Haven Pack princesses to present since Wolfie had taken on the responsibility of managing my young relatives, giving me his yahoos in exchange. On the other hand, the male half of my invitation list was much more fraught with drama. Shifters considered it a great honor to be chosen to accompany the pack leader to our annual gathering, so all of my uncles and male cousins hoped to be selected. But I couldn't bring everyone because my father's honor guard had traditionally been made up of only a handful of men. The chief had used the laxness of his security as a backhanded method of asserting his own superiority over other pack leaders, the paucity of wilder attendants saying, "I am strong. I need no help to knock you down." And the plan had worked perfectly, with no one inside or outside of his pack challenging Chief Wilder. Until Wolfie and I came along to depose my father a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, the same precedent meant that, if I increased the ranks of the Wilder contingent at all pack this year, then my actions would make me appear weak. An image I could ill afford since my sex already counted as one strike against me. On the other hand, if I brought too few guards, I might, in fact, be vanquished during one of the late-night skirmishes that were such a popular method of shaking up the power structure during all pack. So it was a juggling act. Should I try to assert my dominance by minimizing my guard, or should I protect myself from attackers with the help of a slew of bulging biceps? In the end, I decided to gamble and follow my father's lead, choosing only 5 attendants just as the chief had done before me, and rather than submerging our pack in a bloodbath by dint of expressing favoritism, I also continued my father's tradition of letting the attendants choose themselves through their actions during a midnight hunt. The first 5 shifters to taste wild blood would attend all pack, while the losers would stay home with only their own lack of skill to blame for the exclusion. In the end, the only untraditional part of this night was a female wilder leading the pack instead of my father. Well, that, and the presence of the Yahoo fawn's naked breasts reflecting the light of the moon as the intrepid young woman stripped down right alongside the guys. "Look at those hooters," one of my cousins stage whispered, and I heard Wade growl as my other relatives snickered in response. The Yahoos and I all knew that my cousin's words were malicious, since even the most hidebound wilders should have been used to shifting alongside women, meaning that my relatives weren't just displaying typical testosterone overload in the face of naked female anatomy. Instead, the relative in question was making a point about where he did and did not want the gentler sex to intersect with his own life. According to Cousin Drew, a woman's place was barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. But even though I wanted to support fun, I placed a hidden hand on Wade's arm, rather than giving him his head. Like my choice of attendants, managing my reaction to Drew's malice was like walking on a tightrope. I definitely wanted my cousins to get used to having women work and play alongside them in every setting, but at the same time I didn't want to speak up in Fawn's defense, because I knew that the tough young woman didn't need either me or Wade to fight her battles. By being silent, I let Finn prove that fact to the relatives in question as well as to herself. So I chose the simpler path instead, showing my cousins how much faster I could shift, and thus how vastly my alpha powers exceeded their own. "Those distracted by their dicks will definitely lose out," I said simply, allowing my arms to fall toward the ground as my body changed seamlessly into Lupin form. Since following Wolfie's lead and teaming up fully with my wolf, the transformation that had previously been both painful and slow now came nearly as naturally as breathing. And as I settled onto my haunches and looked up at the 2-leggers behind me, I was pleased to notice that 3 of the similarly schooled Yahoos were among the first to follow my lead in donning fur. Only Blaze was absent, having chosen to watch over Justin's pregnant wife, rather than taking part in our midnight hunt. In contrast, Fawn, Wade, and Glenn had all sought my permission to attend, and I saw no reason to leave the young adults behind. Well, no reason except the need to find worthy prey, and fast, because my father had never allowed another shifter to beat him to the kill during a midnight hunt, and I could do no differently, not if I wanted to continue walking in the chief's shoes. So, rather than giving in to the impulse to bond with my companions by sidling up and rubbing shoulder to shoulder against their fur, I instead sniffed at the air and then took off at a lope into the hills. Our hunt had begun 50 miles distant from our village, up a winding mountain road where human residences were few and far between. And now it was time to take advantage of that seclusion by finding an animal that would be fitting prey for a pack of werewolves. As I raised my snout toward the sky, scents came flooding into my nostrils. Could smell my pack mates, of course, but my wolf soon picked out other aromas as well. Field mice and rabbits, those would have been an easy way to taste first blood, but I would also have become the laughingstock of the pack even as I enjoyed the animal's sweet flesh. Not much further away I picked out a deer trail, and I knew that some of my younger cousins would likely head in that direction, hoping that the ungulate at least possessed antlers to give their meal a hint of status. Deer were one of the tastier prey animals to be found in these woods, but no one who slaughtered a mere buck would be attending ALLPAC next week. There. The tiny thread of an aroma came spiraling down toward me from high in the craggy peaks of the mountain above. A cat larger than my most massive uncle, with claws as long as my human fingers and teeth as sharp as knives. The human part of me, which had worked as a naturalist for years and had protected various parks' flora and fauna from unruly campers, warned that mountain lions were rare and should be left alone. But my wolf knew that only capturing the most daunting prey would serve to cement my own place as leader of the Wilder clan. So we shot one last glance back toward the relatives who were still twisting their way into lupin form, and we ran. By the time the mountain lion's trail began to freshen, I'd already heard the first howls of victory emanating from the woodland below. So my youngest cousins had caught their deer and would soon be feasting, making their group the first to shed blood during our shared hunt. But that was only a technicality, because everyone knew that the ALLPAC attendees would be chosen from the ranks of the shifters fanned out at my back, each of whom was now picking his way across the boulder field that lay between us and the feline's lair. We'd lost a few members during our wild run, either due to injury or exhaustion, and I hoped that our lowered numbers would simplify the upcoming kill. Glenn had fallen back out of sight after twisting one foot in a crack in the rocks, but Wade and Fun were still keeping pace along with 3 of my 5 uncles. Among my cousins, only 2 had been able to manage our mad dash up the mountainside, Bev's son David, and my malicious cousin Drew. After starting the night off on a bad foot, Drew seemed to have taken it upon himself to haze Fun whenever possible, bumping the female Yahoo accidentally, on purpose whenever we crossed open ledges, and once almost causing the smaller Wolf to tumble out into open air. During that incident, Glenn had injured himself while coming to his female companion's aid, and it had taken all of my self-control to bite down on a growl and to stop my wolf from spinning Drew head over heels until he submitted, then sending the troublemaker home with his tail between his legs. But Fun had told me this morning that she wanted to stand on her own 4 feet and to win this battle herself. So even though my cousin's actions were patently unfair, I allowed the hazing to persist and simply increased my pace until Drew became too tired to cause any more problems. I did spare a bit of brainpower to hope that my cousin would slip and twist his own ankle so I wouldn't be forced to bring the bully along to ALLPAC, but I'd yet to achieve that yearn-for goal. We'd passed through 50 feet of rocky ground and were once again running flat out when my wolf swamped my human brain entirely. A head silhouetted against the moon, the cat came into view at last, perched 20 feet up on a horizontal limb of a tremendous oak. The feline was pitch black rather than showcasing the usual tawny coloration of most mountain lions, and her eyes were already trained on my pack of wolves, which made no sense. If our prey had known that we were coming for quite some time, why had she failed to run? The rest of us paused to assess the situation, but my malicious cousin ran up the base of the tree like a hunting dog, balancing on 2 hind feet as he bayed at the moon and made my uncles roll their eyes in disgust. Sure, our pack had gone hunting in lupin form, but the more intelligent shifter could still remember that he was a 2-legger as well as a wolf even when wearing fur. But we soon turned our attention away from my cousin and onto a more pressing question. Which shifter would take on human form and brave the cat's claws on tender, furless skin in order to scare the mountain lion out of the tree? Fawn was 2-legged before I had fully considered the question, and Wade soon donned human form beside her. With the seamlessness of a well-oiled machine, the latter clasped his hands into a foothold and boosted the young woman up until she could swing herself onto the first broad limb. And then 3 things happened all at once. Chapter 9. The first occurrence of 3 was initiated by my Uncle Hawk's shout from behind our grouping. "There are cubs!" the shifter called, causing every head to turn in his direction. It seemed that my oldest uncle had wandered off and regained human form while the rest of us were perusing the cat in the tree. And in the process, Hawk had stumbled across the reason for our mountain lion's uncharacteristic behavior. She was a mother protecting her kits. No wonder our prey hadn't run away at the approach of a pack of wolves. I spared a moment to be grateful that Hawk had been the one to discover the mountain lion's lair, because Drew would have simply grabbed each kitten in his lupin jaws and shaken his head until the kit's delicate back splintered. Although not as high-value prey as their mother, the baby mountain lions were predators just like us and might have counted as a ticket to all pack. Murdering kittens wouldn't have garnered very high status within our pack, but the act might have been sufficient to gain entrance into the upcoming gathering back when my father was in charge, so a shifter like Drew would have gladly taken on defenseless prey for the chance to move up in our social hierarchy. But as I met Hawk's eyes across the clearing, I could tell that my uncle and I were of one mind regarding baby mountain lions. The initial adjective trumped the noun. In fact, I now regretted leading the hunt toward this cat in the first place, since our prey's kits would surely die without their mother's protection, which made me wonder whether it would be possible to deter my pack from taking down the mother mountain lion without losing face in the process. I suspected not, but resolved to try anyway, even as my wolf and I began scheming how to let our prey go. An even bigger revelation walked out of the woods toward us. Surprising occurrence number 2 was a tall man who looked as if he'd hiked all the way up the mountainside, alone in the dark and in human form at that. But despite the fact that his clothes confirmed that our party crasher hadn't spent any time as Wolf lately, the shifter didn't seem at all out of breath, and instead acted as if he were simply enjoying a stroll down a paved city sidewalk. As one, my pack and I each greeted the stranger's appearance by sniffing the air, and in the process I caught an odor that I'd only smelled once before in my life. The ozone scent of rain on hot summer pavement, the calling card of a bell. Bells were the most mysterious of the 4 powerful clans who attended all pack, and I guessed from our visitor's age and stance that this man must be their pack leader, the elusive Thomas Bell. Thomas Bell, never just Thomas, was the oldest alpha in the region, and he was arguably the most powerful alpha as well now that my father was gone. In fact, some thought that if Chief Wilder and Thomas Bell had been forced into a standoff years ago, then perhaps this quiet old shifter would have won the day. But neither alpha seemed inclined to test that supposition, and so my father had remained the host of all pack for my entire childhood. During those decades, Thomas Bell had spoken rarely, only opening his mouth when he really needed to be heard. So despite his power, the pack leader rarely came to mind. If flying under the radar was his usual MO, then why had the Bell Patriarch hunted us down now, during a tradition that only had meaning for other members of the Wilder pack? As these thoughts flowed through my mind, the remaining wolves in my entourage were circling around to stand between me and the other alpha. But, although I appreciated their concern, I didn't find Thomas Bell particularly menacing. My father would have been livid at having his midnight hunt invaded by an outsider, but I was instead fueled by curiosity as I nudged aside 2 uncles, a cousin, and a yahoo so I could shift into human format, the front of my own pack. But before either Thomas Bell or I could speak, the third surprise came, soaring down out of the air to land amid our entourage of wolves and humans. The mountain lion had grown weary of waiting for us to leave her kits alone, and she'd decided to join in the fray. The cat touched down in the empty bit of space between me and Thomas Bell, and my eyes locked with the felines even as the other members of my pack surged forward to come to my aid. Our prey's muscles were taut, but something told me she was poised to leap away and return to her lair rather than choosing to attack this mixture of wolves and humans who had invaded her home turf. So, after sparing a quick glance to ensure that Uncle Hawk was out of harm's way, I barked out a command. Let her go. I was surprised at the timbre of my own words, since they had the same commanding ring that had come so often from my father's lips, but that I had so seldom been called upon to use myself. And just as when my father had bellowed, my command was instantly obeyed. Behind me, my relatives all froze in place, one uncle even stumbling in his haste to halt an impending leap for the cat's throat. In that instant of quiet, the mountain lion crouched and sprang again, this time soaring over Thomas Bell's head and disappearing into the darkness. I'd done it. I'd saved both the cat and her kits, and I felt my face relax into the first smile of the night. But my pleasure was short-lived. Fucking shit, Drew roared as soon as his muscles and vocal cords had thawed from the effects of my alpha command. My cousin's fists were clenched, and I could tell that the pent-up adrenaline from the night's events was catching up to him fast. Unfortunately, while the aftermath of our drama had left me shaky, Drew seemed to prefer venting his frustration in the form of anger. The chief would never have let our prey escape like that. The young shifter bit out. My cousin was right. Chief Wilder would have gladly torn the mother mountain lion into 100 chunks of bloody meat and fur. Then he would have taunted the kittens until they perished as well. Our midnight hunt had traditionally been a time to let our deepest, darkest predatory urges come out to play, and I'd known even as I commanded mercy that the Wilders would resent my taming of their tradition. This is what we get when a woman leads our pack, my two oldest uncles were clearly thinking, and while I couldn't quite tell whether Stony-faced David and the milder Hawk were also members of the Terrasux Alpha camp, I could tell that I needed to find a way to bring my relatives into line fast. But I also had other issues to contend with that were equally pressing. I shot a glance toward the visiting Alpha, whose face was just as expressionless as David's, and my shoulders drooped a little. Yes, letting the cat go was objectively the right thing to do, but my act of mercy definitely hadn't helped garner any much-needed support from the all-powerful Bells. I should have known better than to have taken my attention away from Drew, though, as a gasp from behind me proved, leaving my back exposed to the more powerful Alpha, I whirled and found the worst image of the entire hunt seared into my eyeballs. I could only guess that Finn must have slipped down from her perch on the tree during the recent commotion, and now that our prey was gone, Drew had opted to take out his aggressions on our party's physically weakest member. Dropping back into wolf form, he should be exhausted after so many transformations in fast succession, I thought inanely. My unpleasant cousin lunged at the female Yahoo and caught her upper arm in his strong jaws, and just as I turned at the sound of Fawn's gasp, Drew bit down hard, the crack of breaking bone ringing loudly across the clearing. My father would have halted the current craziness with one short bark, much like the one I'd used to allow the mountain lion to escape. Heck, no one would have even considered fighting while the chief was around in the first place. But instead of speaking, I stood frozen, two dueling sensations turning my legs to jelly and staying the words before they could leave my throat. First came the realization that I could feel Fawn's pain whirling through my own body, another surprising side effect of being pack leader. The physical agony was intense, but more punishing was the realization that my own wolf refused to put her power behind our shared voice. Not our pack, the canine growled, turning her back on the scene of carnage in front of us, and I could see her point, not being particularly keen on accepting Drew as part of my family at the moment either. But couldn't my wolf also see that if I opened my mouth without her consent, the Alpha command that had so easily rolled forth earlier would be absent from my tone? And if we failed to command Drew to halt, then the young woman who had become one of my closest friends would continue to writhe in agony. To make matters worse, werewolves can't stand a power vacuum. The instant Drew sprang, every eye turned in my direction, but when I seemed either unable or unwilling to respond, my packmates quickly took matters into their own hands. Wade didn't even bother to shift back into lupin form before wrapping his powerful arms around my cousin's furry throat, and to my profound relief, David sprang forward on 4 paws to help the Yahoos as well. But it wasn't a simple matter of 2 against 1. Hawk was still on the other side of the clearing, but my 2 older uncles saw no reason not to take a stand, and to my chagrin, they clearly sided with Fawn's opponents. Luckily, my tongue unfroze before the last 2 shifters could join in the fray, and my wolf's grudging support of my tardy command at last halted the carnage. But the damage had been done. Fawn's arm dangled at a sickening angle from her shoulder, and the battle lines within my pack had been clearly drawn. Finally, adding insult to injury, Thomas Bell took one last look back at our fraying pack, then shook his head and strode away into the tree line without speaking a single word. I wish I could say that what I did next was spurred by passionate temper, but I'm afraid that, in the aftermath of Fawn's injury, I was as cold and hard of an alpha as ever my father had been. Everyone knew that Drew had to be punished, and if I wanted to even pretend that I was this pack's leader, I was the one who would have to carry out that punishment. Plus, to make matters worse, werewolves believed in an eye for an eye justice, or in this case an arm for an arm. So even though I had hoped to end this night without more bloodshed, my teeth were the ones next responsible for puncturing skin. Shift, I commanded my unruly cousin, and the single word was as hard as flint, backed by wolf and human alike. Drew fell to the ground as his body reformed itself into a human against his conscious volition, and when the shifter rose to his knees at last, His chest was heaving from the effort of fighting against a forced shift. For those who weren't as fully in tune with their wolf as I was, our transformations were always slightly painful, and I imagined the discomfort was much worse if you were made to change forms against your will. But that was just the start of the agony I planned to inflict upon my cousin. Keeping my eyes firmly latched onto Drew's, I allowed my own body to melt into lupin form, and without pausing I walked slowly forward, deliberately closed my jaws around Drew's upper arm, and then clenched my teeth together until I could feel blood oozing from the sore. Finally, as my cousin's arm twitched within my mouth, I bit down yet harder until Drew was screaming in pain and I could feel his bones splintering between my teeth. Releasing my prey as deliberately as I'd begun, I spat my cousin's salty blood out onto the forest floor, and then regained human form. The pain I'd created reverberated just as strongly through my bones as Fawn's had, proving that "this hurts me more than it hurts you" was literally true for pack leaders. And my human half was sickened by what I'd been forced to do, forcing me to close my eyes for a moment in order to squelch the nausea that churned through my gut. When I was finally able to shake the groggy pain out of my body, I was glad to see that Fawn had already shifted back to lupin form, the action resetting her bone, although not healing the break. Wade and David were working to create a crude splint from 2 branches and some frayed vine fibers, and my Uncle Hawk was preparing a similar dressing for Drew, which left my 2 troublesome uncles to deal with. My father, I knew, would have repeated the arm-breaking exercise in order to discipline both of these shifters in the same way I'd chastened Drew, but even my inner wolf cringed at the extremity of such a punishment. After all, my uncles hadn't actually caused any physical harm, and it could have been argued that they jumped into the fight only to protect Drew from being torn apart by 2 overzealous defenders. On the other hand, I knew deep down in my gut that my uncle's actions had been meant as the first sally in a campaign to undermine my authority, added to which I suspected that, in the long run, 2 additional broken bones now might be kinder than letting my relative's insolence fester into a true division of leadership within the Wilder clan. Because assuming everyone didn't simply ally with my detractors and take me down in a pile of teeth and claws, a power struggle at the top of our pack would result in endless scuffles between neighbors lower down the social pyramid, the divisiveness growing until our clan had splintered into a dozen warring factions. I'd watched other packs descend into this kind of infighting before, our wolf nature making many shifters unable to hold themselves back from displays of dominance even if the ends didn't justify the means. And although some of my father's decisions had seemed overly harsh in the past, I knew that the chief's firm hand had protected my relatives from civil war. So I knew I should do the right thing and stop this bloodbath before it began. But I couldn't bring myself to do the deed. Instead, I simply set my uncles an arduous and time-consuming task and hoped that I would be able to find a way to further undermine their coup before it evolved any further. Wade, Fawn, David, and Hawk will come home with me and will attend all pack, I said clearly, my words carrying to every ear and stilling the aid workers' ministrations. Then, pushing the alpha dominance that I'd been forced to use multiple times already this night back into my voice, I finished, the rest of you can walk back to Haven and stay there. Chapter 10. I woke far too early due to the sound of timid tapping on my bedroom door. The members of my pack who had been allowed to ride home via motorized transport had returned to Haven in the wee hours of the morning, and for once none of us was interested in the dawn feast that usually followed our midnight hunt. Instead, we'd each gone straight to our respective beds, which I'd hoped would at least mean enjoying a good night's sleep before I had to put out any more metaphorical fires. However, my father clearly had other plans for this final day before our entourage headed to the regional gathering. Tara, Cricket's timid voice filtered through the wooden door, and I rose quickly to prevent my stepmother from waking. Fun. The young woman was usually unwilling to be set apart from her male companions by dint of preferential treatment, but she'd readily accepted the offer of my spare bed last night, proving that the Yahoo's pain and exhaustion was more extreme than she let on. It couldn't have been easy to limp home on 3 legs last night, but Fun had somehow managed to keep up with our descent down the mountain, never so much as uttering a single whimper of complaint. Still, the female Yahoo's lips had been white by the time we'd reached our cars, and I hoped she'd be able to rest and heal for a few more hours at least before embarking on 2 weeks of roughing it in a wintry campsite. So I grabbed my clothes as soon as I heard Cricket's voice, then I tiptoed outside, pulling the door closed behind me. As I emerged, I could immediately smell my father's scent wafting up the stairs from the lower level of the house. Oh goody, another visit from Crazy Wilder, I thought grimly. But there was no easy way to avoid my visitor, so I pattered barefoot down the stairs to face the music. Unfortunately, the ensuing confrontation had a larger-than-expected audience. Cricket's sitting room was already filled to the brim with my father in his rare human form plus a heaping handful of menacing Wilder males by the time I came into view. Meanwhile, my allies, the Yahoos, were notably absent, since the latter had spent the night camped out on the same sofas that my uncles and cousins were currently sprawled across. It was clear that this ambush had taken some effort to set up. Someone must have sent the Yahoos off on a wild goose chase and then assembled the ranks of my detractors at the crack of dawn, a sally that had my father's name written all over it. As I took in the scene in front of me, I saw that the chief was smiling and that his wolf danced with the glee of having pulled the wool over my eyes. In response, the least helpful emotion of all, anger, rose up within my breast. I'd rolled over and let my father manipulate me several times over the last few weeks, but something about this most recent entrapment felt like the straw that broke the camel's back. Perhaps my ire was raised because my father was working against his own best interests now, by berating me in front of the pack that I was so tenuously heading up. The chief would undermine my authority and make his entire scheme pointless, which in turn made my teeth grind in frustration. Why couldn't Crazy Wilder have simply left me alone and remained alpha himself if he so badly wanted to head up the Wilder pack? So I didn't even take the time to fully waken my wolf, and I certainly didn't bow down beneath the chief's cold stare the way I would have in the past. Instead, I stopped midway down the steps from which vantage point I towered above the room's inhabitants despite my smaller stature, and I let loose every grievance that had built up within my mind over the last few weeks. So you're here to tell me what to do again? I spat out, not caring if I sounded like a shrew. There was no longer any point in trying to beat my father at his games of alpha dominance, not since my other relatives' presence meant that I'd lost this fight before it truly began. Let me guess, I continued, taking the stairs two at a time as my rage drew me toward the object of my exasperation. You think attending all pack with a wounded woman and only 3 male shifters in my entourage is pure stupidity. You're going to tell me that I might as well just offer up my belly now and tell the other alphas to go ahead and tear out my entrails. By this point I had reached solid ground where everyone towered above my head, my father most of all, but I didn't care if I was physically outclassed. And if I could easily be dominated by my father's superior mental abilities. Was fed up with working so hard only to have the chief tell me over and over again that I'd misstepped, and if I was going to go down it would be a blaze of glory. The frustrating truth was that I'd thrown everything I had into pulling the Wilder clan back together over the last couple of months, and I was no longer willing for my father to tell me that my best wasn't good enough. I'd woken early and gone to bed late, had avoided contacting my own mate, and had even broken Drew's bones between my teeth despite never wanting to see another drop of blood in my entire life. All of this to mop up the disaster that my father had left behind. And the chief thought that, despite all of my pain and suffering, it was a good idea to berate me in front of the very people whom he wanted me to lead? So I spoke my mind at last, all the while waiting for the other shoe to drop. Well, I've had it with you thinking you can lead this pack through me, I told my father, jabbing him in the chest with one hard finger. If you're so sure that you can do a better job, then challenge me and see what happens. And if you're too afraid to step up to a fight, then get out of this house and leave me alone. My last words descended into a tone of quiet menace that I knew I couldn't physically back up, but I really didn't care at that point. I was done with being the chief's puppet, and if my father wanted to take this pack away from me, then I would cheer and kiss the old shifter on both cheeks in gratitude. Then I'd skip off into the sunset with my mate and with the hodgepodge of werewolves who were already starting to feel more like family than my own did. Finishing my rant, I waited, sure that my father would call my bluff, and for a solid minute we stood there nose to nose, or rather nose to collarbone. Then my father simply shrugged and turned to leave. On your head be it, he said simply, and to my surprise, the ranks of angry uncles and cousins filed out behind him without a word of complaint. Meanwhile, I was left staring with my mouth wide open in disbelief, as, even though it felt far too easy, it seemed that I had won. I wasn't entirely sure that my father had actually capitulated rather than simply having wandered off to scheme at his leisure, but as the day progressed, and everyone I met hopped to obey my commands, I slowly began to relax. Perhaps I really had stood up to my father and come out of the altercation triumphant. Perhaps I really could find a way to hold the Wilder clan together without losing myself in the process. Perhaps Allpack wouldn't be so bad. After all, of course, I should have known that my decisions wouldn't all go unchallenged. But at first, the day seemed to be getting brighter rather than cloudier. When the male Yahoo showed back up after lunch, cheeks red from what must have been an enjoyable run, I could smell the scent of blood on their human skins. These happy-go-lucky werewolves had made up for the anticlimactic nature of yesterday's hunt by finding a simpler prey animal to tear into shreds. A deer? If I didn't miss my guess. And while I envied the young shifter's simple good humor, their smiling faces also brought some much-needed cheer to my own mood. I hope you brought back something for Cricket to cook into our dinner, I told the Yahoos sternly, but I couldn't maintain my acerbity and instead ended up smiling at the puppy-like grins on all three guys' faces. The simplicity of Wolfie's pack mates made my own Wilder relatives look even worse in comparison, and I wish that I could have simply thrown in the towel and let someone else take over my familial clan. But the relatives like Hawk who would have ruled fairly weren't the ones who would willingly fight for power, and I shivered to think what Haven would turn into if Drew or one of his cronies took control. So I would keep fighting the uphill battle to take my father's place, but at least I could spend a little piece of today with Wolfie's youngsters in order to soak up their joie de vivre. What are your plans for the rest of the morning? I asked, once Wade had assured me that they'd saved not only the haunches, but also the tenderloin to be cooked up in my stepmother's kitchen. The guys exchanged glances, and then the youngest spoke. We were thinking of going to see Sarah. She seemed kinda lonely the other day. Instantly, my big-picture ruminations gave way to the necessities of the present, and I narrowed my eyes at Blaze, assessing his honesty. Sure. Werewolves were pack animals, and we didn't do well in solitary confinement. But I suspected that my Aunt Bev was keeping Sarah quite happy and healthy all on her own. In the meantime, if the girl wanted to talk to someone closer to her own age, David would be just down the hall. So I suspected that the purpose of the Yahoo's visit had less to do with humanitarian aid and more to do with Blaze's crush on Justin's cast-off mate. In which case the question became, should I try to stifle the pairing before it truly began? Politically, having one of our Yahoos hook up with Sarah would cause problems, since Justin was just the sort of alpha who wouldn't want anyone else laying hands on his ex-mate, even if the shifter no longer considered the girl to be worth his while to house and feed. But I was already dealing with plenty of political problems, so one small additional issue barely raised my eyebrows. Instead, my biggest consideration was trying to figure out what would make my own pack happiest. Blaze was young and hot-headed, but he was also loyal and lovable, and I figured that Sarah could do much worse than having a shifter like him as her mate. In addition, I suspected that another werewolf in her corner might make Sarah more likely to fight for her life in the battle that loomed on the horizon, and the girl would definitely need all of the odds tilted in her favor if she was going to survive. So I shrugged off my reservations and didn't make waves, but I did opt to join the Yahoos in checking on our guest. And that was my biggest mistake of the day, because Sarah would never have built up the courage to come to me on her own, so if I just begged off from that visit, then half of the drama during the ensuing week would never have occurred. But that's 2020 hindsight, which never did anyone any good. And at the time, I thought it would be a nice gesture for the reigning alpha to make sure that our guest was settling into her new home. So I tagged along and started the chain of events that would eventually lead to even more pain and suffering. I'm glad you came by, my aunt greeted us as our foursome filed into her living room once again. Fawn was still ensconced in Cricket's upstairs room, her lupin nature making it easy to enter a state of hibernation in preparation for the effort that was to come. But Wade and Glenn had opted to join us rather than letting me and Blaze visit Sarah alone, and this time they'd even remembered to wipe their feet on Bev's welcome mat. How's your patient feeling? I responded for the group, noticing that my aunt hadn't lowered her voice the way I would have outside Fawn's sickroom door. hoped that the midwife's normal tone meant that Sarah was feeling better, and my wish was soon borne out when the girl in question came pattering down the hallway with sleekly brushed hair and even a dash of makeup on her cheeks and lips. In fact, our guest was in such perky good health that I almost thought Bev had planted another young werewolf to take the place of the wilting flower, whom I'd met just a few days before. But when I peered closer with my lupin, I could see that there was still a spark of life within Sarah's womb, and that the spark definitely boasted a tail. So our guest wasn't healed, but at least she was feeling much better. "I'm doing great," Sarah answered, confirming my assessment. The girl's voice was still quiet, but her stance no longer suggested that she expected us to turn into wolves and rend her limb from limb at one wrong word, which was definitely a sign of improvement. "Thanks for coming," she continued, speaking to me and ignoring the way Blaze's eyes followed her every mood hungrily. "Actually, I was hoping to speak with you before all pack," she added quietly, yet firmly, "so I'm glad you dropped by. If there's anything you need," I started, but Sarah didn't give me time to finish. The girl had obviously put a great deal of thought into her request, and needed to get the words out before I could shoot her down, so I didn't even growl at being spoken over, something that I suspect the chief had never allowed to happen in his entire career as Alpha. "I want to go with you to the gathering," the girl said, then took a deep breath and hastened to explain. "I know there's a good chance that my baby and I won't survive childbirth, but if we do, we'll need somewhere to go, a family to become a part of. So I want to attend all pack as a pack princess." A pack princess, an eligible young girl seeking a mate. "And you thought the female selection for all pack would be the easy part?" My wolf snickered, silently tossing my own words back in my face. My wolf was right. I had thought that the lack of pack princesses in the Wilder clan would make my life easier, and to be honest, I still felt like there were no eligible young women whom we should bring with us, as, while I hated to tell this girl no, Sarah's idea was misguided on so many levels. First, there was her health. Bev had told me that Sarah needed to stay calm until the baby was born, and our regional gathering never lacked for stimulation. Then there was the issue of Justin, who would have to become my ally no matter what kind of concessions it took to win his aid, especially now that Thomas Bell had written me off as a viable alpha. And while I'd been willing to put up with the political repercussions of Sarah choosing Blaze as her new mate, I had also been hoping to put that drama off until next year, when my hold over the Wilder clan would be a little more sturdy and less likely to crack into a million tiny pieces. On the other hand, Wolfie had given Sarah into my care, and I didn't want to let my mate down. "I hope you know that you have a place with us for as long as you want it," I told the girl, trying to make her feel more secure in our pack. Perhaps I could ease whatever crazy whim made the girl think that going to all pack 9 months pregnant made sense. But Sarah simply looked away as I spoke, her wolf seeming to droop beneath her skin as girl and Lupin alike succumbed to disappointment. I glanced at Bev in search of support, but my aunt simply shrugged her shoulders, as torn as I was about whether to let the girl have her head. "There's no real reason why she can't go," the midwife confirmed eventually. "It would be better for Sarah not to be upset, but she doesn't absolutely have to be on bed rest." As I weighed our guest's wishes and needs, Blaze spoke up. "I'd be glad to be part of your honor guard," the Yahoo said, his voice drawing our guest's eyes. At last, the object of Blaze's attention smiled prettily in response, and the Yahoo's cheeks turned bright red at her regard. "You and David both," the girl agreed. "I'd like that." And I was so sick of being the bad guy that, even though I knew Sarah would be better off if she remained here in Haven, I agreed. And so I made a decision that I would soon come to regret. Chapter 11. Don't play your cards too soon. The telegram arrived mere minutes before our entourage set off for all pack, and I couldn't resist immediately lifting the sheet of paper to my nose in search of my mate's signature aroma, because the message had to be from Wolfie, even though there was no odor of shifter about it, and even though the human delivery guy professed to have no knowledge of who the anonymous sender might have been. I grinned to think of my tech-savvy partner working the system to bypass both the chief's restrictions and his brother's nosy interest, all the while managing to get his words in front of my greedy eyes, exactly when I needed him to contact me the most. Just 3 hours until I see the handsome shifter himself. That thought was enough to put a faint replica of the chief's bite into my voice as I hurried along the shifters who were currently loading our camping equipment into the convoy of cars. The sooner we left Haven, the sooner we'd reach Justin's territory, and the sooner I could enjoy a long-awaited reunion with my mate. Unfortunately, that reunion would have to be put off just a little longer, because I realized that a fist fight was poised to break out between the young shifters under my care. 7 of us would be traveling from Haven this morning, and the relatively small number of travelers should have made it easy to divide the participants up into 3 partially loaded cars. Or so I'd thought. Instead, both Blaze and David turned out to be adamantly opposed to our pack princess riding in the other's vehicle, and the male shifters' repeated attempts at halting the girl in question from taking a seat in either car meant that Sarah was now starting to sway from exhaustion. Worse, the contestants' voices were growing more heated with every exchange, and I could tell that my opportunity to intervene had nearly passed. "Are you sure you're even old enough to drive?" David was asking the youngest Yahoo. When I finally pulled my nose out of Wolfie's telegram, my relative's taunt was particularly maddening because of its lack of heat, and while I wouldn't have wanted to be a passenger in a car driven by Blaze either, my cousin wasn't being entirely fair when he made it sound as if the youngest Yahoo's voice hadn't yet broken. "Maybe Sarah doesn't want to ride with a wilder who'd like to regress to the days before women had the right to vote," Blaze rebutted. I rolled my eyes, thinking that the Yahoo's words would have carried more weight if David wasn't one of my more open-minded relatives. But I still saw my cousin clench his jaw in anger. The verbal blows were apparently finding their mark on both sides. "Hey, how come nobody's fighting over the opportunity to ride with me?" Fun spoke up, trying to interject a bit of humor into the occasion. But the males ignored her voice of reason and continued to glare at each other. Both shifters were obviously waiting for their opponent to back down, but the combatants seemed pretty evenly matched, which was a recipe for the verbal altercation turning into a physical fight. My leadership style was generally pretty hands-off, but the person most likely to defuse this drama, Sarah, seemed either unable or unwilling to elucidate which shifter she had her eye on. In fact, based on the girl's complete lack of eye contact at the moment, I couldn't be sure that she actually liked either of the males in the first place. Instead, our guest seemed content to allow the males to duke out ownership of her body while she sagged against the hood of my car, all effort going into standing upright. And while I was still considering the best way to get out of this altercation without slapping both young men down, Blaze took a step forward, his arm raised and his hand clenched into a fist, proving that I couldn't put off my own decision any longer. "Sarah will ride with me," I interjected quickly. Sarah, and scanning the waiting faces, I settled upon the female Yahoo as the odd woman out, and phone. And so I lost the opportunity to bond with my new pack during the ride to all pack. But at least the schism between Yahoos and Wilders didn't grow any wider that afternoon, and no blood was shed on my watch. The Young's campground was a bit smaller than the field my father had always earmarked for all pack participants, and the ground was rougher, but the same heady mixture of excitement and danger filled the air. My party had arrived just after sunset, when bonfires were being lit around the dance floor while meat sizzled on spits, and the lack of light should have made it harder to find our potential allies. But even though the gathering had been transported to an entirely different state, every clan had still opted to set up camp in the exact same configuration as in years past. I could smell the small bell contingent nearly hidden beneath the trees and could make out Camilla's new clan right in the thick of the action. Scattered around those superpowers were several smaller packs, generally located closest to the clans that they allied, with most often the lesser alphas seeking protection from the stronger pack leaders in their midst. Finally, my eye picked out the host of the gathering, Justin Young, whose entourage was parked off to one side. It was traditional for the hosting alpha to camp alongside his guests, even though he and his honor guard would possess houses with real beds nearby, so I wasn't surprised to smell pine needles, leaf mold, and gunmetal as soon as I stepped out of my car. The only really unexpected part was that the Youngs hadn't plopped down right in the middle of the field, asserting their dominance over the other packs through pride of place. Perhaps that omission was a sign that Justin wasn't quite as confident in his coup as he wanted to appear. No matter how I analyzed Justin's camping location, though, the more relevant site was a 1,000-square-foot patch of empty ground waiting for the Wilders. At the opposite end of the field from Justin's encampment, like satellites orbiting a planet, the griffins and reeds had plunked themselves down beside the spot that would belong to their strongest ally, and I felt a bit bad about leaving our affiliated clans in the lurch. But if I wanted to play this new hand of cards a few at a time as Wolfie had suggested, then I couldn't just slide into the niche that my father had left behind. Instead, I needed more allies beyond these two small clans who were always quick to follow where the Wilders led. And the obvious way to showcase my hypothetical strong backers was through proximity. So, instead of setting up camp in our traditionally designated spot, I abandoned my companions by our cars and strode alone through the thick of the action to the edge of Justin's campfire. With so many alphas concentrated in such a small space, all pack managed to prevent bloodshed by dint of ceding each patch of earth to the clan in question as their temporary but unilateral territory. So I had to zig and zag to avoid trespassing on Grey Price and Cooper land as I approached my destination. But once I'd arrived, I didn't wait to be acknowledged and instead walked right into the glow surrounding the campfire. "Justin Young," I called, wishing that my voice was deeper as half a dozen heads turned in my direction, and as the odor of raised hackles filled the air, the signature aromas of Justin's honor guard all smelled faintly like Wolfie's, but the similarity wasn't enough to prevent my stomach from clenching up in anticipation of the battle of wills to come. I was gambling on the hope that Justin still thought I was simply a weak pack princess, and that the alpha had simply seized hosting rights because he'd noticed a power vacuum instead of because he'd seen through my charade a few weeks previously. In this best-case scenario, Wolfie's brother would welcome me as a potential mate whose relatives could further shore up his own power, my partnership bringing with it the weight of the entire Wilder clan when the time came to face down Justin's opponents. On the other hand, if the young leader had gone behind my back to seize control of all pack after realizing that I was trifling with his affections, well, in that case I was an opposing alpha who had just walked uninvited onto another pack leader's territory, and he and his henchmen would have no compunction about tearing me apart. So I stood alone in the firelight and waited for Justin to respond to my greeting, wishing all the while that I'd paid more attention to Sarah's fashion advice during our recent car ride. At the time, I'd been stressing about losing sight of Wade's and Hawk's cars during each of my pregnant passengers' frequent bathroom breaks, so the girls' chatterings about clothes and makeup had drifted over me like a passing cloud. But as Justin's eyes trailed down my form, searing a path of physical awareness in its wake, I realized that a true pack princess would have gussied herself up before running to the side of her potential mate. Wolfie had told me that my lupin half was beautiful, and I loved the way my true mate's eyes lit up when they passed over my curves in both human and wolf form. And yet, I'd never felt particularly attractive in anyone else's view, and I knew that my ragged jeans and wrinkled t-shirt weren't what Justin was used to seeing from a pack princess. My traitorous cheeks blushed in embarrassment at the thought, and perhaps that was the signal that Justin had been waiting for, a hint that I was girlishly taken with the alpha in front of me, even if that's not actually why my cheeks had turned red. But I couldn't argue with the results. A smile that reminded me of my father's malicious grins now stretched across a face that reminded me of my mates, and Justin rose and walked toward me with arms extended in greeting. Taking my hand and raising it to his lips, the alpha purred out his next words. "The beautiful Tara Wilder," he greeted me. "Shall I help you set up camp?" "It's not the how I need help with so much as the where," I replied, steeling myself not to jerk my hand away from Justin's firm grip. And then suddenly, the alpha in front of me faded from my awareness as I felt Wolfie's eyes lock onto my back. Instantly, my previously grumpy wolf woke up and began to dance beneath my skin. "Enough games," she demanded. "It's time to greet our mate." But I couldn't simply turn around and approach Wolfie. Instead, I had to smile at his brother and attempt to make nice as I pouted over the Wilders' designated campsite. "I thought I'd get to camp here beside you," I continued, trying to figure out what Sarah would have done to wrap Wolfie's scary brother around her finger. In fact, now that I thought about it, how had the girl managed to produce not one but two shifters willing to fawn over her within a week of her arrival? How had she attracted their regard even as her belly grew to roughly the size of a small boat? If Sarah's success was any indication, then attractiveness couldn't be based on looks alone, giving me Hope that I'd yet be able to tempt Justin into letting me park my tents next to his. I just assumed. Justin began, then paused. Tradition, he continued, shaking his head as if to clear it. And perhaps the little bit of advice I'd gleaned from Sarah was working after all if this terrifying alpha was tongue-tied in my presence. I peered up from beneath my lashes, even though my wolf put her paws over her face in disgust at the action, and I hoped that my efforts had indeed been a success. Chet, Luke, tell the Grays and Coopers to scoot over and make room for Miss Tara here, Justin said, finally regaining his ability to speak in time to bark orders at his underlings. The Wilders will be camping beside us. When I'd suitably thanked my supposed beau and turned away from the light of the fire, I was finally able to fall into Wolfie's eyes. Our Lupin halves spoke without the need for words. Possessiveness, love, and joy all shimmering through the darkness between us in the split second it took for our gazes to meet. And then my feet were taking me toward my lover's arms before my rational brain could slow us down or turn our body in another direction. Wolf ears. Wade was suddenly by my side, clearly having dogged my footsteps through the ranks of foreign shifters, and the oldest Yahoo took my arm now. Before I could ruin the entire charade that I'd taken so much effort to set up. As much as I hated to admit it, the shifter's warning was apropos. With werewolves surrounding us on every side, Wolfie and I really couldn't risk sharing a single word, since even whispers could be easily heard from nearby campsites. In fact, the extended glance that we'd already shared was probably being torn apart and analyzed by the other werewolves at this very moment. That thought was like a bucket of cold water splashed over my head, and I was finally able to breathe, if not yet to look away from my mate. At least my attention was able to shift beyond his eyes, though, giving me the opportunity to notice that the unconventional alpha hadn't set up a territory for his contingent at all. Instead, he appeared to have chosen to attend all pack entirely alone. Trust Wolfie to be so confident in his own superiority that he wasn't afraid of being set upon by however many shifters the other alphas might point in his direction. My mate probably figured that he'd be able to whip 100 wolves into shape just as easily as 20, and so far no one seemed to doubt his abilities. Wouldn't it be nice if I could also eschew all pack power plays and do the same? But of course I couldn't. Not with half of the local clans already turned against me due to my father's past actions, and with the other half quite willing to vanquish a seemingly weak female alpha for the sake of taking over her pack. Instead, I allowed Wade to turn me back around so I could make apologies to the less powerful clans that Justin had displaced in order to do my bidding. And before long, I was so caught up in determining who should share Sarah's tent, that would be me, that both young brothers faded from the forefront of my mind. But I couldn't force the aftereffects of either of their gazes to fade from deep within my belly, because my mate's eyes had been so full of Wolf that I was almost afraid of the passion I saw therein, and Justin's gaze had been so coldly assessing that I couldn't quite convince myself that the latter had truly fallen prey to my non-existent wiles. Chapter 12. Somehow, in the midst of dismantling Cooper and Gray tents and setting up Wilder tents in their place, no one noticed what Wolfie was doing until it was too late. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At the time, I was still coming down off the adrenaline high of facing off against Wolfie's brother in plain view of several other alphas, and the drama that subsequently cropped up within my own ranks kept me too busy after that to spare more than a passing glance for my mate. So after Wolfie faded away into the crowd that afternoon, my Lupin half fell back asleep and my attention focused on keeping my immediate pack in line. Setting up camp should have been easy, but as with everything else at all pack, there were subtleties within subtleties to consider. Our new encampment butted up against Justin's, but I chose to locate my tent at the far side of our allotted space since I wasn't able to stomach the idea of sleeping a stone's throw away from Wolfie's older brother. And as I was erecting my canvas dwelling, I also had to keep half an eye on my companions, who seemed bound and determined to showcase my total lack of pack leader abilities in front of the neighbors. First came the drama over sleeping arrangements. Even though I would have preferred to enjoy a bit of solitude within my own tent, I'd instead chosen to share with Sarah in an attempt to keep bickering at bay. But David and Blaze proved that my effort at proactivity had been worthless when they struck up an argument over whose tent would be erected closest to the alphas. The Attraction clearly not being myself since I was growing grumpier with my honor guard by the moment. After that issue was settled, by parking each wilder tent at a far corner of our territory rather than clustering them all together as I'd originally intended, it was time to delineate the boundaries of our new land, which turned into another, quite literal, pissing contest. You know, most of us are bright enough to change into wolf form before marking territorial boundaries. Fun chastised, looking up from her job of lighting the campfire in time to catch Blaze chugging a liter of water in hopes of upping his urine production. Sarah's two potential beaux seemed to have decided that whoever could mark the longest stretch of border around our all-pack territory was the most dominant male, which I guess made a strange sort of sense if you were a 18-year-old guy who measured your inherent worth by the output of your penis. Bigger bladder when two-legged, Blaze replied shortly before rushing off to continue pouring out his seemingly never-ending stream of urine across the grass. As her friend left, Fawn and I exchanged a commiserating glance, and I could tell that we were both equally exasperated by the youngest Yahoo's childish behavior. But, on the plus side, the contest between Blaze and David did keep the two contestants out of my hair for a few minutes while also eliminating my own need to assist in marking the boundaries of our property. So it was only after I'd finally settled the Yahoos and my two relatives down for the night and headed back toward my tent to check on my pregnant charge that I noticed Wolfie's truck parked a mere hand's breadth away from where I would lay my head that night. Seemed that, while I wasn't looking, Wolfie had chosen his own territory, and apparently I was it. But the bloodling alpha hadn't stopped there. Despite the lack of electric lights in the campground, enough fires were scattered across the field to allow me to make out the form of my mate, who was currently trotting footed around a vast half-moon shape larger than my and Justin's territories put together. And, just as the Yahoos had done earlier on my behalf, Wolfie was currently marking the boundaries of his temporary property with urine. Couldn't help thinking that, if the quantity of effluent really was proportional to the quality of the alpha, then my mate was definitely the most dominant werewolf around. Only when a shout arose from Justin's encampment did I realize that Wolfie wasn't just breaking with tradition by marking off such a large territory entirely on his own. The bloodling alpha had also sidestepped the unspoken all-pack rule of leaving unmarked out territory aisles to allow easy traffic between each alpha's peed-upon land. Every other clan present had carefully allotted 5 feet of empty space between their markers and those of their neighbors, but Wolfie had instead butted his land right up against parts of my and Justin's territorial boundaries, completely encircling wilder territory within a young moat. I couldn't afford to show any preference for my mate. After all, I was still trying to string along Justin and perhaps gain the attention of a few other alphas while I was at it, and my plans would be soundly derailed by a show of affection from my true mate. But, despite my better sense, I couldn't help smiling widely as I realized that Wolfie's strangely shaped territory would protect me from invaders on 3 of my territory's 4 sides. The realization that Wolfie's prodigious pee was being utilized in my defense warmed me in the same way that the telegram had, and I felt my wolf stir happily within my skin. But even as I smiled into the darkness, I also saw that I had underestimated my mate's protective instincts. The bloodling alpha wasn't content with simply enfolding the wilder pack within his territory on 3 sides. Instead, Wolfie was bound and determined to completely cut his mate off from the big bad world. What do you think you're doing? Justin's angry voice rolled across the campground, and I wasn't the only one that caught Wolfie walking right up to his brother's boundary line, then raising a leg to pee. Like good shifters, Blaze and David had provided an out-territory aisle between our territory and that of the older Young's clan, and now Wolfie was taking advantage of that no-man's land to sprinkle urine directly on top of his brother's marker. In essence, my mate was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All at once, he taunted his brother and also completed my protective circle, blocking off Justin's access to the wilder camp along our shared boundary. The bloodling alpha had nearly completed his line of urine by the time his brother started toward him at a run, and I could almost feel Wolfie's amusement when, despite his haste, Justin paused before jumping over the double young territorial marker. The older alpha's vacillation was unconscious admission that Justin was afraid to cross his little brother's line, and I knew that every nearby werewolf would be marking that omission. down in their mental tally book, ceding the first point to my mate. Meanwhile, when Justin continued down the territorial line to cross over in a spot where only his own pack's urine had soaked into the ground, the achievement of his destination didn't make up for the face that Justin had lost in the process. But my mate's brother was well aware of the impression he was making, and he quickly strove to regain the lead with both tone and posture. That's far enough, Justin said at last, standing firm and tall above his brothers. Lupin form. The older alpha might have been afraid to cross his brother's line, but he had clearly dredged up enough courage to attempt to prevent Wolfie from completely cutting the elder young's pack off from potential contact with my territory, and Wolfie's refusal to take human form did act a bit in Justin's favor, making my mate appear weaker in contrast. Behind the older alpha, I could see several of Justin's underlings rush forward to back up their alpha, while another dashed off in the other direction, presumably heading toward their main village in search of reinforcements. I was surprised that Justin didn't call after his lackeys to prevent the latter action, since that was another sure way to lose face for the host to be forced to expand his honor guard beyond what other pack leaders had been allotted in order to keep the peace was proof that he wasn't the strongest alpha present after all. Is the messenger acting without his alpha's permission? I wondered. Or is Justin so unsure of his success that he's willing to risk lowered status in an effort to protect his own skin? But as the rest of the audience and I mulled over Justin's actions, Wolfie ignored all of the commotion. Instead, my mate continued to slowly walk forward, lifting his leg at intervals to squirt urine directly on top of his brother's territorial line. And with each splash, Justin's face turned redder, and his jaw clenched tighter. I almost expected my mate to continue walking and peeing even after he reached his brother, simply dribbling urine right over the other alpha's foot as Wolfie continued his unhurried effort to completely enclose the wilder pack within his own territory. And at that point, would Justin explode? Or implode? As much as I would have liked to wait and see what happened, though, I really couldn't allow either reaction. Not that Wolfie's behavior and his brother's chagrin didn't make my wolf dance in glee, and my human side relax just the barest smidgen upon realizing that my insufficient honor guard and I wouldn't be standing up to all of the other packs entirely alone. Yes, I'll admit that. The thought of being entirely enclosed within Wolfie's territory sounded like a day at the spa and a hunk of gooey chocolate cake all rolled into one. The only thing better would be if my mate similarly encircled me within his arms. But Wolfie himself had warned me not to play all of my cards at one time, and my mate bond with the younger alpha was definitely a trump card that was better kept hidden at this time. Plus, from a purely utilitarian perspective, if Wolfie completed his circle of P, then my pack and I would be forced to ask the other alpha for permission every time we entered or left our encampment, which could get tricky and annoying and would definitely make us look bad in front of the other clans. So I headed toward my mate at last, albeit more slowly than his brother had made his similar journey, and I was sure to kick the tent that Wade and Blaze shared on my way to the boundary line. Wah! Blaze's voice called out groggily, but the older Yahoo was up and by my side, if clad only in boxers, before I'd taken 2 more steps. By the time my guard and I reached the sibling standoff, a cluster of interested shifters from other packs had also made an appearance, ensuring that word of this event would reach all corners of the all-pack campground within the hour. But I ignored my audience just as Wolfie had and strode quickly down the out-territory aisle to stand between the other 2 pack leaders. Finally, without looking at either young alpha, I turned to Wade and pretended to berate the one member of my contingent who had yet to cause any problems at all. You neglected to mark a path here, I said, putting the alpha command into my voice for the sake of the bystanders, even though Wade needed no impetus to follow my lead. I expect several visitors tomorrow, so our site should be accessible to all and sundry. Sorry about that, boss, Wade replied, his wolf crouching down within his human form and its ears submissively lowering at my tone of voice. But I had it feeling the Yahoo understood that we were just play acting as he continued. Where exactly do you want the path? If you guys don't mind, I said primly, finally meeting the eyes of each young alpha in turn and gracing both with the same half-smile. Justin was too surprised by my presence to do anything except back up into his own territory. But Wolfie just plopped down onto his lupin butt and allowed his tongue to loll out of the side of his mouth. Yes, Wolfie, I know you think this is great fun, I wanted to say. But I couldn't, of course, not with my mate's brother and the other shifters all avidly looking on. Instead, I just scrubbed away a bit of Wolfie's hard work, scraping up the urine-soaked grass with my shod heel in order to open up 5 feet of space in the contested area for the sake of wilder egress. I'd half expected Wolfie to protest, but I was soon proven wrong. Instead, my mate just grinned wider, glad to let me take him down a notch in front of the other alphas, and I realized as I worked that Wolfie had probably been able to guess my most likely reaction all along. My mate might even have planned for me to piggyback on his own success in this manner, figuring that if I was able to face down one of the strongest alphas at all pack, then I would gain face in front of the other clans. As a result, Wolfie's self-appointed job of preventing me from being torn to shreds became significantly easier. But that was probably giving the bloodling too much strategizing credit. Wolfie had never been one to back down from a fight, and his lupin grin now suggested that he was enjoying playing games with other alphas in general and with his brother in particular. And as much as the idea that Wolfie was taking this altercation so lightly exasperated me, I couldn't resist letting my eyes rest for a split second on my mates. Immediately my wolf started dancing beneath my skin, and she nearly yipped in glee at Wolfie's proximity. Start here, I told Wade, attempting to remain focused on the larger issue of wilder safety as I pointed out a line of bare earth leading from the boundary of our territory into the center of our campsite, and then bring the trail all the way up to our fire circle. Now my mate finally growled, unhappy with any action that would allow outsiders' entrance into the core of wilder territory, and by my side Wade's inner wolf cowered yet further, caught in the crossfire between the alpha he'd been obeying for the last few weeks and the stronger alpha who was his original and true leader. But our audience didn't need to know what was really going on. Instead, I wanted them to see Crazy Wilder's daughter facing down the erratic but powerful Wolfie Young even after he'd complained at her choice of actions. So I stepped up to the snarling wolf, crouched down until the two of us could see eye to eye, and glared into my mate's furry face. Do you have a problem with what I do on my own property, Wolf Young? I demanded, doing my best to keep a straight face. And to my delight, Wolfie played along, without shifting back into human form, to exchange words with either me or his brother. The bloodling wolf got to his feet and padded away. And at last, with a shrug, Wade hastened to do my bidding. Chapter 14. Wolfie must have caught the same view of his brother's glare that I had. Or, at least I hoped that was why my mate redoubled his efforts to ignore me. No matter the reason, I didn't manage to catch Wolfie's eye for the rest of the afternoon, which is the only way I can explain succumbing to Sarah's efforts to dress me in the guise of a pack princess for the upcoming ball. Or maybe my lapse was caused by temporary insanity. The second explanation definitely does sound more likely. That's really what you plan to wear to the princess ball? My tent mate asked. That evening, the girl's usually quiet voice suddenly loud with shock. Unfortunately for me, the dusk beginning to filter into our tent hadn't been enough to hide my jeans and t-shirt, and even I had to admit that the combo wasn't appropriate garb for what amounted to a debutante coming out ball. But there hadn't been any spare gowns laying around back in Haven, and my usual fashion coach, Cricket, had been too engrossed with worrying about her husband to suggest sewing an outfit in preparation for all pack. Still, the sparkly fabric that Sarah pulled out of her rather tremendous duffel bag made me back away in horror. That's nice of you, I began. But, oh please, Sarah replied, tossing aside the glittery white outfit and digging deeper. That one's for me. You'd swim in it with no bun in the oven. But this one. To my surprise, the little black dress that had been shoved into the bottom of Sarah's bag was actually acceptable, because even though the outfit would be more revealing than I was used to, at least the color would allow me to fade into the night if I was so inclined, my usual MO at these gatherings in the past having consisted of sneaking away as soon as was humanly possible to explore the nearby woods on my own. And while I wasn't thrilled at the idea of exposing so much cleavage, a clothing choice that somehow felt more titillating than being entirely naked, I did agree with my tent mate that I'd blend better in her dress than in my jeans. But why would Sarah have packed an outfit that she couldn't fit into in the first place? It's my security blanket, the pack princess replied to my unspoken question. watching me finger the scanty fabric with a bittersweet expression on her young face. Mom gave it to me on my 16th birthday. This was more personal information than Sarah had ever offered before, and I stayed silent in hopes she would elaborate. Finally, when the girl's sparse explanation seemed to be at an end, I looked up into her eyes, and for the first time since meeting Trouble, I thought I might be able to discern the real personality lying beneath her skin. My uninvited guest wasn't just a pack princess, wrapping guys around her little finger in order to get her way. Sarah was a pregnant teenager, soon to be a single mother, and she was scared. I wouldn't want to risk spilling something on a dress you care so much about, I started, but Sarah just rolled her eyes at me and shook her head sternly while continuing to hold out the dress. So I accepted the ball of fabric out of her hands and tried another conversational tack. Did you ever consider going back home to your parents after you left Justin? I asked. I couldn't, the girl replied shortly, then looked away. The simplicity of her response made me want to fold the girl into my arms, but like my stepmother, Sarah seemed to have a don't touch me force field about her. Yet another reason to pity my charge. A werewolf uncomfortable with touch would be pulled in two opposite directions at all times. And even though there was no excuse for outsourcing that discomfort to others, I finally forgave the girl for setting my cousin and Blaze at each other's throats. If sex appeal was the only power that this troubled teenager thought she possessed, no wonder she made use of her womanly wiles at every opportunity. But the girl didn't seem interested in letting me any further into her confidence, so I decided not to dig deeper into her psyche just yet. Instead, I thanked my tent mate in the only way I knew how, by shimmying out of my clothes and slipping into Sarah's lone dress. And when that effort was rewarded with a hint of a smile, I even let the mother-to-be play with my hair, which she French braided instead of doctoring with the torture devices and sprays that came out of the huge duffel bag for use on her own mane. And for that small mercy I was eternally grateful. 20 minutes passed while Sarah prodded and hummed, treating me like a doll to be dressed and made up. But despite her apparent enjoyment of turning me into a passable imitation of a pack princess, my guest didn't speak again until she was nearly finished. Finally, while tying a ribbon around the base of my braid, the girl leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "You look beautiful tonight." I hadn't been able to share confidences with a real girlfriend since I was a teenager, and as I turned to look up into this pack princess's eyes, I allowed myself to hope that Sarah just might fill that void. The smile we exchanged was tentative but heartfelt, and I imagined for a moment that we were enjoying a bright future in which Wolfie and I were reunited while Sarah and her bloodling pup ran wild with the yahoos. All of my current yearning and subterfuge would be rewarded, and Sarah and I would find something more interesting to talk about than skin-deep beauty and hairstyles. So my lips turned upwards at the girl's kindness, but then the happy expression faded from my face as Sarah finished with a timeless piece of advice. So play hard to get. It was a sign of how far I descended into all-pack paranoia that my first thought was for eavesdropping shifters. But I quickly realized that anyone who might have heard the girl's whisper would just assume that Sarah was referring to my supposed pursuit of her ex-mate. I, on the other hand, understood that the girl had caught my angstful stares in the direction of Justin's brother, and that she felt I needed to be a bit wilier if I wanted to catch and hold the interest of such an enticing male. And even though I knew that Sarah was wrong, that Wolfie and I had no need to play games with one another, I still couldn't prevent the girl's well-intentioned words from sinking their claws into my stomach and ripping with all the vim and vigor of Sarah's own internal bloodling. After all, Wolfie had avoided me all day, seemingly no more interested in my presence than he was in that of the other pack leaders scattered across the field. Had absence made Wolfie's heart grow fonder? Or was this a case of out of sight, out of mind? The presence of a dozen beautifully made-up pack princesses at the ball that evening certainly didn't help ease my internal struggle, nor did Wolfie's apparent intention to dance with each girl in quick succession. As a result, I could barely keep my attention on the alphas I was supposed to be dancing with, instead twisting my head constantly in an effort to trace my mate's path across the dance floor. But which of you is really the pack leader? My current partner, the gray alpha, asked. You or your father? I was saved from answering this tricky question by the flow of the dance too. Long lines of shifters reforming as we came out of our hands across and then immediately transitioning into a series of reels. You would have thought that Scottish country dancing would be too straight-laced for wild werewolves, but the truth was that we all looked forward to the princess ball on the second night of all pack. And as my current partner and I split apart and then drifted close together again at intervals, I could see why the event was so well attended. Not only did dancing make it easier to avoid unwanted conversations, the ball also gave us girls the chance to peruse long male legs, partially clad in the miniskirts that men insisted in calling kilts. "Yummy," Finn whispered as I curved around her stationary form. Then she winked as my eye unconsciously drifted down the field toward Wolfie, who was now paired up with Sarah at the other end of the dance floor. Despite my best intentions to play it cool, my nostrils flared as Justin's ex-mate slipped her hand over top of the bloodlings, her lips moving near soundlessly in a jest that caused her dance partner to chuckle. "That girl needs to keep her hands off our mate," I thought, the words more appropriate to my irrational wolf side but coming instead from my human mind. Then I realized that I was supposed to be repeating the same maneuver with the Grey Alpha, and I snapped out of my reverie in time for the pack leader in question to lead me at a gallop down between the two lines of dancers. But as we pivoted to return to our spot, I caught the tinkle of Sarah's laugh behind my back and my jaw clenched again. I was unwilling to imagine the heady rush of joy that the young woman must feel at being swung about in my lover's arms, but I was also incapable of ignoring her pleasure. "This is a game, remember," my wolf chided, and not for the first time either. But my human side couldn't think of anything entertaining about letting such an enticing pack princess hang upon my lover's arm. Not if I was forced to make nice with this ally of Wolfie's brother in exchange. I would have given just about anything to slip out of my current partner's hold so I could down the set and pull Wolfie out of the pack princess's arm. I would have given anything, except what I'd actually lose if I let my jealous streak take control of my rational mind. Unfortunately, my place at the head of my father's pack wasn't worth surrendering for the sake of a bout of irrational envy, no matter how hard it might be to keep my mind off Wolfie's hands sliding over the skin of another woman. "You didn't answer my question," the Grey Alpha continued, jolting me back to my current predicament once again. His words whispered oh so softly into my ear, but I was aware that they were almost certainly filtering into the lupin senses of the nearby shifters as well. I shot my partner a smile for the sake of our audience, knowing what was coming since I'd already been propositioned twice in the last hour by werewolves from similarly minor clans. But it would have been nice to at least catch this alpha's name before he asked me to be his mate. "You're right," my lupin half agreed. "I'm sick of games too. Let's go join Wolfie." And although she probably hadn't meant them to, my wolf's words brought me back down to planet Earth at last. With the reality of our situation firmly in mind, I actually managed to increase the wattage of the smile I trained on the alpha in front of me, pretending in the process that I hadn't already formed an unbreakable bond with another mate, because if I were available, then this Grey Alpha wouldn't have made such a terrible spouse. The shifter in question was older than me by perhaps a decade, and his alliance with Justin suggested that the Greys were old-fashioned and unwilling to dismiss the traditional ways. But despite all of those negatives, this alpha seemed nice enough. His large hand beneath mine was enticingly firm and strong, and none of the alpha's actions toward his underlings displayed anything but good humor. So I encouraged my dance partner in the way I hoped a pack princess would if she were actually seeking a mate and wanted to give a particular suitor a green light. "What question did you really want to ask?" I responded coyly, but I was careful to time my sally so that we dissolved back into the flow of the dance before the Grey Alpha could reply, saving me from having to make promises I didn't intend to keep. And then the motion of the dance drew Justin over to stand facing me, his steely gaze cutting into my own. I wasn't surprised to find that Wolfie's brother was less than pleased to find me flirting with another alpha, since I'd all but proposed to this elder young a couple of weeks before. But the anger in Justin's face seemed to go beyond annoyance at my feigned fickleness, and I shivered without meaning to. "Buck up," my wolf warned succinctly, and I straightened my spine before taking Justin's hand to swap places across the dance floor. "Playing games?" Justin asked, the two words all we had time for before I was once again reaching out to a different shifter as each dancer continued to daisy-chain his or her way around the set. But even though Justin's eyes were quickly turned in another direction and his Speech had long since dissipated out of our shared airspace, the alphas too. Words continued reverberating through my mind. Playing games. Surely Justin simply assumed that I was acting like a flirtatious pack princess who hadn't yet chosen a mate, I thought, attempting to soothe my own nerves. At worst, the alpha might guess that I, like Sarah, was leading along two different bows in an effort to solidify my own position. Either way, Justin should continue to treat me with kid gloves until he was positive that I was going to lend wilder support to another clan. Or so I hoped. But I could still feel the pack leader's cold eyes boring into the base of my skull, and shivers didn't stop running down my spine for the rest of the dance. Chapter 15. Everything okay? Fan asked quietly as the jig ended. In all fairness, I should have been the one asking her that question, since the young woman beside me had kept up with the other dancers step for step despite still favoring her broken arm. But before I could reply, I heard the unmistakable sound of Justin's ex-mate in distress, and my attention immediately shifted to a much more pressing problem. "Oh!" Sarah exclaimed, the word much softer than its impact on my adrenaline levels would have suggested. My wolf immediately pricked up her ears, always attuned to the nuances of our pack's voices, but I could see that unrelated dancers were also flaring their nostrils and waking up their wolves to take in the surprising aroma wafting in our direction. The scent resembled the forest floor after a hard rain, sodden pine needles and leaf mold. Not at all the aroma that you'd expect to catch at the princess ball. Not right here, not right now, I begged silently. But I, and every shifter around me, knew that the girl's cry wasn't due to the innocuous surprise of a stepped upon dress or a stubbed toe. Nope, that scent alone told us everything we needed to know. So, without another thought for the chaos that I'd leave behind in my wake, I abandoned the dance set forming around me, spun on my heel, and made a beeline for the distressed girl. By the time Sarah came into view, a thread of liquid was already trickling down to stain the front of her skirt, and I wasted half a second to close my eyes and pull myself back together. This was the worst possible moment for the pack princess to go into labor, smack dab in the middle of all pack, with her own ex-mate nearby and with every other alpha jockeying for power. Why had I even allowed the girl to attend, let alone failed to put my foot down when she decided to take part in the dancing? Hadn't I realized that something like this was bound to happen? You let her come because Sarah gets what Sarah wants, my wolf replied dryly. And I could tell that my lupin half was even less enamored of this troubled and troublesome girl than I was. But, despite our own feelings and the potential loss of stature if we fled the campground en masse during all pack, I knew that the only option now was to rush Sarah to my brother-in-law's side as quickly as possible, because a medical doctor was likely to have tools at his disposal that shifter midwives lacked, and I wasn't about to let our guest perish just because her pregnancy was inconvenient to the rest of us. So I opened my eyes and sought out each member of my pack in quick succession. David and Blaze, bring around Wolfies in my vehicles. Hawk and Finn, take down our tents and head back to Haven as quickly as possible. Wait. Didn't even need to finish that last thought because the oldest Yahoo was already standing by the pack princess's side, holding one of her arms as he and Wolfie walked our guest away from the dancing ground and toward the road leading to the outside world. I turned to follow, but paused as I felt more than saw Wolfie's brother coming up behind me, his tall form making my own appear minuscule. Like the sudden absence of birdsong when a hunter is sighted creeping through the forest, the dull roar of shifter chatter all around me eased as the dancers strained to catch every word of the upcoming exchange. Not that there was much left for either of us to say, not anymore. So, the all-pack host began, and it was clear from his tone that my precipitate action and Wolfie's haste to throw his weight behind my pack's efforts had eliminated all possibility of future subterfuge. The jig was up, and I would now be forced to return to soliciting allies the old-fashioned way, through physical intimidation and mental manipulation, just as my father had done before me. And even though I'd clearly failed in the task that the chief had set for me, I couldn't help feeling relieved that the game my cunning father had initiated was going to end at last. Yes, Justin's pack would likely be at the Wilders' throats in short order, but at least my true mate would be standing by my side. During the battle that was to come, I would be able to drop the pack princess guys that had fit so badly, and together Wolfie and I would handle whatever malice Justin threw our way. But as I peered up into a face that could have been a reflection of my mate's, I couldn't help wondering if Justin really was as devilish as I'd made him out to be. Wolfie's experiences with his sibling dated from over a decade before, when both shifters were mere teenagers, so surely the elder brother would have changed in the interim just as Wolfie had grown and matured. Couldn't help musing that, if the shoe had been on the other foot, Wolfie would have found my charade hilarious, and he definitely would have stepped up to the plate and taken responsibility for his unborn child, and for his endangered ex-mate. With the same young blood running through both brothers' veins, was it really possible for Justin to act so differently? I allowed myself to imagine the pack leader in front of me letting slip his scary alpha demeanor and expressing concern for his ex-mate and unborn child, asking for permission to join us in our mad dash to Dale's house, and then holding Sarah's hand as she gave birth. Ha! Fat chance of that, my wolf said silently, and as I peered into the eyes that looked so much like my mate's, but 20 times colder, I was forced to agree. Justin wasn't hoping that I'd fill him in on the state of Sarah's health. Instead, this particular pack leader was angry that he'd lost face courting an unavailable pack princess, and he was annoyed that both my and Wolfie's packs were falling all over ourselves to protect his ex-mate. Finally, as the all-pack host clenched his jaw and fists, it became blindingly clear that the best I could hope for was to be allowed to leave young property alive. Everything else was a pipe dream. So, dropping all pretense, I didn't offer Justin another word. Instead, I just turned on my heel and ran as fast as I could after my true mate. About damn time, my wolf replied, and I had to agree. Play acting had done none of us any good, so it was time to stand up for what we believed in. And if we had to, it was also time to fight for everything we held dear. This time around, there was no argument over who got to ride with whom, not with Wolfie back at the helm. Instead, Wade was tearing out of the Young's driveway with his pack leader in the passenger seat, and with myself and Sarah, a jumble of legs in the back, before Blaze and David had time to consider protesting. I even thought I caught a glimpse of the two former antagonists leaping into the same vehicle in their haste to follow. Or that might be what I'd seen out of the corner of one eye before a strong male hand grabbed the nape of my neck and turned my head around to face forward once again. Without a word, lips that could only be my mate's pressed into mine so hungrily that I completely forgot about the fact that Sarah was about to give birth to a bloodling beside me. I completely forgot that I'd ever doubted Wolfie's interest or watched with envy as he danced in another woman's arms. All I knew was that I was finally right where I belonged, tasting my mate's wolf as his strong hands pulled me forward until the headrest jabbed into my cheek and my neck caught against the seat in front of me. And then, with a sudden bounce of the car, our lip lock fell apart. Sorry about that, Wade said, shooting his pack leader one of those guy expressions that meant you lucky dog or something similar that I was glad not to be privy to. But despite the subtext, it was a relief to catch an actual smile on the oldest Yahoo's face. Wade had taken his responsibilities toward me very seriously over the last few weeks, and the young shifter had seemed to grow grimmer and grimmer with each passing day ever since he'd left his true alpha's side. Now that Wolfie was back in charge, I could almost feel the tension easing out of the younger shifter's form, and my own muscles began to relax in sympathy. But our relief turned out to be short-lived, because the very pregnant teenager beside me immediately started gasping in pain and terror. All eyes turned to our distressed pack princess, and only Wolfie's hand on his underling's arm kept Wade from swerving off the road. What our driver couldn't discern, but what Wolfie's and my more dominant wolves could easily see, was that the tiny bloodling within Sarah's womb was moving frantically now, the pup's small butt, sharp teeth and claws scrabbled at the girl's insides. Wincing in sympathy, I took Sarah's hand in mine, silently bemoaning my total lack of midwife skills, even as I realized that my gesture was worse than useless. Luckily, Wolfie had even that problem under control. Shift, he commanded, the word brooking no opposition, and Wade and I both had to concentrate fully in order to resist the seductive lure that spilled over into our own air space. This time, the car did swerve for a second before Wade was once again able to take control of the wheel, but I barely noticed our almost accident. Instead, my eyes were trained on the passenger beside me, a spot that used to be filled by Sarah's girlish form, but that was now taken up by a slender white wolf whose belly seemed much less distended than it had been in human form. You could have at least given the poor thing time to take off her clothes, I chastened as I attempted to pry a dress and underwear often improperly shaped. Lupin. I didn't put any heat into my words though, because Sarah did seem more comfortable four-legged, and Wolfie just grinned at my half-hearted rebuke, his own canine partner fully present behind the bloodling's eyes. I'd forgotten how the constant proximity of my mate's wolf made the trials and tribulations of daily life seem that much simpler, his linear Lupin mind, smoothing out the nervous wiggles of my own human brain waves. I'd forgotten. But now that the calming influence was back, I basked in it. Until, that is, my mate pressed a scary-looking hypodermic needle into my palm. This needs to go into Sarah's muscle, Wolfie ordered, ignoring the fact that his instructions were nearly as alarming as the idea of helping a pregnant wolf give birth in the back seat of a speeding car. Jab it all the way into her thigh as if you want it to come out the other side, he continued. Levelly. What's in the needle? I asked, nearly dropping the hypodermic, and Sarah's nose turned in my direction at last. Her child must have been lulled by the mother's change of form enough to pause its biting and clawing, because the pack princess's eyes were softer now and less filled with pain. In fact, if I could read wolf expressions, and I usually could, I thought Sarah might be telling me to stop asking questions and to start following orders. She at least seemed to trust my mate implicitly. So, without waiting for Wolfie's reply, I gathered up my courage and did as he ordered. I'd never used a hypodermic before, and I was surprised by how the needle caught on Sarah's tough hide, not wanting to go all the way in, but I just gritted my teeth and pushed harder, until the pointed tip sank in deep. Sarah whimpered slightly, but it was my hand that shook from our sudden shared pain, a sure sign that I'd admitted this girl into my pack despite all reservations to the contrary. Now pull back on the plunger just a little to make sure you haven't hit a vein, Wolfie said calmly, and I struggled to obey without removing the needle from Sarah's thigh. She lay silent and uncomplaining now, even though I could feel the way the sliver of metal ached within her muscle, and I had to admit that Sarah was made of sterner stuff than her pack princess exterior had initially suggested. Good, Wolfie continued, praising us both equally. Now inject every bit of it right there. As I followed my mate's instructions and then eased the needle out of the wolf's thigh, the pack leader's attention turned from me to Sarah at last. The bloodling alpha placed one gentle hand on our guest's Lupin nose, a gesture that might have been meant to further soothe the beast, or to prevent her from jerking around and biting my hand. I didn't inquire further, content in the knowledge that my mate understood that I and Sarah appreciated either alternative. That's a tranquilizer, Wolfie explained to all and sundry as I slipped the plastic cap back onto the needle. Dr. Baker prescribed it to keep you and your baby calm until we get to the clinic, he added, directing his words to the patient now. Not that there's any reason to worry. I'm sure you couldn't tell, but I'm a bloodling, he added over the sound of Wade's sudden burst of laughter. And I came out okay. Your baby will too. I hoped that Sarah didn't notice Wolfie's omission, that my mate had made no mention of his own mother. And for good reason, since the woman had died as soon as her youngest son entered the world. But between the pangs of pregnancy and the effects of the drug, Sarah probably wasn't thinking too clearly at the moment, and she made no response to Wolfie's reassurance. Instead, the pregnant wolf simply let her chin drop down onto my knee, her eyes sliding shut as the mother-to-be drifted into one last pocket of rest. Before her real ordeal began. I'll just give Dale a call to let him know we're coming, Wolfie finished quietly, meeting my gaze briefly before pulling out a cell phone and punching in my brother-in-law's number. I'd almost forgotten that such time savers existed, and the warm car suddenly seemed to cocoon me in an entirely different world than the one I'd inhabited for the last few weeks. Technological aids, my mate's reassuring voice filling the air, even Sarah's quiet breathing by my side, all acted to calm my racing pulse and to fill me with peace. I just hoped that Wolfie and I had been able to impart some small measure of that same peace to the teenage werewolf lying beside me, whose feet looked too large for her legs and whose ears twitched as she dreamed. Without her vivacious personality to color my vision, I couldn't help thinking that Sarah was far too young to be facing such life and death challenges, too young to give birth and too young to be a mother. As a way of making myself feel better more than anything else, I slid a hand across the youngster's fur. Then I tugged down on the skirt of my dress so the cloth touched Sarah's nose. Perhaps the wolf would be able to feel her. Parents love soaking out of the fabric and into her own skin. Or if not her parents, hopefully she could feel my own. Chapter 16. It's a good thing the clinic is closed for the evening, Dale greeted us as two tall shifters in kilts carried Sarah's lupin form into the doctor's office. I could see my brother-in-law's point. We definitely weren't the type of patients who usually came to call at this rural clinic, so Sarah had chosen a fortuitous time to go into labor. However, even though the support staff had all left for the day, a quick look around the entranceway proved that the doctor wasn't entirely alone. "Hi, Aunt Tara," his son Keith offered, waving a cheerful greeting in my direction before returning his attention to the more interesting shifter who was helping Wolfie carry Sarah into the room. Wade greeted the 14-year-old with a quick high five, tossing the pack princess's comatose body up into the air to free one hand for the salute, and I would have protested if I hadn't known that my mate could easily have caught the sleeping werewolf had the Yahoo fumbled re-entry. But to Keith's delight, Wade did recapture the pack princess's descending hindquarters easily, and the Yahoo finished by gracing the kid with a wink before following Wolfie down the hall and into the room that Dale had prepared. With Sarah safely on a solid surface, I returned my attention to my nephew, whose presence wasn't really appropriate for the life-or-death battle soon to come. At 14, Keith was balancing on the cusp of manhood, and I could understand why his father thought this experience might be a formative one. And yet, do you really think Keith's ready to assist at a birth? I asked my brother-in-law. As if to prove my point, the kid's usually animated face closed down, and he hastily pulled out a mobile gaming device to bury his nose into. Even though my nephew had been thrilled at the thought of watching a bunch of female werewolves stripped down in order to shift forms a few months earlier, he was definitely much less interested in seeing Sarah's girl parts in this setting at least. So why was the kid here? An explanation was soon forthcoming, but the words didn't emerge from my brother-in-law's lips. "Keith is pack," Wolfie offered tersely as he walked back down the hall toward us. I could see my mate's muscles tensing as a rarely used alpha tone entered his voice, and I could also feel his wolf rising even closer to the surface than usual as the bloodling alpha's protective instincts were aroused. Still, my mate's hands had been gentle as he laid Sarah down on the examining table, and he sent a reassuring smile in my nephew's direction as well when the kid raised his eyes to seek out those of the alpha. Unlike other pack leaders, Wolfie reserved his harshness solely for opponents who threatened his pack. Opponents like his brother. "Justin will be out hunting tonight," Wolfie elaborated, rejoining us in the hallway and reminding us that Sarah's life wasn't the only one at stake this evening. I was suddenly glad that my mate had thought ahead to ensure Keith would be safe under our protective eye, and I allowed my hand to slide into Wolfie's in mute apology for doubting his choices. "We can't let any pack member wander off alone this evening," my mate continued, squeezing my hand gently in his massive paw. "So I sent the rest of our clan to join yours at Haven, but it seemed like a better idea to keep Keith here with his father." Wolfie was right, but his words still made me shiver as I remembered the way my own father had kidnapped his grandson just a few months earlier. Although no one had ever taken me to task for my part in the train wreck that led up to that abduction, I was well aware that my choices had been the cause of Keith being stuck in a strange shifter village for days on end, bullied both physically and mentally in the process. I'd been the one who insinuated myself into Dale's and Keith's lives, trying to foist off my responsibilities as wilder pack leader onto my teenage nephew, and I'd also been the one who had given Keith permission to head back to his empty house with only the Yahoos for protection on that fateful afternoon. Of course, Chief Wilder bore the ultimate responsibility for ordering his underlings to snatch the kid out of his human home, but I knew deep down inside that the real burden of blame was mine. As a result, I still woke up in terror some nights, thinking that Keith had once again been swiped from beneath my nose and was being tossed around by my father's crazy schemes. But looking at the kid now, I saw that my nephew had bounced back just fine from his trauma, and the body language in the room suggested that he and my brother-in-law were getting along better as a family unit now than they had before I'd come into either of their lives. So maybe my fumbling gestures hadn't been entirely wrong-headed after all. Perhaps it was time to simply learn from my mistakes and move on. As I slowly forgave myself for past failures, Wolfie caught my eye and nodded. His agreement, his expression much softer than it had been a moment earlier. The bloodling alpha often seemed to know what I was thinking before I spoke, and I hoped that his nod was an absolution of my culpability, because if this accomplished pack leader felt that it was time for me to let my past mistakes go, then who was I, whose experience as alpha wasn't yet a season old, to say that he was wrong? But before my mate could confirm or deny my guess, Blaze and David came pushing through the door in tandem, their young male energy suddenly making the room appear much smaller and more crowded than it had a moment before. "We're here," the Yahoo announced, both himself and his companion, just in case any of us had missed the doors banging loudly against the walls during the haste of their entry. Then Blaze's eyes lit upon the pack princess lying prone on the table in wolf form, and he paled, taking a step forward. "Is she?" the Yahoo blurted out. "Just tranquilized," Wolfie explained, a hint of a smile turning up the corners of his lips. Although my mate couldn't be privy to the full extent of the two young shifters' competition for the affections of our troublesome pack princess, the bloodling alpha must have seen enough during our stay at all pack to have clued in to the Yahoo's crush, and as usual my mate was amused, rather than annoyed, by something that I had considered to be a major headache. I couldn't quite make myself share Wolfie's amusement, but I was glad to see that David and Blaze had arrived in one piece, and without coming to blows in the process. On the other hand, I could also tell that their jostling wasn't entirely good-natured as the two stepped closer to Sarah's supine form, so I followed in their footsteps, ready to intervene if necessary. But before Wolfie or I could squash the youth's rivalry, another chilling dose of authority blew through the room, this time from an unexpected source. "We need to decide who's going to be in the delivery room with the mother," my human brother-in-law said loudly, his shoulders seeming to gain width as he stepped forward and took command of our unruly crew. "I'd rather have just two assistants stay here with me, so who would like to be included?" "Tara will join you," Wolfie said immediately, meeting my gaze, and I nodded my approval. Yes, I was scared to death of being shut up in a room with a dying werewolf and her bloodling child, but I'd rather be the one clutching Sarah's hand to ease her into the next world if the worst-case scenario came about. And maybe it wouldn't come to that. Maybe the tentative bond that Sarah and I had built between us would even lend the teenager some much-needed strength as she struggled to give birth to a bloodling child. For a similar reason, I expected the girls' bows to fight over the right to join me in the delivery room, but on this issue the two young males seemed to be united. "How about Blaze and I trade off standing guard outside and keeping an eye on the kid?" David asked, his question aimed at me rather than at the stronger alpha, and I realized with a jolt that I was still the leader of at least one shifter in this room. I'd willingly ceded the Yahoos back to their former alpha as soon as Wolfie had taken control of our flight from Allpack, but that didn't make me any less the leader of the Wilder clan. Nevertheless, I glanced at Wolfie for his approval of David's suggestion. After all, we were all within the bloodling alpha's territory now, and I was used to accepting my mate's wisdom. But Wolfie remained silent, apparently not willing to intervene between me and my new pack, so I was left in charge of answering my cousin's question. "That's a good idea," I agreed after a short pause, and the wave of young males immediately crashed out of the room in a clatter of shod feet and banging doors, even more loudly than they'd come in. It appeared that Sarah's beaux and my nephew were all scaredy-cats when it came to childbirth. Not that I could blame them. With the youngest shifters taken care of, Wade glanced back and forth between me and Wolfie, seeking permission to either go or stay. I jutted my chin at my mate, throwing the ball back into his court, and the bloodling alpha immediately locked eyes with his underling and friend. The two shifters Wolf seemed to be speaking paragraphs without words, if the intensity of the ensuing silence was any indication, and I realized that the bond between these two pack mates was stronger than I'd at first supposed. Someday, when all of the current drama was over, I needed to sit down with my mate and learn the story behind each member of his band of misfits, and perhaps find out a bit more about my mysterious mate in the process. But for now, Wade and Wolfie seemed to have come to a conclusion without the need for speech, and the Yahoo just nodded once before striding over to stand guard just inside the door. Appeared that Wade would be my partner in delivery while Wolfie would join the younger shifters in patrolling the grounds, a division of labor that would keep us all safer. but that left me feeling bereft even before my mate had left the room. Unfortunately, the decision also left me worried. Wolfie wasn't the kind of alpha who outsourced the worst problems to his underlings, which meant that if the bloodling alpha was heading outdoors, that must be where he expected the greatest danger to lie. And the pack leader was probably right. There was an excellent possibility that Justin would track our little entourage down before the evening was over, and the elder young was bound to arrive with dozens of trained shifters at his beck and call. Wolfie, on the other hand, would be making his stand alone save for the help of a yahoo not yet out of his teens and my not much older cousin. No wonder a shiver ran down my spine as I realized that I might never again see my mate alive. "Don't be stupid," my wolf chided me tersely, and at the same time Sarah began to whimper, forcing me to tear my eyes away from Wolfie's gaze rather than pulling him into my arms. So I refrained from arguing when my mate brushed his lips quickly across mine and then turned on his heel to protect our pack from all comers. No, I didn't cling to my mate as he strode out of the room, but I so badly wanted to that I had to close my eyes tightly to keep from watching Wolfie leave. Because, whether my lupin half thought my fears were unfounded or not, I had a bad feeling that more than one shifter would die before this night was over. And I didn't know what I'd do if the lifeless werewolf was my mate. "So how should we do this?" Dale asked, bringing me back to the present with a jolt. And not a pleasant one either. After all, my brother-in-law was the doctor. Shouldn't he know what came next? Well, probably not if Sarah was his first werewolf patient. And chances were very good that our pack princess was. "You mean, should she be in wolf or human form?" Wade asked quietly, answering a question with a question and drifting back into the center of the room now that his pack leader had taken his leave. "Maybe it would be easier if Sarah stayed wolf. Do you think the bloodling would come out more cleanly then?" "No." The whisper of sound came from behind us, and I turned to find our patient awake and two-legged at last, lifting her torso off the table slowly. As she tried to project her feeble voice in our general direction, the girl paused as a tremor racked her form, and I would have thought that the cause was merely a contraction if I hadn't been able to see the bloodling awaken within her womb, and begin once again to scrabble with its sharp little claws, looking for a way out of the enveloping darkness. "Bev told me that she tried that with one mother," Sarah continued once her child had stilled momentarily, allowing the pack princess to regain her breath. "The bloodling was too big to come out through a wolf's vagina, though, so both died." Wade and I blanched at the stark words, but the mother-to-be seemed to have accepted her fate, even if her voice was still weak and broken, and Sarah wasn't the only one who seemed willing to step up to the plate and attempt to vanquish long odds. Dale re-entered full doctor mode, even more in control now that a human being instead of a wolf was sitting on his examining table. "All right," my brother-in-law said calmly. "In that case, it sounds like a C-section is our best option. Usually I do this at the hospital, but I'm guessing that's not a good idea." The doctor's kind eyes twinkled as he spoke, and I was surprised but also reassured to notice Sarah smiling back. Both doctor and patient impressed me. Dale with his easy bedside manner in the face of a medical malady that he surely hadn't known existed until a couple of weeks before, and Sarah with her stoicism in the face of long odds. In fact, it didn't seem like Wade or I was really needed here, so I stepped back and let the doctor and patient converse alone. "Do you want a gown to cover your upper body?" my brother-in-law asked the naked pack princess as he began puttering around his workspace and readying supplies for the procedure. I tried not to look too closely at the scalpel that the human pulled out of one drawer, and even Wade's poker face turned a bit green as the yahoo took in the sharp blade. But Sarah didn't flinch, nor did she request a gown. "It doesn't matter," replied the girl with the supreme unconcern for nudity of a born and bred werewolf. Or perhaps the pack princess was just using every bit of gumption she possessed in order to resist the inner pain that must have been ripping through her body as the bloodling in her womb once again began to move. I could feel a sympathetic ache starting up in my own stomach before I looked away, and I noticed that Wade had angled his body to gaze out the darkened window rather than focusing on the intrepid teenager who had brought us all together tonight. "In that case, I'll show you two how to scrub up," Dale said, returning his attention to me and Wade. "And then we can get started." Chapter 17. The anesthetic had taken effect and Dale was making the first incision when we heard a shout and a thud drift in from outside. It was almost a relief to be able to look away from the scalpel slicing firmly through Sarah's smooth skin, although I wasn't at all glad to realize that my suspicions about an attack had borne fruit, because the commotion beyond our walls proved that either Justin had come himself or he'd sent his lackeys to hunt us down, and both options were equally problematic without the full force of Wolfie's clan to back our small crew up. Wade and I exchanged a quick glance, and the Yahoo didn't wait for instructions before turning away to head toward the unbarred window. Wolfie, we'll have the doors guarded, my companion offered by way of explanation. Not that I really needed any clarification. With only 2 adult shifters outside, plus 1 to guard my nephew in the hall, my mate would lack the manpower necessary to prevent outpack shifters from entering through the examining room's small window, so I was glad to have Wade on the job. Accepting the Yahoo's plan with a quick nod, I patted Sarah's hand one last time and then cracked open the door to check on the other innocent under my charge, my nephew. I wasn't surprised to find the 14-year-old and his cousin once removed waiting just outside the examining room, but I was taken aback by the firmness of David's hand on the kid's shoulder. Can you take him? My cousin asked before I had time to speak, and I could tell that David itched to join in the fighting that we could all hear filtering in from outside the clinic's walls. Of course, I answered. Traumatizing Keith with images of C-sections was beside the point now that Wolfie required every bit of manpower that he could muster, and it made sense to concentrate our weakest members into one room. David had clearly come to the same conclusion because he was gone before I'd even finished my words, the werewolf's clothes dropping to the floor as he shifted midair, then his animal form wriggling with skilled intent out of the tangled fabric in order to hit the ground running. I could hear the shifter growling as soon as he rounded the bend, and I guessed that Wolfie was already making a stand in front of the main door, just out of sight around the corner. I just hoped that the forces arrayed against our pared-down pack weren't too overwhelming and that 3 top fighters would be enough to keep Justin's pack outside the clinic's walls. My wolf and I wanted to follow our cousin and balance the odds just a little more. And so, apparently did my nephew. I could help, Keith offered once. He saw that my attention had turned in his direction, and I realized now why David had been holding so firmly onto the boy's shoulder. I couldn't tell if Keith was simply itching to experience his first battle as a werewolf or whether the kid honestly wanted to be of assistance, but either way my nephew was far too young to risk to Justin's non-existent mercy. And you will help, Dale answered before I could come up with a firm but kind reply. My brother-in-law spoke without turning around, his hand still calmly drawing the scalpel across Sarah's belly, but it was clear that the doctor was dividing his attention between his patient and the altercation outside. I need another set of hands to hold up this layer of skin, Keith's father continued. And you are it. No way, my nephew whined, averting his eyes quickly from the naked woman displayed on the operating table in front of us. The boy had been willing to shed blood just a moment earlier, but I could tell that this wasn't the kind of ichor that the 14-year-old wanted to see. Aunt Tara can do it. Look, I'll just go sit over here in the corner out of the way. My nephew started to suit action to words, but his father's voice cracked out a command that stopped the kid in his tracks. Keith, Dale said, his voice almost approaching the intensity levels of an alpha werewolf and definitely capturing the attention of his wayward son. How had I not realized my brother-in-law possessed this level of command when he was vainly begging his only offspring to eat his vegetables a few months prior? Perhaps Dale had simply been biding his time then, waiting until he really needed his son to obey. Whatever the reason, every eye in the room now met the doctor's as he took his son to task. This isn't a game, my brother-in-law continued. Everyone here needs to pull their own weight. Wade will guard the window, Tara will guard the door, and you will help me with the miracle of life, delivering a new baby into this world. The doctor's voice slowly eased as his unaccustomed rant wound down, and I could tell that my brother-in-law really did consider Sarah's child to be a miracle, even if the baby was going to come out sporting a tail and fur instead of human features. Among shifters, bloodlings weren't really considered sentient until they made their first shift to stand two-legged around Keith's age, and my heart warmed yet further to think that my kind hearted brother-in-law was able to make that distinction now, having never even seen a bloodling baby in real life. I just hoped that the rest of our clan could do the same, and that we'd be able to provide Sarah's baby with the type of care that our own bloodling Alpha had basked in at the hands of his adopted mother and milk brother. Because whether or not Sarah survived this difficult pregnancy, the teenage pack princess would definitely require the help of a village if she wanted her bloodling child to survive and thrive. And it looked like our pack was going to be that village whether we wanted to be or not. Tara, will you show Keith how to scrub up and find some gloves? Dale asked. Now, bringing my attention back to the present, the doctor was using his fingers to expand the scalpel's cut, ripping the flesh on Sarah's stomach apart and creating a gaping hole that exposed the bulging membrane underneath. I winced before looking away. Like any shifter, I'd butchered my share of chickens and deer over the last couple of decades, and I was startled to find my brother-in-law's gesture so familiar. Startled and sickened. Good thing Keith was going to be the doctor's assistant and not me. So I was quick to escape the operating arena after demonstrating the same hand-washing procedure that Dale had explained to me, but I paused when my gaze passed over Sarah's face. The girl couldn't have felt any pain, but she still flinched as Dale's fingers widened the hole above her gut, and I couldn't resist taking the patient's hand and trying to think of a way to bring her a modicum of comfort. Do you want me to rig some sort of a sheet between you and Dale so you can't see what's happening? I asked the girl, quietly, pretty sure that, had we been in a proper hospital, the patient wouldn't have been able to observe the doctor ripping his way into her womb. But Sarah simply shook her head, and after a moment, when the sounds of fighting seemed to be growing yet closer, I headed back toward my post. Despite his initial squeamishness, Keith turned out to be an able assistant. My nephew might have been part werewolf, but Dale's blood also flowed quite strongly through his veins, and the kid's hands didn't shake as he used tweezers to pull upwards on a membrane, allowing his father to slice through the proffered layer without touching the baby that lay underneath. I was also surprised by the relative paucity of blood, at least until I noticed that Dale had handed his son a suction tube that removed the liquid as soon as it pooled. On the surface, an ambidextrous and unsqueamish assistant, perhaps Keith had a future as the nation's first shifter doctor. Tara. Wade's quiet voice returned my attention to the window, which had previously been a reflective mirror against the night, but now a light was approaching, along with the sound of voices, and Wade was swiftly but calmly stripping out of his clothes in preparation for a shift. I responded by locking the door behind me and hurrying to the Yahoo's side, but not before I heard Keith gasp and saw the furry nose of a living bloodling poke through the hole in Sarah's belly. I was as amazed by the wolf pup's birth as Keith was, but there was no time for awe. Instead, Wade and I had mere seconds to confer before the enemy was upon us. Priorities, Wade said, the fast approach of our opponents, eliminating complete sentences from his repertoire. Then before I could answer, the younger shifter continued talking, making it clear that he had been given his marching orders from Wolfie at an earlier date. The baby is number one priority, then Keith, then Dale, the Yahoo said quickly. Then Sarah, I agreed, working my way down my mental list of the room's inhabitants from least to most able to defend themselves. Although the pack princess currently sported a gaping hole in her abdomen, I hoped that her ex-mate wouldn't be interested in spilling the girl's blood, and I knew that she was better able to hold off the invaders than either Keith or Dale might be. But she was still in obvious need of protection. No, Wade disagreed. Then you. The Yahoo's nostrils flared, but his eyes met mine firmly, refusing to back down even though he knew that I didn't like what he had to say. I can take care of myself, I rebutted, putting the full force of my alpha persona into my voice. But Wade just smiled and patted me on the shoulder before shifting into wolf form without a verbal reply. I opened my mouth to continue arguing, but realized that further commands would do no good since the Yahoo apparently considered Wolfie to be his one and only leader. Wade was never following my orders in the first place, I thought to myself, watching the way the Yahoo angled his lupin body between mine and the source of potential ingress. The shifter beside me had done my bidding quite capably over the last few months, but it seemed now that the oldest Yahoo had simply been carrying out the orders of his true alpha all along, which had been all well and good in the past since Wolfie and I would have agreed on the methods used to manage my troubled relatives. But our wishes were at odds at the moment. In fact, I had a sinking suspicion that one of the Bloodling Alpha's commands was for his yahoos to protect Wolfie's mate with his life, a command that Wade seemed intent on obeying with no thought for the safety of his own skin. Then. There was no time to further argue the point, so I'd simply have to watch my companion's back at the same time that he was guarding mine. Working together, surely we could both come out of the upcoming confrontation unscathed. And then Wolfie, Wade, and I could iron out our differences at a later date when the world wasn't imploding all around us. Speaking of implosions, I'd barely shifted into Lupin form when the window shattered inward, a length of metal pipe spinning through the air to clatter onto the ceramic tiles at my feet. I spared 1 second to glance behind me, saw that Dale was carefully stitching up his patient's belly, and then returned my gaze to the danger at hand. My brother-in-law clearly trusted me and Wade to do our jobs, having moved his son and the baby wolf pup around to the opposite side of the table but leaving his own unprotected back facing the battle at the window, so the Yahoo and I would have to ensure that the doctor's trust wasn't misplaced, despite the sheer number of wolves milling around outside. The first enemy leapt through the window before the shards had all been knocked out of the frame, and my focus narrowed to his sharp teeth and large paws. The impatient wolf grazed one shoulder on a jagged splinter in the process, but he didn't yelp or pause, just angled himself to connect with Wade's smaller form so that the two went down together. The combatants tumbled across the floor, paws sliding on tile as each attempted to gain a foothold that would allow him an advantage, and I itched to come to the Yahoo's aid. But behind the initial intruder, another wolf had entered more carefully, and this new enemy was stalking in a stealthy circle in preparation for joining the melee from an unexpected side. As the second wolf angled in my direction, he briefly glanced at my face, then dismissed me as he came to the obvious conclusion that a female shifter, even in Lupin form, was no threat. His erroneous assumption gave me the opening I needed to lunge forward and bite down hard on one hind leg, catching the second invader before he could tag team Wade's opponent. The stranger yelped and whirled as he felt my teeth bite closed, but I held tight, not relenting, until I heard bone snap beneath my jaws. Then, while my adversary was paralyzed by the sudden agony of a broken bone, I released my hold and pivoted in a tight circle to latch onto his throat. This was the technique that my father had used to vanquish me a few weeks prior, and I now understood the heady power of having another werewolf entirely at my mercy. Unlike my father, though, I would gladly have let the shifter beneath me escape if I thought he would scamper away, tail between his legs. I didn't want my first shifter kill to occur right now, in front of my 14-year-old nephew. In fact, I'd be quite happy if my first shifter kill never occurred at all. But there was no time for mercy. Instead, I bit down as hard as I could, salty blood flooding my mouth as the other werewolf spasmed beneath my hold. Then I shook my head from side to side, tearing my opponent's throat wide open and splattering red liquid across the clinic's clean tiles. Despite my previous worries about my Lupin half's bloodthirsty nature, it was my human side who was firmly in control at this moment, and I could tell that. My wolf was sickened by the sight. Stop, she told me, but I had no experience killing another shifter and was afraid to let go. In fact, I might have stood like that for hours had I not smelled a depressingly familiar scent and heard my nephew's sudden exclamation from the other side of the room. Looking up at last, the aroma of gunmetal and the smiling face of my mate's brother struck me at the same moment. Justin was holding the already bloody scalpel to my terrified nephew's throat, and nearby both my brother-in-law and the bloodling pup were lying alive but dazed at the alpha's feet. I whimpered, knowing that I'd been too slow to protect the innocents who had been placed into my care, and the bloodling mewled a thready reply. But Justin wasn't paying any attention to either me or to his child. Instead, the invading alpha merely nodded over my head, and in response another gasp was picked up by my opposite ear at the same time that agony churned through my gut. This intonation sounded so much like the last breath of the shifter, who still lay beneath me, that my feet froze to the ground, my entire body fighting against the most likely explanation for the sound and for my own internal pain. Too late, my wolf sighed, her voice nearly silent even within my own mind. But I refused to believe the evidence of our own ears. Surely my wolf and I were both wrong, and instead Wade had managed to escape the wolves who poured through the window in their leader's wake. Even now the eldest Yahoo must be biting through one of the enemy's throats, and soon the Yahoo would spring to my side to obey his alpha's command. Together Wade and I would take Justin down before the enemy alpha could harm one hair on my nephew's head, and everyone I cared about would leave this room in one piece. But I knew in my heart that the odds had been stacked too firmly against my companion. So, when I was finally able to crane my neck around to look in the other direction, I wasn't at all surprised to see Wade's lupin form slumping to the floor. I wasn't at all surprised, but when the last spark of life fled from the Yahoo's eyes, I knew that I'd never be able to forgive myself for the way Wade had succeeded in achieving his goal. The young werewolf had triumphed all the way to death, while I had once again failed to protect a shifter who I considered to be under my care. Chapter 18. Is my mate ready to go yet? Justin asked, ignoring the rest of us in order to turn toward the human doctor whom he had knocked across the room mere moments before. Dale was too tongue-tied to reply, but Sarah answered for him, wordlessly picking herself up off the table, then shifting into lupin form. The moment her feet hit the ground, I fully expected the pack princess to leap toward her ex-mate with fangs bared. As soon as she was standing on four paws, or at least to pick up the bloodling that had fallen out of Keith's arms and tumbled to the ground at his feet. After all, how could a mother ignore the tiny pup that was mewling loudly on the ground, begging for her attention? But instead the bloodling caught the ear of its father instead, whose foot struck out, knocking the baby wolf out of his way. Clearly, Justin didn't consider the baby to be his son or daughter, just an annoying animal to be silenced. And the bloodling obeyed, squealing once before going still. I winced in sympathy, but mimicked the wolf pup's bid for invisibility, racking my brain to think of a way to protect both the bloodling and my nephew from Justin's sadistic gaze. What we really needed, I decided, was a distraction so that the bloodling's mother would have the opportunity to come to her child's aid. To my relief, I saw that my brother-in-law had come up with the exact same idea, which he immediately acted upon by taking a step toward his own son. And although my brother-in-law's forward momentum was instantly quelled by Justin's glare, Dale's sally had worked. However, momentarily the alpha's eyes had left his mate, and I shot the girl a quick glance, hoping that Sarah would realize that this distraction was the opening she needed to protect her child. The pack princess was close enough to grab the bloodling in her teeth and leap through the window before Justin's underlings could prevent her escape, and I knew from experience that, in lupin form, the exertion wouldn't be beyond the new mother's abilities despite her recent surgery. So I tensed, ready to head off the shifters who still gathered around Wade's body beneath the open window. And then I gaped as the mother wolf instead used her teeth to gently pick up my discarded black dress before patting over to rub one shoulder affectionately against her mate's leg. Good, Justin said shortly, but the single word was enough to set the pack princess's tail wagging and my mind whirling. I clearly read the entire situation incorrectly, thinking that Sarah held no value for her mate and he none for her. Why had I never taken the time to analyze her inner wolf's behavior when the pair crossed paths at all? Pack? Given the affection that seemed to be flowing between Sarah and Justin now, it was obvious that the pack princess's wolf must have been frolicking at the sight of her mate a few days earlier, just as mine had in Wolfie's proximity. Only a fool could have missed those obvious signs. A fool? Or someone who sorely wished to believe that Sarah really was my friend and pack mate, not a traitor coldly planted into our midst. Meanwhile, Justin's wolf appeared to share Sarah's tender feelings, even if his human side hid the attraction beneath an impassive exterior. And as I met Dale's gaze from across the room, I belatedly realized the purpose behind the duo's deception. The doctor currently facing off against werewolves with me was the only medical professional with the knowledge to operate on a shifter, and thus Dale was the only doctor likely to ensure that a werewolf pregnant with a bloodling baby would survive, which in turn suggested that Sarah hadn't been the only one pulling the wool over my eyes. Justin must have tossed his mate in our direction with the full knowledge that Wolfie and I were likely to bring Dale into the picture as soon as we realized Sarah's state. Meanwhile, the pack princess had simply played along with my assumptions, waiting until she was shed of the wolf pup within her womb before returning to the arms of her loving spouse. Well, loving might have been an overstatement, but after pulling my nephew Alongside him as he edged his way to the window, Justin did bark at his underlings until several turned two-legged and carefully lifted the pack princess out of the room. The others soon followed in her wake, and then Justin was the final invader remaining inside the clinic. My nephew clutched in one strong arm to ensure the alpha's own safe escape. Only then did Justin deign to meet my eyes, the grin that reminded me so much of my mate spreading across his equally handsome face. You really shouldn't play games that you can't win, Wolfie's brother said after a long gloating pause. Then pushing Keith in my direction, the alpha leveraged his body through the window-shaped hole and was gone. It was then, as I took in the crumpled form of my nephew, my beaten brother-in-law, the quiet bloodling, and the dead Yahoo who had protected me with his life, that I knew that Justin was right. I shouldn't have embarked on a campaign that required skills so far beyond my capabilities. When it came right down to it, Justin had played me as easily as my father had, and both times the opposing alpha had won. Wade is dead, I greeted my mate, barely able to speak the words as Wolfie came down the hallway at a run. And I might as well have killed him myself, I finished silently. There was no breathing room to castigate myself in public, though not when our few remaining pack mates required the support of a strong leader to raise their flagging spirits and to tend to their wounds. But it was hard to stand tall when my own weakness had been the cause of Justin's escape, and of the death of a shifter under my care. At least Wade appeared to have been the only casualty. Behind Wolfie, David was pressing his shirt into a large gash that cut across Blaze's ribs, but both shifters were walking easily, so I quickly dismissed them from my attention. Meanwhile, the tiny wolf pup that I'd scooped up moments earlier was gnawing at my finger with needle teeth, and both Keith and his father were standing unharmed at my back, but even the bloodling's furry warmth couldn't make up for the loss of the Yahoo who had stood so staunchly by my side, and whom I'd been unable to save. And Sarah? Wolfie asked simply in lieu of a greeting or a remark on his Yahoo's demise. My mate took in the blood-stained floor, the two dead wolves, and the room's living inhabitants at a glance, and I couldn't tell by his tone whether or not he blamed me for the Yahoo's death. There was no criticism or grief in Wolfie's voice at all. In fact, instead of focusing on the past, my mate's wolf was completely unified with his human mind as the duo thought 3 steps ahead in order to win a game that had not yet entirely played out. Gone, Dale answered when I seemed unable to force words out of my constricted throat. The doctor motioned for Blaze to hop up on his examining table, and the human quickly began stitching the shifter's wound without benefit of anesthetic. Unlike me, my brother-in-law had realized that none of us had time to fall apart. We would need to take full advantage of the current lull if we wanted to reach Haven in time to throw in our lot with the other members of our pack. So the doctor stitched, and then, turning to open another cabinet, pulled out baby formula and a bottle, which he pressed into my shaking hands. Well, if my human brother-in-law was able to keep it together in the face of a werewolf battle, then I could do no less. So I squashed my guilt and grief, swallowed hard to force incipient tears down my throat, and then I finally told Wolfie what had occurred in as few words as possible, because if I couldn't protect the werewolves in my care, then at least I could give all the facts to someone who would be able to do the job properly. As Wolfie and I conversed quietly, Blaze and David were lifting Wade's still form in preparation for evacuating from the room, and I followed their lead by putting my hands to use as well, fumbling with the baby bottle until I could raise the nutritious liquid to the pup's lips. Despite the formula's cold temperature, the bloodling accepted the nipple and sucked greedily, relaxing into my arms, and even though I wanted to hate this peppermint, needle-scented bundle as much as I now hated its mother, I knew I didn't have that kind of malice within me. So instead of leaving the bloodling to perish, as Justin would have, I just hugged the pup close to my naked chest, and Wolfie took a precious second away from our departure preparations in order to pull both of us deeper into his arms. But there was no time to wallow in emotions. You'll come with us? My mate asked the sole human present once our small crew had gathered everything we'd entered with. Everything plus one newborn wolf pup. The bloodling alpha was giving my brother-in-law the benefit of a request rather than a command, although we all knew that there was no other way that Dale could keep himself and his son safe alone, and the doctor thanked Wolfie for the courtesy with one smile and a nod. Then, with one last glance around the clinic, turned battleground we turned toward the outside and the war to come. I didn't fall apart until I saw the smoke rising from the ashes of what used to be Wolfie's clan home. Our little convoy of vehicles was forced to drive past my mate's property on our way to the highway, and Wolfie didn't even pause when he noticed that his crazy quilt conglomeration of trailers and gardens had been burned to the ground in his pack's absence. Yes, my mate's jaw did clench, but then he relaxed and I realized that Wolfie was already busy reassuring himself that every one of his pack mates had been long gone before Justin's lackeys poured gasoline across the walls of his hard-won home, and then struck a match to set the residence flaring into destruction. To my bloodling mate, the compound and its buildings were just things, not people, and thus weren't worth mourning as long as all of the shifters who once lived inside were safely gone. But to me, the charred remains of a home that had been so full of joy and laughter just a few days earlier was the straw that broke the camel's back. Tears overflowed onto my cheeks as every one of my failures rose to the surface of my mind and clouded other thoughts. Over the last week I'd played into Justin's hands repeatedly, had believed the words of a pack princess who had never told me anything but lies, had allowed my nephew to be held at knife point, and had failed to prevent my peaceful human brother-in-law from being drawn into a shifter battle. Last but certainly not least, I had been unable to protect Wade, the Yahoo who had stood by my side the entire time that my mate and I had been apart and who had been the most staunch ally that I'd ever known. And now, added on top of all of those other deficiencies, I'd also been responsible for Wolfie's pack losing their unique and beloved home. How could I not be racked with guilt? So, I did the only thing I could think of when my heart seemed to be breaking beneath the weight of my own negligence. I opened my mouth and attempted to pass every bit of that blame along to my mate. You knew that Sarah didn't really want to leave her mate, didn't you? Demanded the sleeping wolf pup in my lap, stirring at my angry words, but the alpha beside me simply continuing to drive down the dark country lane without flinching. Smart man, he didn't remark on my out-of-the-blue accusations, just allowed me to vent my fury onto his strong back. You knew, and yet you sent Sarah to me with no warning, I added. At that, Wolfie was forced to at least respond, if not to lash out at me in kind. I wrote you a note, I said. I'm sending you trouble, he quoted himself, cocking his head to one side and shooting a glance in my direction, before returning his eyes to the road. Even when defending himself, my mate's voice was calm and soothing, but his quiet tone only turned up the heat of my anger. Rather than speaking right away, though, I glanced under my mate's skin where I saw his wolf attempting to speak with my own. Given time, chances were good that the two canines would have found a way to settle my human half down, but I was too upset to be reasoned with, so instead I fortified the walls that I so seldom used to cage away my animal half, shutting her out of sight and enabling my human mind to unleash its ire with minimal distractions from the more rational side of my brain. And then you told Wade to obey you, not me, I continued shrilly, ignoring both wolves' attempts to placate me and plunging further down the dark path that I'd embarked upon. How did you expect me to lead if half of the shifters in my pack were answering to another alpha? I might as well have shifted forms and bit my mate instead of spewing angry words, because his wolf now dropped its tail between its legs as I continued to rant. Only when I took in Wolfie's reaction and felt a jolt of disappointment run through my body in response did I realize that my subconscious had been hoping to provoke the other alpha into anger all along. I wanted my mate to yell at me, to say that I was a failure, that my pack would be better off without a weak woman at its head. Perhaps then I'd be forced to fight back and would forget for a few blessed moments that I had disappointed every shifter within my care. But while I'd sought anger, my mate instead offered sympathy. Wolfie dropped one large hand off the steering wheel, allowing his palm to settle atop my thigh, and the warmth of his touch made my nearly squelched tears flow faster. You're right, the bloodling alpha said simply. It's past time for our packs to be merged. And there was that spark of fury that I'd craved resurfacing in my chest just in time to wipe away my waterworks. So I failed, and now you're ready to take the reins out of my hands, I demanded. Moments earlier I'd been ready to pass the Wilder clan over to my mate's capable command, to relieve myself of the burden of responsibility that I barely seemed strong enough to shoulder. But now, when Wolfie's lips quirked up into a hint of a smile, I started loosening my wolf's chains in preparation for scraping that smirk off the side of his face. But Wolfie didn't rise to the bait, nor did he give me time to build up to further outrage. No, my mate said simply. You didn't fail. Stopping the truck in the middle of the nearly deserted road, he unhooked my seatbelt and pulled me toward him across the bench seat, the wolf pup in my lap crawling over to settle into the hollow between our conjoined hips despite the angry words that had been passing over its young head. When werewolves fight, werewolves die, my mate continued, reaching over to wipe a lone tear off my right cheek. You kept us from fighting for as long as you were able, and no matter what you think, that's a success. But it's time to join forces and work together so we can prevent further bloodshed. Which is why I say we need to join our packs. Because 2 pack leaders are better than 1. And unlike any other alpha male I'd ever met, I could tell that Wolfie was fully willing to give up part of the control of his own pack and to take only partial control of my pack in return. He sincerely believed that our 2 clans could and should be merged together, and that the 2 of us would be flexible enough to navigate the resulting maze of power without stepping on each other's toes. Now, looking at his strong but cordial wolf who could have snapped at my unfounded accusations but was instead pressing toward me through my mate's insides, I knew that Wolfie was right. But I still looked away, returning my attention to the darkness outside the window. You don't want me to join you as pack leader, I said quietly, but now I knew that I did want to be convinced, so I allowed my wolf to wriggle up out of her prison and join in our conversation. Not that she or my mates animal half seemed to be very interested in the subject at hand, offering not a single word of advice. Instead, the 2 lupins frolicked, overjoyed at our physical proximity after such an extended time apart. I would have loved to submerge myself in the wolves' joy, but my human brain wasn't quite so willing to relieve herself of guilt. I let Wade die and Sarah get sucked back into her mate's pack, I said simply, flagellating myself with the words and trying to explain to Wolfie why I didn't deserve to continue as the leader of the wilder pack. A physical blow couldn't have hurt more than the knowledge that I'd failed those 2 shifters, had in fact failed one of them all the way to the grave. How could I pretend that I wouldn't make the same mistakes all over again? Sarah would have left no matter what you did, the bloodling alpha rumbled, not rejecting my guilt but rather mitigating it. And Wade, Wolfie paused, and I could tell that my mate was as broken-hearted about the eldest Yahoo's loss as I was. But Wolfie's voice was firm when he continued. 7 years ago, when I saved Wade's life, he told me that he'd keep trying until he could repay that debt. I'll never forget Wade, but I can promise you that he died happy. So when a younger Yahoo beeped his horn impatiently from the car behind us, I was forced to accept Wolfie's absolution. In fact, by the time my mate put the car into gear and started driving toward the new home of our joined packs, the wolf pup and I were united in our urge to snuggle as close as we could to the warm form of the alpha beside us. And when, to the delight of my wolf, my human half, and the bloodling in our lap alike, Wolfie dropped his right arm off the steering wheel to wrap it around my shoulders, our entire family felt encircled within his protective care. Perhaps together Wolfie and I could similarly guard all of the shifters who called us chief. Dropping my head onto my mate's chest and closing my eyes, I relaxed at last, into the belief that every part of the pack of my heart might soon be united. Chapter 19. Ready or not, here I come. The telegram shocked me not so much in its language as in its very existence. Dozens of Haven werewolves plus Wolfie's transplanted pack had traded off guard duty throughout the night, fully expecting Justin to bring the battle to our doorstep at any moment. So no one was surprised by this dawn sally. No one except me, that is. Why the astonishment? Well, this second missive reminded me far too much of an earlier telegram and of a message that had given me the strength to avoid my mate at all pack. And now I realized that my telegram-inspired evasion had played right into Justin's hands by keeping Sarah within the wilder pack until she went into labor. You never sent me a telegram while we were apart, did you? I asked my mate quietly as we stood side by side on the doorstep of Cricket's home. Wolfie simply shook his head, his sharp gaze taking in my distress, but he didn't ask for details. There was no time now to share the tale of how I had once again been hoodwinked by his brother, and the particulars didn't really matter this time around anyway, because I refused to let Justin shake my focus again with childish tricks. Haven was where Wolfie and I had chosen to make our stand, and we would defeat the invading pack that was even now rumbling toward us up the driveway. There was simply no other alternative except success. "We're ready," my mate said simply, following my train of thought with ease. And although his reassurance was primarily meant for my ears, he raised his voice slightly so that the ever-present shifters around us could make out his words. There'd been some dissent already among my more straight-laced relatives, their growing unhappiness with my own leadership exacerbated by Wolfie's presence, but no one seemed willing to provoke my mate with outright argument. Instead, the werewolves around us just kept their heads down and busied themselves by preparing for the imminent invasion. We didn't have long to wait. Dozens of black SUVs, so much like the ones my father loved to send out to intimidate other packs, crunched up the gravel drive and then halted with geometric precision atop the carefully manicured grass in our central green. "No regard for landscaping," Wolfie said lightly, and I could feel the tension levels around us ease slightly. If our pack leader could joke about tire marks on our perfect lawn, then surely no shifter would be harmed today. Unfortunately, I could tell that Wolfie's humor was just a bluff, because his lupin half wasn't resting calmly on its paws, but was instead rising up behind their shared eyes and growling softly as my mate's brother stepped out of the lead vehicle and onto wilder ground. And when Justin strode up the steps to the porch, too confident in his own power to even wait for the protection of an entourage, then held out his right hand to his sibling, I could tell that my mate was restraining his inner wolf with an iron hand. "Brother," Justin said, the greeting cordial even though there was no warmth in his tone. But the younger sibling simply raised an eyebrow and rejected the proffered handshake, causing Justin to take a step back in response and to drop all semblance of civility. "Well, if that's the way you want it to be, then you have 5 minutes to leave before I torch this place too," the older pack leader said. Justin's words still lacked heat, but since several of us had driven past Wolfie's former home just hours before, we knew he wasn't joking. I forced my muscles not to quiver in response to the threat, and I could feel the other shifters around us similarly working hard to maintain their own composure. But I also had to wonder how Justin could be so sure that we'd simply roll over and show him our bellies when our own force was at least as impressive as his own. The lawn in front of Cricket's home was already lined with my uncles and cousins, members of Wolfie's pack interspersed for added manpower. As I sought reassurance by passing my gaze across the assembled crew, I saw cousin Milo, who had scared me to death a couple of months earlier when he was sent to do my father's bidding, and who surely appeared equally ominous to members of Justin's invading pack. The Yahoo Glen wasn't quite as imposing as his now deceased companion Wade, but the young male possessed some of my own mates' calm determination, and I could see that the surrounding shifters felt more at ease because of his nearby strength. Then there were my 5 uncles, some of whom had been thorns in my side, but all of whom would surely stand up to protect hearth and home. So why exactly would Justin expect us to simply back down on his say-so? The question was answered when I caught my 2 most difficult uncles meeting each other's eyes and exchanging a nod across the crowd. Next, both shot their glances toward the trio of alphas standing on the porch above them, but rather than seeking out my or even Wolfie's permission, the third nod stemmed from an unexpected source, my invading brother-in-law. And in response to Justin's turning away from the pack's traditional home base, gathering up women and children who were flowing out of the nearby houses toward them, and slowly making their way toward the SUVs arrayed across the green. But I regretted letting that single word escape from my lips as soon as I'd spoken, because Justin clearly reveled in my lapse. "You didn't really think that strong shifters like your uncles would be willing to take orders from a female?" Justin replied with a smirk. Unfortunately, Justin's barb appeared to be based in reality. The lawn in front of Cricket's home, which had been packed with shifter bodies mere moments earlier, was already emptying out as nearly every wilder who had remained behind during Wolfie's and my clan separation peeled away. To add insult to injury, the presence of packed bags in the hands of the traders' families further proved that this desertion wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Instead, my relatives had been planning to flee Haven like rats from a sinking ship, and there was nothing to do but watch as the shifters whom I had striven so hard to support left me for a more powerful pack leader and a more traditional pack. Not everyone fled from confrontation, though. No member of Wolfie's pack of course would dream of betraying his alpha, and my cousin David stood firm beside the Yahoo who had transformed from rival to companion at arms in a matter of hours. In addition, several of the young adult wilders who had spent recent weeks in my mate's pack also remained behind. Or at least hovered, pulled in one direction by their parents' mandates, but in another by their hearts and souls. So Wolfie, at least, had been able to win the loyalties of a few of my cousins, even if I'd apparently failed dramatically at integrating their parents into my new and improved pack. The reminder that Wolfie had known what to do in the past made me hope that he would also know what to do now. So I turned toward my mate in search of support, a solution, anything. But the bloodling alpha seemed surprisingly willing to accept his brother's coup. Of course you're welcome to take any shifter who wants to go, Wolfie said simply, writing off 2/3 of my family with a dozen words. Justin smiled in triumph at the same time that I dropped his brother's hand in shock. Meanwhile, below us, a murmur of voices suggested that the members of our combined pack were also greeting my mate's uncharacteristic surrender with confusion. Since when did Wolfie cede his responsibilities so easily? Since never, apparently. As long as they want to go, my mate repeated. As he spoke, the bloodling alpha's gaze roamed across the wilders who had spent the last few months in his camp, and in reply, 2 teenage girls paused as they trailed behind their parents on the way to the black SUVs. The girls looked back over their shoulders, and then spun on their heels to sprint back in our direction, as if the teenagers had opened a chink in a dam holding back the force of a raging river. The line of retreating relatives splintered. Few continued toward Justin's vehicles, but most circled back around to face in our direction, and for a moment I allowed myself to hope that Wolfie had called the invaders' bluff and that now the elder Young's pack would leave us alone. At last. Perhaps we'd all finish this day no worse off than we'd begun it, with my relatives safe from Justin's greedy regard and with no blood spilled across our perfect lawn. But an immediate surrender was far too much to hope for. Inches away from me, on the porch, Justin's nostrils flared in irritation, but he squashed any further show of anger and simply held up a hand before the girls could scamper past him up onto the porch and into the safety of Cricket's house. In response, the teenagers and all of my other relatives paused in their flight. Do you really think you can prevail against the full force of the Young clan? The elder brother demanded, and at his words shifters emerged from SUVs by the dozen. I stifled a gasp as I realized that Justin had not only brought his own pack mates for backup but that he'd also included the cream of the Cooper and Gray clans who had camped nearby at all pack. All told, there must have been 100 male shifters waiting beside the vehicles parked in Havens Green, and despite werewolf tendencies to consider weapons taboo, at least a few were armed to the teeth. But Wolfie wasn't daunted. Do you really want to challenge me? My mate rebutted, reminding his brother of Justin's frequent defeats at Wolfie's hands when both were teenagers, and I relaxed just the tiniest bit because Justin wasn't safely surrounded by his pack mates. The elder Young was perched precariously on Cricket's porch, the soldiers in his army far below. If it came right down to it, all of us knew that Wolfie could tear his brother to shreds before the first shifter could raise a gun to his shoulder and fire. And Wolfie was betting that his sibling had too strong of a self-preservation instinct to risk his own demise. But Justin also wasn't willing to back down. And why should he when even my wilder relatives were wavering between making a stand with me and Wolfie or fleeing for the dubious safety of Justin's pack? So the alpha siblings' gazes met and locked, and I could feel the battle that I'd thought safely sidestepped now heating back up, only this time with more serious weapons than teeth and claws threatening my pack mates from the opposing side. And I don't doubt in the least that Haven ground would soon have been watered with blood, had the cavalry not taken that opportunity to arrive. Of course, I don't mean that our rescuers were literally cavalry. We're werewolves, remember? Horses aren't fans. But the wolves who came streaming out of the woods by the dozen were so numerous that the sound of their paws hitting earth resembled hoof beats, and I certainly felt as if mounted reinforcements were riding to our aid as the outpack shifters galloped toward Haven's central green. Equally heartening was the recognition of familiar scents and shapes among the newly arrived werewolves, and the ensuing realization that I hadn't wasted all of that alliance-building time at all pack after all. Yes, perhaps I'd been tricked into steering clear of my mate due to Justin's telegram, but the hours spent conversing with other alphas had clearly proven productive if I gauged their worth by the rich and enticing fruit now being born from my parlaying. Recognized Camilla's young husband Chad, his burly wolf surrounded by equally burly cousins, and saw that the gawky Gavin Griffin led a score of his own relatives at the back of the merged pack. There were Reeds and Prices present as well, their numbers more than evening up the field with 6 packs now united against Justin's mere 3, and I hoped that, even with firepower at his disposal, Justin would finally be forced to think twice before attacking so many powerful werewolves. But it was the grizzled wolf at the head of the pack who took my breath away. Less than a week ago, when I'd led my relatives through our pre-all pack hunt, then watched my clan dissolve into a mass of backbiting strangers, I'd assumed that the mysterious alpha who had come to observe was writing us all off. Surely Thomas Bell had dismissed me as beneath his concern and had chosen to ally with Wolfie's brother instead once he saw how tenuous my hold over the Wilders had become. That was, if the loner felt called to throw in his lot with any pack at all. But once again I'd been wrong. Luckily being wrong had never felt so right. Thomas Bell, I asked in disbelief. Why had this pack leader, who was every bit as dominant as my father, but so much less likely to involve himself in other packs' affairs, decided to help the Wilders fight their personal battle? The only conclusion I could draw from the facts presented was that, perhaps, the powerful alpha hadn't been as dismissive of my unusual mode of leadership as I'd at first assumed. As if in response to my words, the shifter's fur dropped away and the Bell patriarch was bounding up the steps toward us before his name had even left my lips. Waves of dominance rolled off our visitor's wizened body, and I could see Justin try and fail to prevent his inner wolf from submitting finally, looking away rather than meeting the older alpha's eyes. I heard that our region had split in two, Thomas Bell said by way of greeting, getting straight to the point just as Justin had a few moments earlier. But the older alpha's point was much more palatable than the younger's had been. So I came to see when you'd be hosting our new regions. All pack, the Bell Alpha continued, gazing directly into my eyes. The pack leader who could easily have dropped us all to the ground with a single roar was looking at me now with a gaze that didn't hold a single hint of threat, instead seeming to wait patiently for my honest reply. Since a similar eye lock was often the first challenge between two shifters, challenge that frequently ended with the combatants rolling around in a pile of teeth and claws, I couldn't quite force myself to breathe, knowing that I was severely outclassed. But in this case the other pack leader didn't seem to be challenging me. Instead, Thomas Bell, the most dominant shifter that I'd ever met, appeared to be accepting a female alpha as his equal. So I played along. What do you think of the spring equinox? I answered, surprised that my voice sounded so firm when I was barely able to force air down my throat. There was no menace in Thomas Bell's face, but I still had to break our gaze long enough to ease the restriction in my chest, and in the process I noticed that Justin was already fleeing down our walkway far more quickly than he'd arrived. SUV doors banged as young shifters retreated to their vehicles, and I didn't argue when several of my least pleasant uncles and cousins took advantage of the offered rides to leave our familial home behind. As Wolfie had said, if my relatives didn't want to stay in Haven, then we didn't want them here. But the pack leader in front of me drew my full attention once again as he spoke. The spring equinox sounds perfect, he agreed, breaking into a smile. Now that our joint enemy was tearing away down our driveway. Warmer too. Then, sliding back into lupin form at the same moment that he bounded off the porch, our unlikely ally once again took the lead, drawing the outpack shifters along with him until they all filtered into the tree line just beyond the boundaries of Haven's village. And then, with a chorusing howl of farewell, our rescuers were gone. Epilogue. What about Buttercup? Wolfie suggested, and I couldn't resist glaring in my mate's direction. Snow was beginning to fall onto our bare heads, and I belatedly realized that today was the solstice, usually a time of celebration among werewolf clans. But instead of decorating a tree and baking ginger snaps, our merged pack was gathered in the village green, intent upon building a bonfire that would send Wade off on his journey into the next world. And with the Yahoo in question currently lying cold and dead in wolf form at our feet, Wolfie thought this was a good moment to present me with a nickname, and an insipid one at that. The bloodling alpha was undaunted by my stern expression, though, and merely dropped a finger onto the furry head of Sarah's child, who was half tucked under my sweater, the pup's tiny body cradled in my arms. In all the excitement, I hadn't even taken the time to check whether the bloodling was a boy or a girl, but Wolfie solved that mystery as well as the mystery of the crazy nickname, when he added, as a name for her. But maybe you like Daisy better. Or how about Jasmine? Blaze offered as he tossed an armload of limbs upon the ever-growing pile of flammables. I thought I might have caught the Yahoo's irrepressible grin resurfacing, despite the fact that we were currently commemorating his compatriot's passing, and my slumbering wolf perked up at the oddity and took notice. Bluebell, my Uncle Hawk offered next, sticking his finger into the pup's mouth and allowing her to chew for a moment before returning to his task of assembling the bonfire to be. It meant something that a wilder of my father's generation was willing to help name a bloodling, even if Hawk's suggested moniker wasn't particularly apropos, and I felt the tiniest trickle of warmth re-enter my cold limbs when I also noticed that our bonfire-building effort wasn't divided along familial lines, but instead involved both wilders and members of Wolfie's pack working side by side in cordial, if somber, camaraderie. Perhaps this joint pack that Wolfie and I were trying to build wasn't doomed to failure after all. Perhaps my relatives could be pulled out of the 19th century, Wolfie's pack would come down from their 21st century cloud, and we'd meet in the middle right here in Haven. Petunia, Cricket offered, coming up behind me and tilting her tray of hot chocolate in my general direction. It was only when my stepmother joined in the debate that I realized I was being teased, and I thanked the older woman with a smile as I pushed the bloodling pup further into the crook of one arm, so I could accept the mug out of her hands with the other. Girly names had always made me roll my eyes when I'd been growing up, and Cricket, of all people, should know that Petunia was the worst of the lot in that regard. So, the knowledge that my stepmother felt safe enough after the just past ruckus to needle me with flower names warmed my heart just as much as the heat from the drink warmed my hands. But while I appreciated my packmate's teasing, the truth was that I didn't want to name this wolf pup at all. Not when choosing a label would seal my fate as protector of a baby too delicate and needy to be entrusted into my dubious care. My reservations were also based upon the memory of the way the pup's mother and father had both betrayed me in the worst possible way, and I had a sinking suspicion that the baby shifter in my arms wasn't done bringing harm to our pack. What was to prevent Justin from waking up one morning and deciding that he wanted to reclaim his daughter after all? Or if Justin had indeed forgotten about this bloodling, mightn't the father's bad blood show through as soon as the wolfling in question turned two-legged in her early teens? Would I really be able to survive another betrayal? This time from someone whom I already thought of as my daughter? My mate's wolf watched me through the human's kind eyes, giving me all the time I needed to come to the same conclusion that he and the rest of the pack had clearly already achieved. Yes, all of those possibilities might lie in this wolf pup's future. But I loved her anyway, and thus she deserved a name. But not a girly name, I rebutted, holding the bloodling up to face the assembled shifters, one hand under each tiny armpit as she dangled in the cold solstice air. In response, the newborn yawned large, showing minuscule baby teeth, and then she whimpered a complaint at the biting wind. She's strong and dangerous, see? I continued, smiling despite myself. So she needs a strong and dangerous name. At that moment, the fire that Hawk had been carefully nurturing took hold, fingers of flame shooting up through the layered branches to reach toward the darkening sky. And even though the death of a beloved comrade didn't seem like something to be cheering about, every shifter present released a joint whoop, the traditional opening of a werewolf funeral, because Wade's life was worth celebrating even if that life had been far too short. But before I could open the ceremony or return to our previous topic of the bloodling's name, the back of my neck prickled and I turned to find my father standing behind me in human form. Like my mate had before him, the chief reached out to run one finger down the pup's back, and for a split second my father's battle with his own inner wolf seemed to ease. "Ember," he said at last, the single word seeming to offer up every ounce of the approval that I'd always yearned for, but had never before heard enter my father's voice. But before I could ask whether the chief really was content with the way our All-pack campaign had ended, the old shifter was falling back down onto 4 feet, his Lupin half-seizing control as it had so frequently in the past. Still, rather than fleeing, the chief simply stood beside us this time around, waiting with the rest of the pack for the bonfire's flames to build enough force to consume our lost Yahoo's inanimate body. Ember Wilder, I agreed quietly, releasing my father's gaze in order to seek out the eyes of my mate. But Wolfie shook his head in denial. Ember Wilder young, he countered. And then Glenn and Blaze were swinging their companion's silent body between them and tossing the lost Yahoo up and over, into the heart of the flames. Sparks exploded into the air, and from the hillsides around us the chorus of outpack werewolves proved that Thomas Bell and his contingent had lingered on our borders long enough to watch this final leap of the young shifter who had given his life for the safety of our clan. It was then, while peering down into the blazing coals that formed the foundation of the bonfire, that I accepted every single shifter clustered together in this wintry meadow as part of my pack. Scary cousin. Drew, I'd love him if I had to, just as much as I loved the intrepid one in fact, who had been dragging firewood out of the forest for hours despite her injured arm. I would love the Wilders, the Yahoos, my mate. And even little Ember, who had snuggled her way back down beneath my sweater to lie warm against my breast. Because it didn't matter where the bloodling had come from. She was here now. And like all of the other werewolves around us, Ember was packed